Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call to order the September 6th City Council meeting and also the Housing Authority Commissioners meeting to order for September the 6th. And we have roll call and posting the agenda. Madam Clerk. Roll
Mayor
call.
Zaragoza,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Councilmember Tehran,
Here.
Councilmember Perrello. We do have a quorum. Announcement pursuant to Government Code Section 54952.3, each member of the Housing Board of Commissioners present will receive $50 pay for convening this meeting. Posting of the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted in City Hall Bulletin Board on August 25th, 2022.
Thank you. And the next item is public comments on closed items, and we do have a speaker, Terry C. Carney. Is he available for?
Mayor, Terry Carney is not available at this time. He has not called in.
Okay, then our closed session item, this is conference with real estate negotiators and.
Just to
Mr.
verify, Mayor, there are no callers on the Zoom call right now?
There's no callers on Zoom. Madam Clerk, is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor, and we also have no public speakers here in person.
And we also have Councilwoman Basua joining us.
And yes, for the record, Councilmember Basua has joined the meeting at 4:36 PM. Thank you.
So, Mr. City Attorney, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor. The City
Mhm.
Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Give instructions to its real property negotiators regarding property located at 300 West Fifth Street. The agency negotiators are Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director, Ashley Golden, Assistant City Manager, and Alex Nguyen, City Manager. Negotiating party is Guy Hamilton. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment. And this is, the legislative body is City Council.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk. And now we're going to closed session and we'll be back on item D, the appointment item at 5:15. Thank you. Committee items to report from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The council provided instruction to its real estate negotiators.
Thank you. Our next item is item D1, in the presentation of the Ventura County Director of Airports regarding the Oxnard airports. We'll go ahead and take your presentation, then we have some speakers to speak. Keith Freitas, go ahead. And you have your assistant here with you too, right, Dan? Okay, thank you.
How about now? All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity tonight to kind of give an overview of the Oxnard Airport. There'll be a little bit of Camarillo Airport in there as well. My name is Keith Freitas, Director of Airports for Ventura County. With me as well is our Deputy Director, Dave Nafee. So I want to open up by, quite frankly, Mayor and City Council members apologizing for not communicating as well and as frequently as we should have. So tonight is kind of a change for that, and we're going to continue to do better that. We'll kind of talk about some of the items that we're working on, but and quite frankly, the members of the community, our neighbors, we got to get that information out. We're going to work on doing a better job of that.
Thank you.
All right.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the process of remodeling the whole council chamber, so we have some presentations that will be a little bit more difficult to share than normal. Please bear with us.
Here we go.
Mhm.
All right, so tonight I will try to move through it as quickly as possible, take the time that's needed if there's any questions. But I'm going to talk about, what we have heard a lot of, what's the importance of Oxnard Airport? Why is it here? So I'm going to give a little bit of history, big picture, talking about the National Plan of Integrated Airport System. That's a federal system. How those airports are funded. That's the Airport and Airways Trust Fund. Then get down into, the airport system, Camarillo, Oxnard Airport, how they're funded, the economic benefit of those airports, and some of the things we're doing about noise abatement. That's a big issue for the community. And then what we're seeing by the way of new aviation technology. So the NIPIAS, I know it's sometimes hard to believe, but the federal government has a plan for all the airports in the United States. That is the National Plan of Integrated Airports. So there's about 19,000 airports in the United States, but only 3,300 of them are designated in a NIPIAS and significant to the air transportation system in the United States. So here is a photo of the lower 48 states, all of those, just about 3,300 airports, doesn't have Alaska and Hawaii in them. And then we blow up and look at our area. So the ones of significance that have like airline service are in red. And I don't know if I can point to any of those on the screen, maybe not. Okay, so we'll just go, the ones in red, you'll see Santa Barbara up the coast, Burbank, LAX, Long Beach, Orange County, things like that. And then you see the airports in blue. Those are the smaller, they call them in the FAA system, reliever airports. That's where Oxnard and Camarillo fall in place. So the question I hear a lot is, if I want to catch a flight, I go to Santa Barbara, I go to LAX, or I go to Burbank. Why do we need these smaller airports? And the analogy I like to use is that you all have traveled on Highway 101 during commute hours and know how horrible that can be. Well, can you imagine during all hours of the day that every kid on a bicycle, people walking on the street, families with their kids are also sharing Highway 101, what that gridlock would look like? Well, that's the same concept with the bigger airports. The reliever airports, Oxnard, Camarillo, relieve the smaller, slower planes from Burbank and LAX so that airline traffic can move faster. You've seen the news in the past, what Thanksgiving looks like when you're trying to travel. Can you imagine that? And worse, every single day, if you try to take an airline flight anywhere, that's what it would look like. So that's the larger system. And we get into, well, how is that all funded? So it is by grants that we get assistance to make capital improvements. And it's a user tax. So every time you buy an airline ticket, you see that top line, 7.5% of that airline ticket is taxed to go back into the Aviation Trust Fund to help improve those nippiest airports throughout the country. So monies go to improve LAX, monies go to improve Oxnard Airport. Just last year, we received a $14 million grant to improve our new runway at Oxnard Airport. And then there's a bunch of other fees that go in. All of those go into the Aviation Trust Fund. And then this is 2019. You'll see the bottom there is almost $16 billion a year are put back in that Aviation Trust Fund to be used for improvements and the paying for the air traffic system. One of the other questions we hear frequently is the enterprise fund and budget. You see the top blue line is the you'll see the last couple of years with COVID, and we had a runway closure. Those numbers were a little higher. And on top, you see depreciation. So we follow accounting practices. We show depreciation. Those are for the runways and taxiways, all those improvements we have, because we have to show that. And so you'll see it's about $1 million for each airport that we're depreciating per year. But the unique thing is that we do get federal dollars, grant dollars for those improvements. Even though we account for them in depreciation, we're fortunate enough to get federal dollars to make those improvements. And a good example is the Oxnard runway that we built last year for $14 million. It cost the county nothing. And that was part of the federal dollars that helped to keep that system going. And then if you go down into the green, again, we're an airport system. So both Camarillo and Oxnard, you can't see, don't know if we can move that little caption there where I am up on that screen. Maybe not. Is it possible to move?
Can we help them?
Just
Can we,
slide that.
do we have a pointer we can assist them with?
Perfect.
There we go.
So in the green boxes are the two airports combined. The revenues you see, we have excess revenues for the combined two airports in the amount of about $675,000 on average for the last 6 years that we looked at. And our reserves sit currently this year almost $16 million. So our annual budget is about $9 million. Again, we're an enterprise fund, so all the folks that use rent airplane tie downs and hangar space and all that, landing fees, fuel fees, all of that comes as revenue to us, about $9 million. We also have a very healthy business park associated with Camarillo Airport. All those revenues come to the Airport Enterprise Fund, and that has helped us as we build those reserves for future projects and things like that. And here's just a different summary chart that shows that if you included depreciation, where the revenues would be. And then the same if without depreciation for the two airports. And the top bar shows the fund balance, our reserves, again, just under $16 million currently. So one of the most important things to talk about is, so that's how we fund it. We're self-funded. So we're one of the few government entities that are self-funded, but we also contribute back to the local economy because all those businesses, they have jobs. So again, we'll focus on Oxnard Airport, $51 million per year, an economic benefit, about 310 jobs, payroll is about 19 million, and there's about 15 businesses there. We do still maintain our airline certificate for commercial service. if that is an opportunity at some point in the future. And then local taxes do come back to the county, local schools, and a tune of just over $2 million per year for Oxnard. And then you see the numbers at Camarillo, they're higher numbers. It's a larger facility. It also has the business park tied with it as well. So here's some of the businesses that are at Oxnard. Some are non-aviation, Dollar Rental Car, Ventura Credit Union, Avis Budget Car Rental. And then the aviation, Golden West, Aspen Helicopters, California Aeronautical University at the airport. And a larger list at Camarillo. There's about 65 businesses at Camarillo. But I don't want to pass up, what's again, the value of the airport is the emergency services. This is a good example. Local electric company is Ventura County Fire to pre-position this helicopter. It was at Oxnard Airport for a period of time to protect this community based here. It's gone back between here and Camarillo Airport, but that's an important item that I wanted to note. So in summary, again, on the financial side, two airports in one system. We're self-sufficient. No local tax dollars spent. Again, those taxed dollars are user fees for those using the aviation system. And we contribute back financially back to the community, brings local jobs and vital to the national system. Those that use, again, those other airports, it's part of the system, these smaller airports. Noise program has been a grave concern from the 9 months that I started on this job. Talking about aircraft operations, we'll talk about touch and goes. And a touch and go is either a landing or a takeoff. That's a touch and go. And then airport department actions to help mitigate these issues. So I kind of want to just talk a little bit of history. Here's Oxnard Airport and the number of operations. So the top line is the total number of operations per year. So if you go back 30 years in the 90s, total operations were in the tune of just over 140,000 operations, again, a landing or a takeoff. And the bottom blue line is the touch and goes, those that are staying in the pattern and doing training or currency. So that's, you see that number down below. So it's much higher. It's kind of dipped down, and now it's, you see it kind of coming back up over, I'll say, the last 10 years. But at this point, it's at 75,000 total operations, and touch and goes are about 43,000 operations per year. So that's kind of where we are at this point. And so people ask, well, what's happening? Well, it follows the economy. It follows the demand for new pilots. If you've seen the news, the last news article I saw is the demand the next 20 years for worldwide pilots is some 600,000 aircraft mechanics, some 600,000 jobs, and flight crew about 900,000. So that's what you kind of see is that up and down. Put it in perspective, Oxnard Airport, and here we go with Camarillo Airport, more than double number of total operations and more than double total touch and goes. So it's a busier airport than Oxnard is at this point. So what are we doing right now? I know we're here in the community. Again, from the day I started was, you need to start working on this issue. I had a lovely young lady tell me, we talked probably a month or two ago, who told me, Keith, your honeymoon is up. You had 90 days to solve this noise issue. And I tried to kind of explain, the airport's been there for 88 years. What pilots have been doing in their training, they've been doing for decades, more than 50 years. That's going to take some time. So what you kind of see is a plan up here. Engagement, and again, the last 12 months, we've been engaging with the community, listening to what the issues are. It's very clear for us right now, the issue is touch and goes. I talked to the former airport director that was here 30 years ago, and his issue at the time was jet aircraft noise. So that's kind of solved that, and now we're into touch and goes. So the things that we're working on, communications and engagement manager, her first day was today. So we haven't had somebody that could focus for us on the noise issues, building relationships with the community members, educating our pilots on what we're looking for them to do. So that is her top mission as she comes on board. Her first name is Jeanette. We're acquiring new, thank you, Dave, from our office, is installing new flight tracking systems. So it'll flight track the airplanes, the altitudes that they're at. That'll help provide detailed analysis of who we need to go after in the sense of who we can educate better, where we want them to fly, how we want them to fly, so that they can be better neighbors for our community. Hosting a flight school forum where that's set up actually for next week. We've invited 35 flight schools in the LA basin to attend, from Santa Barbara, Whiteman, Van Nuys, Long Beach, all the airports, Santa Monica, that have flight schools in the area that use our airport, to come and talk about how they can operate at our airport, Oxnard, and be a better neighbor. So that's happening next Tuesday. And we've also been working on pilot flight guides. I'll call it a roadmap, and it's the next slide. You'll see it. It's kind of where we want the pilots to fly, adjusting so that they can be better neighbors for our community. And the last is, we just were awarded an FAA grant, just under $800,000, FAR Part 150 noise compatibility study. What we do in that is do analysis of the impacts of our noise and what we can do to be better neighbors. So it's typically a 1.5 year long process. We've got community members involved, pilots and air traffic controllers involved. And it's, you know, what techniques are being used around the country for us to be better neighbors. So here it is. This is for Oxnard. We have one for Camarillo Airport as well. And I don't have a pointer, but you see the two bottom blue flight tracks. Those are the flight tracks that we want our pilots to follow. It's a little different than what they've done in the past, but if they go over the areas along the shore, you run into Oxnard Shores, Channel Island, Via Marina. Those are the areas that we don't want that slow climbing turnover. So it's either you turn inside the Edison Canal and stay north of Woolley Road, or you continue out well past the shoreline coming back. So this is the kind of thing I'm talking about, that, you know, these are what pilots, they've normally flown basically in between those areas. That's what they've been doing for decades. We've got to change that action, that behavior. And I'll tell you, pilots and flight school owners are open to this concept. We just have to educate them. So it's going to take some time. Again, they've done it for decades. It's going to take us some time. Our community, I know, is tired of hearing the airport say it'll take some time, but we have a plan. We have the people in place, and now it's just executing. And I expect we will see improvements by the end of this year, and then carrying on through 2023 and beyond. Mm-hmm. So what's coming on the horizon? We've got new aviation technology, business opportunities at Oxnard and Camarillo, economic benefits for revenues and things like that, and potential passenger service at Oxnard. Now, if I could play this video.
Diego, you can help.
Many of you are too young to understand or remember the Jetsons, the TV cartoon. If you haven't seen it, for you young kids, go find it on YouTube and you'll understand. But the Jetsons are coming.
Arming. Okay, coming up.
Today is a really big day for electric flight. Vertical takeoff and landing, it all happened here.
And we don't have to listen to all the
incredibly proud to be a part of this team that's put this together. Both on the flight test side, we have an amazing flight test team, but also just the incredible engineering talent we have. When you've got exceptional people like we have at Joby, then you do exceptional things.
Talking to companies right now that are looking at Olympics.
We've redefined possible here at Joby. We've shown that with the right people and the right team and the right technology, we can do what everyone else thinks is impossible.
Friendly, quiet technology. So, we talk about the air service back at Oxnard someday. The old citizens, regional airlines, Transit, LAX, probably don't see something like this. In the parking lot, it picks you up and takes you to the airport.
How many passengers can you get?
At this point, I've seen models that are 2 to 6 passengers.
Phone charging.
All right, let's go back. All right, thank you. Maybe. Oop. Too far. So unmanned aerial vehicles for a variety of uses. These are the companies, leading companies in the air taxi: Joby, Archer, Lilium, Jaunt Air Mobility, Beta Technologies, Kitty Hawk. So there are a lot of companies in this space. I had a conversation because my previous job was up in the Bay Area with an engineer who said, I asked him, I said, you know, you're expecting to do this technology. You guys can't even figure out autonomous driving vehicles yet. And he educated me. He said, actually, autonomous driving vehicles are much more difficult. You've got shadows, you've got dogs, you've got kids, you've got trees, parked cars, all of that. Flying up in airspace where you're just avoiding a mountain or another airplane, much easier to move from point A to point B. So the economics of eVTOL, again, $5 billion invested to date. And these are big companies: Toyota, Boeing, Uber, JetBlue, Honda, Airbus. You got private investors like Google co-founder Larry Page, United Airlines. They're expecting 280,000 jobs by 2035, revenues 300 to 500 billion next 5 to 10 years, 250 companies involved in some portion of that technology. And again, community, noise friendly, environmentally friendly. Again, these are used for agricultural, inspection, delivery service, construction, mining, photography, marketing, firefighting, law enforcement, wildlife conservation. And just recently, United Airlines invested $10 million deposit on the first 100 of another company, Archer Aviation. The questions Q&A section that we've heard, again, at least in the last 9 months I've been on the job, and hopefully put some answers to at least some of the information. I've seen flyers in the community. You know, community members have called me and said, you know, I was at the local coffee shop or donut shop and there was this flyer and, you know, this didn't make sense. I wanted to hear more information. So let's go through some of these. Oxnard Airport loses millions of dollars per year, drained to local taxpayers. As I mentioned previously, 2 airport system, we generate self-sufficient revenues. We have, you know, any business that has revenues, annual budget of 9 million with revenues of 15 million, most people would think successful.
Keith, Councilmember Teran, do you want to go before we go into the questions? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
Oh.
Keith.
So that's the first item. Oxnard should stop airplanes from doing touch and goes. Ventura County has accepted federal dollars, which means we can't be exclusive of an aviation use. We can't be selective to say, you want to perform touch and goes, you can't do that. We're prohibited by the FAA from doing something like that. Folks have asked, you know, there's other airports that do that, and I have advised them that there are other airports that have had noise restrictions grandfathered in back in 1990. If you had previously had noise restrictions, those are grandfathered in. We didn't have any at the time, therefore we can't now make that change. Airplane operations are not safe. I know that, you know, airplane accidents are concerning to community members. I understand that, but put it in perspective, there's about, on average, 40,000 vehicle fatalities per year. There's about 400 aviation aircraft fatalities per year.
Mm.
All right,
Mhm.
I better hurry. We've heard, aviation fuel, leaded fuel, does have lead in it right now. I'm happy to report multiple things that the FAA, they've been working on it for more than 10 years. And September 1st, just a few days ago, they approved a fuel that will supply every piston airplane in the United States, in the world. It will work. So now it's a transition issue, but they've been working on that. And they finally have the answer. And I'm also happy to report that I've talked to the two of the vendors that provide fuel at Oxnard and Camarillo, and they're already working on getting that fuel to our two airports as we speak. Oxnard Airport, this is the one I've heard. Oxnard Airport doesn't charge landing fees for small airplanes. Therefore, it attracts all of the flights, everybody doing flight training coming to Oxnard Airport. So the answer is no, we actually charge similar. We do charge heavier airplanes, planes over 12,500 pounds, landing fees. But how we get our fees, as I mentioned in the grants process, aviation fuel is charged. So no matter what airport you're at, you're charged. And, we get grant dollars based on operations and based airplanes. So we get our funding and we charge landing fees and other things. And as you see, our landing structure and our finances are very strong. Again, what I've kind of explained, because people say, well, there's all kinds of planes coming from other airports. And I explained that similar when you learn to drive, you didn't just drive around your block all day long. You drove around your block first, and then you went to another city, and then you went maybe into LA. So that's the same thing that happens with pilots. They go to different airports, and that's the same. And you saw the numbers for Camarillo. Camarillo has twice as many operations, twice as many touch and goes as Oxnard does. So you'll see that at Santa Paula, Santa Barbara. That's normal that airplanes go to other airports. Oxnard Airport, and I got to that, touch on it a bit. Should we implement noise restrictions, fines? Ventura County, they're not abiding by our voluntary program. As I mentioned, the FAA, what was happening in the airports across the country, were instituting all kinds of different noise restrictions. And that was, inhibiting the transportation system. So in 1990, they enacted a regulation that said no more. If you had a standing noise restriction, those were grandfathered in. But anything new had to go through what they call a Part 161 study. And it's so difficult to get through that process. Since 1990, only one airport has been successful, and they got a piece of what they were asking for. Other airports, local airports like Burbank, spent 7 years, $7 million, submitted their proposal to the FAA, and the FAA denied it. LAX has tried the same, couldn't get any sort of program through. Maybe. Did I go too far? Yeah, the other is Department of Airports, Oxnard and Camarillo. It doesn't provide information regarding what's going on. I would offer that we're very transparent. We have both an aviation advisory committee, meets once a month typically. And then we have both Camarillo and Oxnard airport authorities that meet once a month typically. So through that, we run, the issues. I give a director's report, but documents and planning and all that are run through all three of those entities. And ultimately, if it's something that's required, like a lease or something like grants, those also go to our board of supervisors. One question that's been out there, Camarillo Airport Master Plan, we started that before I came, and it was kind of shut down. We've negotiated with the FAA to terminate the master plan process instead of just doing an airport layout plan update. Meets the FAA requirements, but the key is no significant changes are expected regarding the Camarillo Airport. And in turn, what does that mean then for the Oxnard Airport and the community here? Because we're terminating the master plan, we also do not expect any changes at Oxnard Airport resulting because we have terminated the master plan process for Camarillo. So in summary, again, big picture, national plan, even these small airports, if you take a flight on a, LAX or Burbank or Santa Barbara, these small airports are important to you. How it's funded, Aviation Trust Fund, economic impact of these two airports, our budget highlight, all the things we're doing for noise abatement, working hard. Again, it's going to take some time. Expect to see significant improvements. We've already heard from the community already. They've seen some improvements, but they obviously want to see many more. And then new aviation technology, which I think is going to be good for business, but also good for the community. Environmentally friendly, new technology. It's quiet, battery, friendly all the way around. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Keith. Council members, you have any questions of Keith? Because we also have about 20 speakers here in line, so go ahead. Councilmember Turan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas, for the presentation. I have a couple quick questions. I understand we have a lot of speakers who would like to comment on the item as well, so I'll be quick. In your presentation, you had mentioned that at Oxnard Airport, there are 310 jobs created. Can you tell us what some of those jobs are that operate out of Oxnard Airport?
So the biggest are, our FBO, our fixed base operator, Golden West, and then our other business, Aspen Helicopters. So the fixed base operator, Golden West, services airplanes and folks that are flying into the community. Aspen Aviation has, contracts with ag in the area. They do a lot of ag flying, do some flight training. And then they have contracts with the military as well, Point Magoo doing contracts there as well. And then you've got, a couple of the car rentals. And then you have all of those folks that support those businesses on the outside. So that's where you get to the 310, the various types of business, air traffic control, things like that.
Okay, so those are ancillary jobs, not necessarily flight related, but you mentioned like the rental businesses, people who service that, the porters, the folks who in the air traffic control, as you mentioned. Okay.
Right.
The next question is, in the presentation, you mentioned that because of the acceptance of federal grant funds, there is a requirement that there not be exclusionary practices in the way that operations are run. What were examples of those federal funds that we received and what were they used for?
So the most recent, as I mentioned early on, is the runway grant, which is about a $14 million to repave 25, 30-year-old runway. So we did the full length of the entire runway. So that was completed just at the end of last year, $14 million. Recently, we just accepted, as I mentioned, the noise mitigation study. That was about $800,000 that we just accepted. And then tied today, we had to finish the runway project was all the adjoining taxiway connectors. And that was just signed for an $8 million grant for those 5 connectors to that runway.
Okay.
So those are the most recent ones.
All right. I seem to recall that being a public process too, because I was in my neighborhood council at the time, the summer that had come up. And I remember being involved in those meetings because I live in the Fremont South neighborhood, which is right across from the airport. And I recall being one of the few people who didn't own a plane that was in those meetings, and they were held online. And so whenever these grants come up, is that a public process to reach out to the community and ask like, hey, we're thinking about applying for these funds. We'd like your input on it. Should we apply? Should we not? What should be used towards?
Again, the public process for us is through the Aviation Advisory Committee and the airport authorities, and then ultimately through our board of supervisors. So that's the public. Normally we wouldn't do specific outreach unless we were doing a master plan, and that's because you're looking at changes. This is like, we didn't change anything on the runway. It was just repairing existing. So not heavier airplanes, not a longer runway, anything like that.
Okay. And I'd imagine your communications manager, you just hired to probably be tasked with something like that.
We will utilize social media much more than we ever have in the past. No question about it.
Okay. Thank you. My final question is regarding the newer technology you highlighted. And I I'm trying to think of a proper way to ask this question, but I guess the first part of the question is that technology, is it all autonomous or is it remote piloted or is it a live person piloting those devices or those vehicles?
So it's all of that. You know, it depends who you're talking to, which company. Some companies are talking fully autonomous, some are talking pilot first, and then, you know, something that helps them autonomously to fly. The reality, to be candid and direct with you, is I think that we are decades away from the general public being comfortable with not having anybody in a cockpit flying them from point A to point B.
Okay. And the reason I ask that is I'm imagining I have no baseline level of knowledge around that technology, but I'm guessing that there's some safety and security considerations that are being taken into play with that as the technology develops. Just I imagine if there's an autonomous flying vehicle that passengers are in, if there was an emergency, there should be some way to take control of that vehicle. However, on the flip side, there's the ability to take control of that vehicle without a pilot present.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, yes, there's no question that, you know, they have redundant systems across the board. They have parachute systems. I mean, there's a lot of those things that are being discussed. And the safety is for sure. I mean, even the testing of these vehicles, the process they've got to get approval just to do testing in the airspace is many years to prove these.
All right. Thank you for those responses. Thank you, Mayor.
Council members, any other questions before we go to public comments? Councilman Perrella? Mhm.
Thank you very much. For the public, I serve on the Oxnard Airport Authority and I sit next to Councilmember Lopez, who's the president of the Oxnard Airport Authority. What is the difference between the two runways, Cambrio and Oxnard, length?
A length approximately 50 feet. So negligible from a pilot's aircraft standpoint.
Because there's been a perception that larger planes could come to Camarillo because it's a much longer runway. But again, you're saying it's only 50-foot difference.
50 foot and really our limiting is the weight capacity of both runways, about 100,000 up to 115,000. That's kind of what they're designed for. So larger airplanes is not, as a matter of fact, we had a 737 that asked to come in and I denied it 2 weeks ago.
And the only reason from attending the airport authorities that a plane like that could land if it was minus cargo and it didn't have much fuel in it, because then it would be at the weight that it could land.
Yeah, I mean, that airplane in particular was still over our weight and that just is detrimental to our pavement. So that's why it was a no.
And the reason I'm sharing this, member of the council, because there's been a lot of false information about the city of Oxnard is trying to get Amazon to land at Camarillo. That's not happening, correct?
I can be 100% clear, neither Camarillo or Oxnard has any discussions with anybody from Amazon about flying at either airport. That is correct. That is not happening.
The last couple of questions. How many private pilots own planes that are hangared in Oxnard and the same information for Camarillo?
We have approximately 140 based airplanes at Oxnard and in Camarillo, approximately 420.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate you coming to our city and making this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council members, no other questions, and we'll go ahead and go with the speakers. And we have our first speaker is Barbara Mackey Ortiz. And it's going to be followed by Steve, and it's TANNEHTILL, and then LNGLEU. So it's Barbara Mackey Ortiz first. Is she available, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor.
Hello, I'm on the line.
Go ahead, Barb.
Okay, thank you. This is Barbara Macri Ortiz. I'm a resident. I live on First Street. I've lived here since 1992, which is very close to the airport. And I think the biggest concern I have, aside from the concern that I think the airport over the years has basically controlled what we could do in Oxnard, and I was very offended by that as a housing attorney, because every time we had a project, there would be complaints about, well, it couldn't be built because of the airport. And I mean, it extended really far. I haven't seen any of that in the last few years, but in terms of the reach of the airport and being respectful of the community is something that I think really needs to be kept at the top of your agenda, because I don't know if you can appreciate how much decision making is basically taken away from our council because the airport won't allow it. So that's an issue that's going to be continuing, and I think that's something you need to deal with. The second thing, as a resident here, it used to be there was a flight path, so you knew when a plane was coming in if they were on track because they were on the track. Today, planes come from everywhere. It's kind of intimidating, and it's kind of scary because you don't know whether this is somebody who's a little out of control or what. And so that's something I'm really concerned about. You know, it used to be the flight pattern went over the city council, city hall, it went over Santa Clara Church straight down. Now they come in from every angle. And I think that that's something that you need to work on, because that does not give the community a very good feeling of sense of security. The other thing that I've noticed is a big problem now is that there are so many helicopters, and they sound big. You know, I'll be in the house, I won't see them, but I mean, they shake the house, and they're
30
coming in over my
seconds.
backyard. So that's a concern in terms of what's going on with that. I think there has to be more control. At least if there isn't, you know, if they're going to be coming this way, then I think that the community should be at least respected enough to be advised that, oh, the flight pattern has changed and this is what you're going to see and it's normal, and don't worry that, you know, this plane or this helicopter is going to crash in your backyard or on your house. So that's something I think that really needs to be dealt with for the people who live around the airport. And
What
I
time
do
is that?
remember the crash over there at the ball field. So there have been.
Thank you, Barbara. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, you got 3 minutes to speak, you know, just for information. So when I call you, you don't have to use all your 3 minutes, but you do have 3 minutes. Thank you, Barbara. Our next speaker is Steve, and T-A-N-N-E-H-T-L, so I don't want and then followed by Alan, G-L-E-U, and then Doug after you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Thank you, Director Freitas, and thank you, City Manager. My name is Steve Tannehill. I'm speaking tonight as an individual and a resident of Oxnard. My comments are going to focus on the financial pieces of tonight's presentation. And by way of background, before I retired, I worked in the financial services industry. I was a CFO of a manufacturing company where I was responsible for their financials. And I was also an adjunct professor in finance at CSUN. Let me start by saying I support the work that Keith has been doing. He has been listening to the community, and he's working hard on solving the noise problem at Oxnard Airport. He is committed to us seeing significant improvement by the end of the quarter, which I very much look forward to. But I don't see everything exactly the way the Department of Airports sees it, and particularly when it comes to understanding the financials. What we haven't seen tonight is the budget for this fiscal year, the 22-23 fiscal year, and that budget shows an operating loss for both airports of $1.2 million. Council members Lopez and Porello saw that when at the Airport Authority. The budget shows that CMA is going to make $300,000 and Oxnard is going to lose $1.5 million. Oxnard loses $2 for every dollar of revenue. Numbers tonight have excluded depreciation, but this is not in accordance with generally accepted accounting principle. There are other financial measures that can look at just cash, but it's simply incorrect from an accounting and reporting standpoint to show a gain-loss number that's greater than what GAAP would permit by excluding certain expenses that GAAP requires be included. Oxnard stays afloat two ways. Number one, users of Camarillo pay fees and rents that instead of being used at Camarillo are used to keep Oxnard open. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I suppose, is in the eyes of the beholder. Transparency would require we all, including CMA tenants, be aware of it. And the other way is through federal tax dollars. As the presentation showed, FAA grants are funded with federal tax dollars. Just as you pay a federal gas tax when you buy a gallon of gas, you pay a federal tax when you buy a ticket. The best example of that subsidy in action is in fact the runway, which Director Freitas referenced. It was at the end of its useful life. It needed to be replaced. It would cost $14 million to replace that runway. The DOA does not have that kind of money. It would have wiped out the entire reserves. And as we've seen, the operating budget doesn't support it.
30 seconds.
The only way that was able to be replaced is with a subsidy from the federal government. Federal tax dollars were sought and received, and they rebuilt the runway. But had that money not been available, Oxnard would have been in a tough spot. The runway needed to be rebuilt, but without the money to do so, it could not have been rebuilt. So again, whether that's good or bad is in the eyes of the holder, but transparency suggests that we all be aware of that. Federal tax dollars not available, that runway would not have been rebuilt.
Thank you, Steve.
Time is up.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan GLEU, followed by Doug Talbert and Don, excuse me. Go ahead, Don. Alan.
Okay. Mayor, council members, my name's Alan Glenn. I would like to address the $51 million economic impact that was claimed in the presentation this evening. This figure comes from a 2019 Oxnard Airport Economic Benefit Analysis Report. I've reviewed the report, and there are several missing critical elements that any economic benefit analysis should have, including evaluation of both positive and negative considerations. First, it ignores the negative economic spillover costs associated with the airport. We know one of the toxic waste problems at the airport, the soil is contaminated with polyfluoroalkyl, also known as PFAS. The airport has spent over $250,000 just to identify the extent of the problem. And at some point, it needs to be remediated at some additional, very likely significant cost. We know that piston airplanes using airspace emit lead toxins in the atmosphere, which the best scientific evidence we have tells us is being ingested by children, causing many of them to deal with lifelong cognitive and other health issues. None of this is in the analysis, nor is there any mention of the crashes that are an inevitable part of any nearby airport, especially one that trains inexperienced pilots. There have been at least 4 crashes in our local area in the last 2 years. These have significant cost to police, fire, and time lost, and roads are closed. Also, the analysis attributes the benefit to all tenants at the airport, even though, as noted in the presentation, the majority of the tenants at the airport have nothing to do with aviation. They are simply renting commercial space. In our judgment, it's incorrect to attribute the economic benefit of such tenants to the airport as such. Finally, the analysis implicitly assumes if the airport wasn't there, there would be no economic benefit from the land within the city of Oxnard. While that may have been true in the 1930s when the airport was established, it's clearly no longer the case. The airport sits on 230 acres. If it wasn't purposed as an airport, it could be repurposed for other uses at a value of between $1 and $1.5 million per acre. The land clearly has significant value to the community in the city today. I would also note that if the land were being used for other purposes, it would generate millions of dollars in property taxes to come to the city and the county. But as an airport, it does not pay any property taxes. The presentation also cited over $2 million of taxes paid at the state level, and those
Your
taxes
time is
can
up,
also
sir.
be paid by the businesses.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you. So Doug is next, followed by Don Singer and then Rob Harry. Doug.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Doug Talbert. I'm a resident of Via Marina. I'm also an airline pilot. Firstly, I would respectfully disagree with the director that Oxnard is a reliever airport. It may have been at one time, but it's been downgraded according to the latest FAA records. So I just wanted to get that off the record here. Secondly, there seems to be a lot of hype with the VTOL aircraft, and I think it's time to dispel a lot of myths about this new technology, which, by the way, is decades away from the FAA certification. I know a lot of aviation enthusiasts have been overly excited about the battery-powered aircraft, but aside from what the unrealistic claims by the CEOs of these companies make in their effort to lure more investors, there are giant hurdles to be overcome before these even become practical in terms of developed battery technology, regulatory requirements, and infrastructure. Now, according to industry analysis, these eVTOLs are expected to cost anywhere between $1 and $3 million. And with only 4 to 5 seats, they will require high utilization to be profitable. Their initial operating costs are expected to be upwards to $11 per seat mile. And right now, conventional helicopters can operate at $9 per seat mile, which begs the question, if there is a viable market for these air taxis, why aren't helicopters doing it right now? These companies have stated their intent was to operate off of roofs of parking structures. So why do they even need Oxnard? Now, as an industry insider, I have on numerous occasions pointed out to the members of the Airport Authority that because the airlines have changed their business model over a decade ago, scheduled air service under Part 121 of federal air regulations is a thing of the past, and Oxnard Airport to continue to maintain their obsolete Part 139 certificate to facilitate scheduled air service, which they haven't seen in over a decade, is a blatant waste of taxpayer money. But now the myth about eVTOLs is being used as an excuse to continue to maintain the airport's requirement for facilitating scheduled air service. However, under FAA regulations of on-demand air taxi service, which is known as Part 135, that these VTOL manufacturers have applied to operate under, there is no requirement for the airport's Part 139 certification. So again, why are we wasting money on unnecessary infrastructure? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Don Singer, followed by Rob Harry.
Right on. My name is Don Singer. I live on Viewpoint Drive in Westport. It's right under the landing pattern. And I know most of my neighbors, and they've never had any complaints about the airport. There's never been any complaints. And as to airplanes disturbing us, they're persons. Who are these persons that are so disturbed? I can't figure that one out. I firmly believe there are devious motivations for their complaint, such as a land grab. I think that's a very serious thing to look over before any choices are made. And then I don't think it's a very good idea to close the airport. The airport's a gem in this city. And as for the leaded gas, the FAA has cleared that years ago. That's silly to even bring that up. And maybe you should stop cars from driving on Victoria and Woolly. That would cut down a lot on the emissions. I've lived here for 17 years, and there has never been a complaint that I know of in my neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Harry, followed by Barb Filkins, and then John George. Rob Harry.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name, as you said, was Rob Harry. I'm not a pilot. I'm a retired engineer. I moved to Oxnard not too long ago. I love the weather and love it in Ventura County, over where I came from, LA County. Despite not being here that long, I've been coming to Oxnard, this area for quite a number of years. And I must say that I'm in favor of a local private airport in the community. I think it benefits a lot. I live right under the flight path as well. And I really can't say that there's anything that I notice that's any different from anywhere else I've lived in the United States in my lifetime as a kid growing up in the Chicago area and down in Orange County, California. I don't honestly see an issue where the planes are unduly noisy or any emissions coming from them. I like the community of pilots. I like that caliber of person in my immediate area, and I support them and what they do, and I think they're an asset to the community. Just wanted to come out tonight and say that, and I'll return the rest of my time to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Barb Filkins, Fallon, excuse me, followed by John George.
It's never easy to pronounce. It's Filkins. Anyway,
Thank you.
I just wanted to make the comment that as far as the airport goes, it is a very valuable resource to the county. And I want to point out a few things. One, I teach for CAU that is present on the campus of the airport. I'm actually a aviation academics instructor, but I am also a CFI. I also happen to teach aviation safety. And aviation, along with nuclear energy, in some cases healthcare and so forth, is what is known in the industry as an ultra high risk, ultra safe industry. From GAA on up, there is an emphasis on safety, and it's a very powerful one that is shared across not just the United States, but an international culture. A lot of what you see what Mr. Freitas talked about as far as the national airspace is replicated internationally under the auspices of ICAO, a UN agency. And that means you can get on an airplane here and fly to Europe, and you basically follow the same airspace rules across the board. Translated down to what goes on in the traffic pattern at Oxnard, most of those touch and goes are either accompanied by an instructor, experienced pilot, or if the student pilot has been turned loose on solo, it's a pretty onerous event as far as the instructor goes. It's on us to make sure that that pilot is safe. And I would like to point out that more of the most recent accidents have not been due to touch and goes at Oxnard. Finally, one last comment on what Mr. Freitas talked about as far as the technology goes. I think in response to the other speaker, that technology is coming online. It may be a while, and I would be happy, and I think I could probably get her to come talk about it, the VP North America of Airbus. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, John George, followed by Warren T. Okay,
Hello, council. How are you doing tonight?
good, thank you.
I'm John George. I'm a 36-year resident and homeowner of Oxnard. My joke that I tell people is I've moved 4 times in those 36 years. I've never moved more than a mile away from any house. So I've lived in the Mandalay Bay, Oxnard Shores area, and the airport traffic area for 36 years. Driving over tonight down 5th Street, I passed Oxnard Airport. And sometimes it seems like it's not real obvious the benefits to the community the Oxnard Airport provides, but I'd like to point out a couple of things to the council. There are a lot of operations that are not obvious, but a lot of things that happen that benefit our community. And one of them is the provided services that Director Freitas has talked about, police, fire, and safety, which everybody wants to continuing at the airport. But we also have a lot of private enterprises that happen because of the airport being part of the national airspace system that allows airplanes to come in and provide services such as Angel Flight West. I don't know if you're aware of that, but Angel Flight is a system that allows private airplanes to transport passengers that are sick or need medical attention or non-ambulatory. They can get them to the medical attention they deserve. These are local people that are benefiting from this. They also have what's called Pilots and Paws, which, believe it or not, is the same type of service, but it's for rescue animals, for able to transport rescue animals back and forth to provide the service that people are asking for in our local community to get these animals and these issues taken care of. These are important things that benefit our community. We also have something called Flying Samaritans, which operates out of Oxnard Airport. This is an operation that transports doctors to low-income and poor people in Mexico so that they can get medical care. These are local doctors being transported down to provide free medical care for people in Mexico, and it's done by local pilots flying out of Oxnard Airport. So just a few of the things that happen that aren't obvious, but are really, really important. I, for one, would also like to see the airlines come back. And whether it happens or not, there's issues that are involved with pilot shortages and things like that. But if demand comes back, there's no reason why we can't. I really enjoyed having the option to fly out of Oxnard. And I know it was very popular when it happened as well. So I'm hopeful that that comes back.
30 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, I support the airport. I want to see it continue to operate. I think it benefits the community in a great way that might not always be obvious, but certainly is throughout the time that's been operating since the 30s. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Warren T, and you'll pronounce it for me, followed by Doug Perez and Valerie Perez.
Hello, yeah, Tittlemeyer, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mhm.
You know, I've been at Oxnard Airport since 2017. I have a small plane in a hangar and lived in and out of Oxnard for my whole life. My wife graduated Oxnard, the old Oxnard High School. Her friends live just south, I think it's Fremont South. None of them have ever complained about the noise. They love it. Their kids come over. We have parties, me and my hangar neighbors, just casual gatherings. And so it's been great. This is my first time coming to one of these, just because I've been seeing the momentum kind of grow. And I just want to say to the director, there's a couple businesses, Aspen, he'd mentioned, but Oxnard Jet Center. So they're part of Aspen. So they fuel our airplanes. So I'm always chatting with the guys that are doing it. They're all local community members. And it's amazing how many people that live in Oxnard don't even know there's an airport. I go down Seabridge, get my hair cuts, and we shop at the Vaughn. And, you know, I always ask about, hey, it has a noise. And they look at me like, from what? And I tell them the airport, and they had no idea. So I'm trying to do what little I can to get them out and expose them to airplanes and give rides and just get community involved. I use it as a business tool. I commute from Oxnard to wherever I do business, and it's a great tool, great people, and I'm a flight instructor as well. So just like Barb was talking about, when people are flying and maybe a touch and go, they're most of the time with a flight instructor. So it's not dangerous. It's not a student driver for the most part up there trying to figure out and come in and land and take off any way they want. We're talking to the tower 99.9% of the time. So I support the airport, and I encourage anybody to come out and walk around, take a visit.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Doug Perez, followed by Valerie Perez.
Hi there. My name's Doug Paris. I'm also, I just want to second a lot of the things that John said. He kind of said it very well, but I also think the airport's an absolute gem. We spend a lot of time there. I am an airline pilot. I had to learn how to fly at a local airport just like this one. I happened to learn in Van Nuys, but we made plenty of trips out here to Oxnard, to Camarillo, and you've got to do these cross-country flights in order to learn how to fly. So learn how to deal with different different air traffic controllers and different airspace, and it's very important. We have a huge pilot shortage. My son is now learning to fly out of Oxnard Airport. It would be an absolute shame to lose something like this. It's a phenomenal place to be. I have 4 kids. They all come out and fly. They bring their friends out to fly. A lot of them are interested, then they become interested in aviation. And I just think it's a, I don't have a whole lot to say, but it's a fantastic place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Valerie Perez. And followed by Benito.
Hi, I'm Val, and I am here to support the airport. My son, just got his pilot's license from Oxnard Airport, and that inspired him to join the Air National Guard at Channel Islands, which will be protecting everyone in the state. So I do think it's very important to keep this airport. That's all I know about the airport. I'm not a pilot myself, but my son was very proud to come and learn how to fly, and is right now in tech school in Texas to come back here to serve our community. So it is very important to keep Oxnard Airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Benito. Benedetto, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and thank you, Director Freitas, for your report. We're not here to close the airport. Let's get that out, okay? We understand the value of the airport, and there are a number of services that the airport provides that are vital to the community. What we are here for is to have the community's voice heard on issues of operating the airport within community standards set by their own noise abatement study, and to have the flight schools operate politely as part of the neighborhood. And if we could all get there, then we could solve a lot of problems. My point is, the last noise abatement study in 1998 was shelved, was not approved, was not even acted upon by the Board of Supervisors, whose job it is to complete the study with the FAA and arrive at resolutions that work for the airport and the community. My primary concern is development that has gone on around the airport that makes it very difficult for the airport to operate in any reasonable community standard, not just noise-wise, but safety-wise. A couple of cases in point. The 1998 study that nobody saw for 24 years until we requested a copy of it when the airport asked for an amendment, asked for a motion to be passed by the Board of Supervisors to create a new study, $800,000 study was shelved. That study recommended that the land space west of the airport not ever be developed, that was zoned as agricultural land. The city, since that study, and it was shelved, as I said, has entitled the North Shore development with a number of homes. So we have an issue here where the airport can't operate properly. The airport director at the time, when the EIR was presented for the North Shore development, asked that it not be developed and pointed out how critical that area was. The Teal Club development, there is a new potential Teal Club development on the table. An EIR has been completed and is waiting the final comments January 1st. The 1998 study shows that there's no mitigation factor for the 40 homes already existing on Little Farm Road in the Teal Club area, and the recommendation was for the county to buy those homes. They can't fix that problem. The development of Portofino was a business park, airport related. The city rezoned it as a residential development, and they're putting another 1,000 residents less than 1,000 feet from the runway. And we have a problem in Oxnard Shores with overflying from the flight schools. Let's fix the noise abatement. Let's get the lead fuel out of it. Let's get our act together with development, everybody talking to themselves, and we can solve this problem.
Thank you. Okay, Joe Gaslin, followed by Rita Wakegartner. Joe, I'm sorry if I messed up your last name there.
Good evening. My name's Joe Gosland, and I live in Oxnard Shores. I spoke at the July City Council meeting about the potential of lead poisoning that is more than likely occurring in the neighborhoods, schools, and communities surrounding the Oxnard Airport. I'm concerned because it appears that no one on this council, nor any of the county supervisors, are taking this issue seriously. In addition, an email went out to the school board, the PTAs, and the Ventura Office of Education. Not one reply. Shameful. I will once again remind you of the recently conducted 10-year scientific study in Santa Clara, California, that found that children living near the Reed Hillview Airport, which is similar to Oxnard Airport, are experiencing lead poisoning. In some cases, blood levels are higher than that was seen in the Flint, Michigan water crisis. There are 5 schools within 1.5 miles of the airport. These schools are being overflown by hundreds of flights each month by small, older, lead-fueled planes using the Oxnard Airport for touch and goes. These children are in danger of lead poisoning, and it is time for the City Council to do your part and do your job and protect the lives and well-being of the citizens and children of our city. I ask that you put this issue on the agenda for your next meeting to consider, at a minimum, involving the EPA in testing for heavy metals, especially lead, in the children attending these schools, and that touch and go landings be suspended immediately until the appropriate tests can be conducted. We cannot wait for the FAA and the CDC to do this for us. Our children's health depends on this. And I again remind you that the CDC has concluded that there is no safe blood levels in children. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rita Garden, followed by Susan Tatum. Rita?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rita Weingarten, and I've been a homeowner in Ventura County for nearly 27 years, calling Oxnard Shores my home for the last 2 years. The quality of life here is severely being affected by the constant touch and go flights occurring low and very loud over our homes in Oxnard Shores and surrounding communities. I too have come up here before and have said this to you guys, and nobody is really listening to us. We need to be heard. We have a very serious issue going on. I love this county, but I am ready to leave. We work remotely from home, but we cannot on most days. The noise is that loud. So we seek out libraries and coffee shops just so we can concentrate and hear people talk on the phone and participate in Zoom meetings. I no longer entertain at my home on weekends. Why? Because we have more flights, more touch and go flights coming over our homes. It is so loud, you cannot hear your friends and family talk to each other at a dining room table. It's that loud. Our weekends are filled with loud and low buzzing planes every minute or so for hours and hours and hours. This is because airports such as Santa Monica has banned touch and goes on the weekends. So they all come here. We have recorded decibel readings that have exceeded 95 decibels from these low flying planes. This is louder than a motorcycle. Imagine having a motorcycle roaring by your home in close proximity every couple of minutes for 6 or more hours. This can go on for days. By day 2, one feels extremely anxious and angry, and I'm very angry. Our psychological health is being greatly impacted. Last Saturday was absolutely horrific. This past weekend, training flights from Whiteman Airport joined in on the fun. Yay. Literally making our lives even more miserable. Whiteman Airport is under the radar because of noise pollution and safety issues. Recently, LA Times reported on the fatal plane crash out of the Whiteman Airport that nearly hit homes.
30 seconds.
We have had our own small plane crashes as well. I'd like to ask that we consider the noise abatement and the study from 1998. And I would also like to have this put on the next agenda at the city council meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Susan Tatum, followed by Joni Conterno.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Susan Tatum, and I've been an Oxnard Shores homeowner and resident for 7 years. And I'm one of the many people who are being negatively impacted by increased touch and go air traffic over our homes. When I heard that Director Freitas was going to give a presentation to you today, I hoped he would place more emphasis on what the airport is doing to reduce or control the hazards it is creating in our neighborhoods. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Less than 22% of his presentation addressed the noise issues, the potential lead exposure, and the legitimate safety concerns that we have. And much of what he spoke about was excuses of things that can't be done. But these are issues that are important to many Oxnard citizens, and it's the purpose of the City Council to govern Oxnard in a manner that responds to current and future needs and concerns of city residents and businesses. I got that off your website. This past Saturday was one of the many days in which out of control touch and go flights wreaked havoc over Oxnard Shores. Now, the term out of control may seem dramatic to you, but both Director Freitas and Assistant Director Nafty have told me personally and in separate conversations that they are not able to control what the pilots do in the air. In the past 18 months, there have been 4 separate small plane accidents in Oxnard, including one each in June and July of this year, with the July accident narrowly missing pedestrians and vehicles on Ventura Road. In the June accident, the pilot lost their life. Neither of these accidents were touch and go. Both involved experienced pilots. In the July accident, trouble began at 6,500 feet, giving the pilot time and a glide ratio to avoid catastrophe. But the touch and go flights over Oxnard shores are not experienced pilots flying thousands of feet above the ground. Many are student pilots, and they are allowed to fly as low as 600 and 700 feet across occupied areas. We see them do this. Should a touch and go pilot in training experience an emergency, there will be very little time or glide ratio to avoid a plane crashing in our community. Director Frieda seems to think that we should all feel better because more people
30
die in
seconds.
car crashes than airplane crashes. This is not a relevant comparison since there are far more people traveling by cars than airplanes. It's also scary to note that according to a study published by Boeing, nearly 64% of all aviation accidents occur during landing or takeoff. In her last Airport Authority meeting on July 26, former Ventura Board of Supervisors Chair Carmen Ramirez expressed her concern about the safety of the Oxnard Airport
Your
and
time
asked
is up.
that discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. Joni Conterno, followed by Walter Hegnet.
Good evening. I'm Joni Conterno, a longtime resident of Oxnard. The current problem of touch and go training flights was not prevalent until about 2 years ago. We residents know this because a flight school's older aircraft using leaded fuel and allowed to circle at low altitudes directly over homes does sound like a motorcycle. These flights are impossible to ignore, and they were not flying over homes to the frequency they are today. We've heard a lot about what can't be done. Let's talk about what can be done. Director Frieda says we can't stop touch and goes because the airport accepted FAA grants and is required to keep the airport open for all types of uses. Great, then control touch and go flights so they can fly friendly and no longer negatively impact the safety and well-being of Oxnard residents. Director Frentis says Oxnard Airport can't implement any noise restrictions without FAA approvals. Touch and go flights are more than just noise. The safety risk and environmental impact elevates this to beyond a noise issue. Raise the level of concern so that training flights can be controlled. He says we can't charge landing fees. Other airports can. There is a fly-friendly pattern in place that allows touch and go training flights, safe and non-invasive options they can follow. Turn left before the canal, turn right over open space or gain altitude and fly out over the ocean. But we continually hear can't. The airport can't control planes in the sky. Pilots are free to fly in between the designated turns directly over occupied areas if they choose to. No one is telling them they can't, especially not the control tower. On a clear day with no wind and no other planes in the pattern, an incoming flight requested touch and go and asked the tower if they should turn left or right. The tower immediately replied left, and that flight flew past the canal directly over homes repeatedly. The tower had the opportunity of directing that plane to the right, avoiding homes, but did not. The airport says they can't control the tower since the FAA contracted Serco to run it. Someone needs to be in control of the skies above Oxnard, please. The current plan is to educate flight schools on the recommended pattern. This voluntary plan can be explained at length, but pilots can't be made to comply. We hope you can do it, Director. A new position to monitor
30
flights
seconds.
is a step in the right direction. There's a new twist. Many pilots, in effort not to be reported as violations, now fly with their tail numbers blocked. A few weeks ago, there was a 3-ring circus of touch and go planes not following the recommended pattern. All 3 had blocked tail numbers. When identified, all 3 planes were from an Oxnard flight school. We welcome Jeanette to do her job. The point is to find a way that touch and go training flights can fly friendly, a way our community can
Your time is up.
finally be safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Austin, let me see. Walter?
Good evening.
Let me
Good
see.
evening, Mayor, City Council.
Oh.
I'm Walter Hagan. I'm Chair of the Oxnard Shores Neighborhood Council. And I want to go back to one of the issues with the Part 150 study. Back when we first started this, I was very involved in finding out what actually was going on back in 1998, and would find little bits and pieces. One was a Federal Register article, a notation from the FAA saying that they had accepted the noise exposure maps from Oxnard Airport. But I had no context in that until last week when the full 150 study that was done back in 98 was posted on the website. I had seen it referenced in the land use plan that was approved by the Board of Supervisors. But at that, so now when I read this, it makes more sense. This is from the Federal Registry. This notice announces that the FAA finds that the noise exposure maps submitted for Oxnard Airport in Oxnard, California are in compliance with the applicable requirements of the Part 150 effective in September 10th, 1998. And under these, the safety and noise abatement, the noise exposure maps which met applicable regulations, which depicted non-compliable lands, that the Act requires such maps to be developed in consultation with interested and affected parties in the local community, government agencies, and persons using the airport. It went on to say that if questions arise concerning the precise relationship between properties and noise exposure from the maps, that the FAA is not involved in any way in determining the relative locations of these specific properties. The noise exposure maps to resolve these questions, that these functions are inseparable from the ultimate land use control and planning responsibilities of local government. These local responsibilities are not changed in any way under FAR 150, Part 150, or through FAA's review of the noise exposure maps. Therefore, the responsibility for detailed overlaying of noise exposure contours onto the maps depicting properties and the surface rests exclusively with the airport operator, which
30
submitted
seconds.
these maps, and with those public agencies and planning agencies in which consultation is required under this Act. The FAA has relied on the certification of the airport operator that the statutory required consultations have been accomplished. I don't know that that was done. We already paid about $500,000 or more for a study in 1998. Why? Or was it done and we haven't gotten the results? I don't know which one it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Nanette Meister, followed by Austin. Nanette Meister, and Austin is P-A-R-K. It's kind of hard to read here. Austin would be next following. Go ahead, Nanette.
Good evening. I'm a resident of the Shore area and I'm a retired person, which means I'm home a lot. One of the things I love to do during the day is to sit outside in my backyard, listen to the birds, and get a nice book and sit and read. I enjoy that. It's downtime. It's something that retired people like to do. And what happens is these planes with the touch and go start coming through the neighborhood, and one right after the other, and it chases me indoors. The quality of life is very important, and I think that I would like to invite each and every one of you to come to my home and sit in my backyard and experience what I experience quite often. This weekend was one of the worst as far as the planes coming, one right after the other. They fly right over the house in the Shore area. They circle. You cannot have a barbecue with your family. You cannot enjoy your outdoors. The kids want to play, and it ruins our quality of life. Again, I would like to invite you, any one of you would like to take me up on this and really see for yourselves. I don't think you understand what we're experiencing every day, and something does need to be done. The touch and go is the biggest issue for the residents of my neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No clapping, please. No clapping, please. Thank you. Austin, followed by Doug Partello.
So
I'm not really used to this, but I'm probably the most unique person in this room.
Can you
because
get closer to the mic again? Thank you, and look at us.
I'm probably
Chris?
the most unique person in this room because I used to live in Flint, Michigan. I used to have an airplane at Whiteman. I crashed an airplane at Oxnard. And currently I'm in civil procedure for law school. So there's a lot of stuff going on.
Please
What-
address the chair. Thank you.
Yeah, what I see is an issue of communication with the residents and the airport. And personally, I don't think it needs to get to this level. I think a lot of this can be solved just with the pilots themselves that are flying out of Oxnard and the community in which is complaining the flying. A lot of the issues are being brought up that are the same issues, i.e. fuel. Fuel is no longer an issue as of 2 days ago. Leaded fuel is going to be eliminated. That's not something that the airport can control. That's not something that the city of Oxnard can control. That's not something that the airport commission can control. That is an FAA issue that has to be approved. And I think a lot of what's going on is who to complain to, how to get the results that that make everybody happy. And instead of tying up the system and saying the same thing over and over and over again. You guys have been saying the same thing for years. You've been complaining to the wrong people. You guys have been explaining this to them for years. They don't understand that. And so I think there just needs to be some type of connection, i.e. with civil procedure, there is a specific procedure in which to get a case to court. It's the exact same way that I think this can apply.
Thank you.
I think I'm done.
Thank you. Okay, Doug Partalo, followed by Eduardo Huerta, and we have a virtual speaker too, Madam. Doug, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council, staff, and the public. My name is Doug Partello. I'm a 36-year resident of Oxnard. I'm the chair of the Cabrillo Neighborhood Council. Residents of our beach communities have been experiencing incredible levels of loud noise from small aircraft flying low over their communities. Questions are also being raised about the lead levels from the gas-powered engines which use leaded fuel. Oxnard Airport is under the authority of Ventura County, but residents of Oxnard have been negatively impacted by the activity of the airport. The new developments of Portino and Teal Club specific plan, which are in close proximity of the airport, more questions are being raised about the health and safety of those future residents, businesses, and light industrial workers. Now, most of the flights into and out of Oxnard Airport are touch and go landings and takeoffs by student pilots from other areas. There are no commercial flights originating from Oxnard now. Oxnard Airport is operating at a $1.6 million deficit each year. These student pilots are not charged. Gas-powered engine aircraft create public health risks by containing lead, which comes out of the exhaust. We know some of the severe health risks of lead poisoning by what happened in Flint, Michigan. Lead additives in auto engines were banned in 1996, but aviation gas, avgas, the primary source of lead emissions. Now they're working on it. They got something now, but by the time it actually gets in the tanks of the plane is much further down the road. So while they wrestle with that, we may have serious health effects, primarily to small children. I spent a 40-year career working with sick children and infants, and this is of much concern to myself. The noise studies that have been done at Oxnard Airport are old. They're 20 years old and they're incomplete. We need lead testing and we need a new noise study. I am not a proponent of closing the airport. I just want mitigation for these folks over here so they can maintain their quality of life. They often don't follow the recommendations, and they're voluntary recommendations. They don't have to follow the recommendations of the authorities. They are not charged. So there's changes that can be made to do that. They say no, I say it can be done. The noise abatement really is a very severe quality of life issue for these folks. The Teal Club specific plan and Portino developments should be placed on hold until these studies can be done and the health and safety of future residents, workers, and business owners can be assured, along with the current residents like these folks and myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Eduardo Huerta, followed by Madam Clerk, a Zoom caller. Eduardo,
Good afternoon. How are you? So it seems like we're talking about really a housing issue. It's not so much quality of life. I mean, obviously, if you would have really thought about this before we did a city planning, we would have thought before we put the school in front, and certain communities that really are the ones that really speaking out today against if we should keep the airport or not. We have a small little group of community called the Cedar Park community, also is Marina West. Forget about the Union Pacific train. I was born and raised around this noise. I don't think, and obviously, I don't think it affects the quality of life. If we're talking about environment, well, that's something to concern. We have Oxnard Shores, we're building homes over platforms and land that always cause environmental issues and concerns, but we have no concerns about that. And we have families living there raising their kids. So I think it's really showing the concerns of what these community members really want. I personally think that I miss the airport because part of our patriotic ways was really airport, Oxnard High School. I think it's important that we maintain and really listen to our community. I think it's really about housing. I think there's probably, this land was probably sold, or there's probably something entitled with the county that you guys don't know what to do now because we're in a housing crisis. Never once thought that we would be here today. And I don't think our community members should pay for that. I don't think the airport should pay for it. I think they should be taken care of. And I think we should find a way to really group together like our community members said here today. It's about community building, not going against each other, Bert. You've been here for years with Carmen. Fortunately, we lost her. Putting her picture there is not going to honor her. Supporting her constituents that have been here for years is what's honoring this community. And I really tell you guys with the bottom of my heart, constituents really go through a lot for you guys. And I think I'm the first one to speak on that. So really, I really suggest that we should really pay attention, do some town halls, really make a difference, work with the commission of the airport. I think that airport should stay, only because it's part of our community. My uncle used to fly from Chicago, from an LA airport to that airport. And just because of traffic reasons, whatnot, it was always nice as a kid to walk down the street, go pick up my uncle and bring him home. And I think just like we have people sharing their feelings, how they're taking flight schools with their kids and they're graduating out of Oxnard Airport. You know, these are things that we carry for memories. And we have a lot of board members that haven't really been here. And so if you guys want to take me serious or not, like if I don't know what I'm talking about, go ahead. But if I win this council,
30 seconds.
I'm going to really ask the right questions for these community members, and I'm really going to stand up for them because you guys did not do this for the past 10 years. You guys need to understand that. I have a lot to say, and I'm not going to keep quiet now. Thank you.
thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have a virtual speaker? Okay.
Caller with phone number 4 digits ending in 8293. Please unmute by pressing *6. Public speaker with phone number ending in 8293. Please unmute by pressing *6. We will come back to you, speaker, with number ending in 8293.
Okay. So
We have 2 other virtual callers.
go ahead. Mhm.
Caller with initials KF. You are calling and holding for public comment. Please unmute by pressing *6. Public speaker with initials KF. Please unmute by pressing *6. Caller with initials KF, we will come back to you one more time.
So we have another speaker, Madam Clerk?
One more.
Okay.
Public speaker, caller with phone number ending in 0218. You have your hand up for public comment.
Thank you. This is Steve Nash, and is this the appropriate time to say a few words about Carmen?
No, we are on the appointment item for the airport at the moment.
The items not on the agenda would be.
You can call back when we call for items not on the agenda if you would like.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. How about the other individuals that can we still get them on? The ones that with no answers?
Speaker with initials KF. Please unmute if you would like to speak. This is our third attempt to contact you for public comment. Speaker with the initials KF. Calling on public speaker with phone number ending in 0218. Calling one more time, asking to please unmute if you'd like to speak on the current item for public comment. Please unmute by pressing *6.
Hi, I was asked to unmute my phone, but I think we're still on the same agenda item.
We are on
Correct.
appointment item for the airport. Were you calling for public comment on that item on the agenda?
No, but I was asked to unmute my phone, so I'm just clarifying. Sorry about the
Okay. Was that Steve Nash? What item did you want to speak on, Steve?
He's on items not on the agenda.
Okay. Okay. Is that the last item, Madam Clerk? On
The
speakers
other
for
two individuals that called in for public comment, speaker with number ending in 8293 and speaker with initials KF, have not
can-
unmuted for public comment, and they've been called upon 3 times.
Okay, we'll get him later then, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tehran?
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Clerk, would we be able to give one more try to 8293? I think we did them twice rather than 3, because I think we went to Mr. Nash a second time on
He's
accident.
calling in for items not on the agenda, not on the current item.
Not on the current item.
Yeah, my apologies. I think that we needed one more try for 8293. I think we went to them.
That's the third time.
Twice,
Okay,
yeah.
try him again.
Caller with phone number ending in 8293. You're on hold for
Yes.
public comment. Are you still there?
Yes, I had been pressing *6 and it just wasn't working.
My apologies.
I would
Are you
just-
calling in for the
that's
airport item?
Yes,
Okay, sir, go ahead.
one of
You
the
have 3
reasons-
minutes to speak.
yes, I won't take that long. I just want to say that, we moved out here because of the airport and the harbor. We live in the harbor. It's actually enjoyable for us to watch the planes fly over the harbor, and our kids find it attractive to see the planes going over, and it stimulates their interest in aviation. So by eliminating that, we're also killing the future pilots that will be flying people that don't like the airport. If you don't have anybody training or learning how to fly, I know that if it's not available, the kids just won't do it. So we just want to speak in favor of the airport and say that we hope things can settle out with good communication. I think that is possible. And most pilots are very conscientious that we've talked to. And if they're asked to do things that will prohibit or limit, noise exposure, or whatever, I'm sure they'll do it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you so
Sir,
much.
would you like to state your name for the record?
Yes, it's actually my wife and I. My name is Steve and my wife is Jennifer. So it's Steve Stack and Jennifer Swihart.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Madam Clerk, any other speakers on this item?
Sorry, I will try one more, the last one more time. Yes, I know. Caller identified as KF. Please unmute by pressing *6.
Okay, Madam Clerk, then we'll go ahead and try them later. And council members, any questions there from Mr. Keith?
Thank you, Mayor.
Keith, you want to come up? Go ahead.
I was gonna let him sit down. He looks like he's worn out. but-
I thought I was done. There's only one shot at me. Hang on.
But
I
Mayor
just
Pro
want-
Tem has a question.
I want to thank everyone who came in to speak, and this is going to be an issue that is not going to be solved overnight. And I think that I know that Mr. Freitas and I have had a few discussions, and I have to say that our communication with you on board now has been much better than some of our previous relationships with previous airport directors. And I truly appreciate that. And I understand a lot of the issues that the homeowners are discussing. I live in the approach zone to Oxnard Airport. I'm on the southern edge of it. I can sit out in my patio in the morning, have a cup of coffee and pretty much wave and make eye contact with a lot of the pilots as they come by because they're low enough where we can see their faces. And so I'm familiar with noise issues, but I also bought my house knowing that I was in the approach zone. And so, and I won't tell you it's been a perfect journey, but most of the time it's understandable. I think the only one time I was really a little bit irritated is when an F-18 came in at about 6:30 in the morning without any warning, and then apparently got waved off and hit the afterburners, out the backside of the airport. I called the Navy, complained to them, and they said it wasn't them, and it was the Air Force from somewhere in the Mid-Valley area. I never did figure out where he came from, but other than that, it's been, I think, bearable. Again, I moved there knowing that I was in the flight path, so but I really want to appreciate the fact that you are always open to phone calls. You always talk, receive my call. And I'm sure that communication will continue with the neighborhoods. And I know that people want answers right now. And from my discussion with you, and you even said tonight that you're trying to work with 50 years of culture of pilots and the way they've done things. And it takes a little bit of time to get things to change, but I know that is a focus for you and getting in good communication with the community. So I appreciate you, your comments, the comments of all the people that talked. And I think we hear you. I think we're going to work towards a solution, but it will take time. Took time to get to where it is now. It's going to take time to get it to where it needs to be. So thank you all very much for your comments.
Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to thank all of the members of the community who came out and spoke on the item. I know I've spoken to a number of you on this item before. I did speak with Director Freitas when he first came on board as well, and we had a good conversation about kind of his vision and his understanding of where folks are coming from within the community. And I'm happy to see that there is some movement in the direction of addressing the issues that have been brought up by the community. And I was also happy to hear people acknowledge that. And so I want to thank you for those efforts. And again, thank the community for coming out. And one request is for the residents who offered for a visit to your home. I would absolutely like to take you up on that offer. I'm hoping you can leave your contact information with the city clerk. And I'm hoping that we can go out, sit down and have a listen one of these weekends to the touch and goes that are going overhead. And again, knowing that I grew up and I've lived almost my entire life in the Fremont South neighborhood, which is adjacent to the old Oxnard High School, which is right over where the planes land. In fact, 20 plus years ago, when I was riding my skateboard over near the adult ed site, that's when the plane crashed into the backstop and the bus barn at the site there. And I was literally around the corner when it happened and was the second person there. There was a gentleman who got there first and helped the pilot out. So I certainly have history and interest in this, and I'd be interested in hearing the perspective from folks from their own front and backyards. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. I will reiterate the comments of my colleagues on here to thank everyone for coming out. I don't think we often get this much participation on an issue, so I appreciate the feedback, your input, and as I shared earlier, as I met with Mr. Di Benedetto, we've seen more progress in recent months, and so I'm hopeful that we can get to a point that the concerns can be addressed, and the communication that is very much ongoing under Director Freitas is going to go a long way. So thank you for being here, for coming to the City Council and to help move this process along to address those concerns. And as a council member Turan mentioned, responding to the invitation, I've been waiting for someone to invite me, and I didn't want to invite
Or
myself
coffee,
to
she's raising
anyone's
her hand.
home. So I thank you for that. And I look forward to the continuing efforts, especially through the Airport Authority along with Councilmember Perello. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Perrella.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody that also showed up, but I would like to thank Director Freitas and the other directors that we've had in the past. Wasn't mentioned tonight, but Director Freitas was instrumental in having a meeting at the Oxnard Airport Authority some months back, quite a few months back, when you first came in with all the flight schools. Some positive things came out of that. But before you leave the dais, Mr. Freitas, how much control does the Ventura County Airport Authority have when the wheels of an airplane lift off from the Oxnard or Camarillo Airport? How much control does the Ventura County Airport Authority have?
Yeah, I was beat up a bit about that. I'm not trying to say no, but the answer is airspace is federally controlled.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And that's one thing that's been very hard for the people to understand, and I can understand that also. But a couple of other things that come out here. When you buy a house and you buy near an airport, there are some understandings. If there are abuses, they can be addressed. But the agency that addresses, we've had the gentleman, the city was the most unique person at the podium. I think he laid out a game plan for you. We have some very passionate people that want certain things done overnight. Nothing happens overnight. I'd like to ask a question of my city manager. In the future, can we please have a pointer? So if we have an individual that comes and represents a government agency to give us a presentation and they ask for a pointer, somebody on our staff, whether it's IT or a council member or management, has a pointer so that they can use it, it would certainly help, because there will be people that watch this down the road. The second question I have, and I'd like to get an answer on this one, please, from the city attorney. We have neighborhood councils in the city of Oxnard. They're Brown Act entities. When we have individuals, and we had two tonight, identify themselves as neighborhood council chairs, is it appropriate to ask if this was an action that they were speaking for the neighborhood council or they're speaking for a private citizen? When I served as a neighborhood council, I knew that there was a time when I had to speak as a private citizen and when I had to speak as a neighborhood council. Can you please clarify that? So that we don't have
generally
any
the neighborhood
councils get in any trouble.
So generally, the neighborhood councils themselves are not subject to the Brown Act. The
Okay.
INCO is, and you can certainly ask of the person on whose behalf they're speaking.
So in other words, they can identify themselves as a neighborhood council and an assumption would be made they're speaking for the entire neighborhood council. I'm very aware of what's going on in Oxnard Shores. It's a very hot issue.
If you have a
can't speak.
doubt as to what their for whom they are speaking, then you can certainly ask for that clarification.
Is it fair to ask the question now?
Well,
That time has passed.
Mr. Hagedorn and
time's
Mr. Partello, were you speaking for your neighborhood council or are you speaking for yourself?
well, that time's up. The time's up. No,
Okay, okay.
we can't,
And the last thing, there are a lot of good things that come out of an airport. There's a lot of good people that use the airport, and there are abuses. In the past, there have been abuses. The individual, Mr. Di Benedetto, I've had the opportunity to hear him speak, and he's concerned about the planes making the turn at the beach, very appropriate to the coastline and impacting the house. I can understand that. But in the future, when we have this, if we can identify as a presentation, hopefully in the future, there'll be another one, how far off the shoreline do the planes, the recommendation that they are before they make their left or right turn? And thank you very much. Thank you to all that spoke.
I just want to share something. I want to thank everybody that spoke here today too. That's really a hot topic that's been for years and years and years, you know. I've been here all my life and I've heard it over and over again, and we need to really listen to those folks over at the beach and the touch and go and so forth. That when I was in the airport authority, I got a lot of calls, you know, about that. And of course, many times the tower was not, they really, they were actually out of the LA tower as opposed to the Oxnard tower and so forth. The question I have, Mr. Freitas, can you give us a date and time that you have the airport authorities so a lot of those folks can go out there and share this information too with the entire authority, and also time and date for that?
Yeah, so the Aviation Advisory Commission meetings that we have are the first Monday of the month. And then the airport authorities co-meet, the Oxnard and Camarillo meet the second Thursday of the month. That's a 6:30 time frame, and then the AAC, Aviation Advisory Commission, is 7 p.m.
That's the Camarillo Chamber.
So we've been remote because of pandemic for about
Okay.
the last 2 years.
Mhm.
We're working on a location. They've been at Camarillo City Council. They've been here before. We're probably going to offer, quite frankly, the airport's office. We have a large conference room. That's probably what we're going to look for.
Thank you, Keith. My last item is, I think you need to get together here with Joe Gaslin. Joe, where are you, Joe? He was talking about hazardous materials and that really bothered me. I think we need to address what his concerns, which are really, really important to all of us. I know he was sharing that with the city council, but I think
I'll give him my card.
Joe, you know, I think you need to get together with Mr. Freitas and really find out about this hazardous materials you're talking about. Good. And appreciate you sharing that today. Okay. Council members, this is receive and file. Any other questions?
Just one last thing, Mayor. It's appreciated by this council member that the airport authority came to Oxnard and presented here. There's been offers from and requests by members of the airport authority to have an airport authority meeting here when it's cleaned up.
That's right.
Because we're 50-50 with Camarillo and Oxnard. Thank you. And again, thank you for coming.
Yes.
And thank you. Thank you so much for coming in, and my apologies to the rest of the folks that are here for the 6 o'clock, you know, so thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you all for coming in. Thank you. Mhm. Okay. Well, we empty the council chambers. We'll go into the next item. I almost feel like I want to follow you. We're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we were the 6 o'clock opening ceremonies at 7:27. And before we salute our flag, I'd like to share a couple of words. I'd like to have that we have a moment of silence for two individuals here in the city of Oxnard. We lost, first of all, for Jay Duncan and then for Carmen Ramirez. Jay Duncan, I'd like to ask a moment of silence for Jay Duncan, for the passing of Jay Duncan, who provided exemplary services to the city of Oxnard Public Works Department. In fact, he worked for the ER division, and he was the environmental resource call center manager when he passed. And he worked for about 29 years for the city of Oxnard. So we want to offer our sincere condolences to his family and his friends. And we had a little memorial for him over at the State Beach Park about a week ago. So please, share our moment of silence for Jay. Additionally, we also would like to have a moment of silence for Carmen Ramirez. Carmen Ramirez, the passing of Supervisor Carmen Ramirez, is with great sadness that we joined the community in the mourning of Carmen Ramirez. We all know that Carmen served in the city council here for 10 years. She was a mayor pro tem of the city of Oxnard for a couple of 2 or 3 times. And prior to being selected or elected to the Board of Supervisors of the County of Ventura, representing the 5th District. So she was a great advocate for the city of Oxnard and worked steadfastly to represent the diverse voices of her beloved city. And we offer our sincere condolences to her husband, Roy Prince, and also for their family. So please join me in a moment of silence, and then we'll go ahead and go for a Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. Please join me for salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. And our council members are going to have an opportunity to share a couple of words during their council comments. Thank you so much. Our next item on the agenda is an update. This is an update by the Oxnard Ocotlán Sister City Committee visitation, and Doreen Padilla is going to bring some gifts or share some information. Come up. Let's go ahead and stand for them. No, Mike. Okay. We have to use this mic.
Okay.
That's it.
Hello, everyone.
So, good evening, everyone. So I'd like to thank Mayor Zaragoza, the council and city staff members, as well as administration for having us here today. My name is Doreen Padilla, former councilwoman and current president of the Oxnard Ocotlán Sister City Committee. We just had our yearly visit in 2022 after 3 years of not being able to visit. And we have a few gifts to be able, from the city of Ocotlán to the city of Oxnard, that we wanted to formally present to the city. So one of those gifts is the key to the city of Ocotlán. And this is sent by the municipal government from Ocotlán to the city of Oxnard and the mayor. So they mentioned that feel free to go and visit them whenever he would like, and any council member, you officially have the key of the city. In addition to that,
Rita, before you go, this is the key to the safe or what?
no, it's, well, I don't know. You'd have to go and try it out. So again, the city of Ocotlán does send access
and they wholeheartedly want to invite any city members to go and visit. In addition to that, the committee, the Oxnard Ocotlan Sister City Committee, also sent this item to the city of Oxnard and the mayor. It's a commemorative item to Lago of Chapala, who is adjacent to the city of Ocotlan. So that's that city. In addition to that, I also wanted to present this item. This is for chief. It's from one fire department to another. This is from the fire department in Ocotlan to Chief Hamilton. And if we can actually get a slideshow, I did have a few pictures I wanted to share as well. So again, Sister City partnership between the city of Ocotlan and Oxnard has been in existence for about 58 years. And it's been a long-standing partnership that has reaped benefits for our members as well as for members of the city of Ocotlan. So that's all of the members that are present from the city as well as our members. And every year they honor us with their marching band. And they also have their fire department present because the partnership has actually been large legacy between both fire departments. And in the next slide, I did want to highlight a few things. So the first unit that the city of Oxnard sent to Ocotlan was a 1945 model motobomba, a fire engine. And in the recent years, we've had even in a Model 8 that was sent in 1997 via the Hercules project. So it actually was transported via airplane to the city of Ocotlan. So you have a picture of that particular Model 8. They have a Model 49. There's a 1945 model that they still have functioning and in service. So again, a long-standing legacy between both fire departments. And this particular visit, we got to learn a lot more of that legacy and that tradition. And the firefighters there did mention that it was because of the contributions from the city of Oxnard to their departments that really made them #1 in the region of Guadalajara as far as fire services, training, and equipment. So we've donated several motobombas, fire engines, as well as some hydraulic equipment that has been instrumental to providing safety and ensuring the health of that community as a whole. So this particular visit, I think the message was strong that they want to continue that partnership. And we as a committee are looking forward to talking to the mayor, city manager, and Chief Hamilton to see if we can reinvigorate that particular tradition and that legacy. So again, some of the photos of some of the motobombas, as well as some of the visionaries that founded the committee. Mayor Lopez, I believe, is in the bottom right and bottom left picture. So again, council, thank you. We come bearing gifts and hopefully the opportunity to keep building the partnership, sharing culture, idea, resources, and really growing the family of Oxnard and Ocotlan. Thank you very much.
Let me share something that, do you want to share anything else? We're okay?
One thing I'd like to add is that
Yeah, go ahead.
our guests will be coming this next summer. So again, please feel free to join us in any of our activities. If you would like to host a family, please open your family doors to that, because that's the way we go and visit in Ocotlan. Their families open the doors for us to come and visit. So again, we want to share that hospitality with them also. So again, we welcome you to participate in our activities, and you're welcome to host a family if you so choose. So again, thank you so much. And they love Oxnard. They truly do.
And I want to thank you on behalf of the city of Oxnard. I remember Dr. Lopez, I was the mayor pro tem for Dr. Lopez for many, many years. And one year he was in Europe and I ended up being the mayor at the time, and I hosted a family at the time, and they were really fun to be with. And in fact, my wife says, well, I'm not sure, but after a while they couldn't be, they shopped all over the town and the whole thing. And it was just simple. But I want to thank the committee for all the good work. It's really fantastic that you represented the city of Oxnard. And also, by the way, Bill Gallagher was my campaign manager for many years, had the opportunity. He was a firefighter at the time. I think it was a C-130 when we took that bombero or that fire truck over to Ocotlan. Again, thank you so much on behalf of the city of Oxnard for all the good work that you've done. I know this young man for a long time. Thank you so much. And again, thank you for your good work. Thank you. Let's put your hands together for him.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have the fire chief on
the fire
remote, since he was the only one that got an individual gift.
Okay.
I thought it might be
Go-
nice for him
go
to
ahead,
say gracias, chief.
Go ahead.
Alex, thank you so much. And we absolutely would love to continue that partnership with our sister city. And so seeing those photos on the screen, when I first started with Oxnard, I was riding backwards in those Mack fire engines. And so it's fantastic to see. So I apologize that I'm not there in person to receive that gift, but thank you. That is incredibly generous. And we absolutely will be continuing our partnership. Thank
Deborah,
you so
go
much.
ahead.
Yes, Chief Hamilton, I think it was the 50th anniversary where actually 4 or 5 firemen went with us to Ococlan and they did a training and it was really, really well received. And, they mentioned that they were still talking about it and, perhaps this next visitation, maybe we can get some of them to come and hopefully work something out where your firemen can do a training for some of them so they can learn and
No.
take back. So thank you.
I can't afford the overtime, but I'll volunteer me and the mayor. If we get our special license to drive the truck, we'll drive it down ourselves.
Thank you. Again, thank you so much to the committee. Put your hands together for the committee for an excellent job. Thank you so much. Oh, my apologies. We just had a moment of silence for Jay Duncan, but he was very instrumental in helping the committee for years and years and years. And also he was a Kawanian too, right?
Right. Yeah.
For-
And he hosted families
Hosted every
he
year.
hosted for sisters.
And his dog, what was his name, the dog?
Sammy.
Sammy. Oh, I just love Jay. Thank you so much. Thank you again. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Oops, 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 there goes the money. We have another special presentation of Mr. Anderson, Mark Anderson here. Mark, coming up. Mark he's going to accept his proclamation on behalf of the Ventura County Bar Association. And come on up, Mark. Can you hear me, Mike? Can you hear me now? Mark, sorry, because we're under construction. Please accept our apologies and thank you for waiting for a long, long time. This is a proclamation, Constitution Week, September 17th to the 23rd, 2022, where September 17, 2022 marks 35th anniversary of drafting the Constitution of the United States of America. And whereas the story of framing and adoption of the Constitution constitutes one of the most inspiring and significant chapters in the history and foundation of this country. Whereas the Constitution Week gives every American an opportunity to reflect upon the vision and hope and the promise represented by this vital document and fortitude of our forebearers in creating it. Whereas Congress by joint resolution set aside the week beginning September 17th of each year as Constitution Week and a time for contemplation and commemoration of the history acts which resulted in the formation of our Constitution and laid the foundation for the birth of the United States of America. And whereas the city of Oxnard wants to invite every citizen and institution to join in this national commemoration of the Constitution and gain better understanding of the privileges and obligations set forth in the document and the groundbreaking ideals upon which this nation was established and built. And now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th to 23rd as Constitution Week, and this is signed by the Mayor of the City of Oxnard.
Thank you.
And my apologies.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Mark Anderson, City of Oxnard resident, lawyer in the county, past president of the Ventura County Bar Association. I didn't prepare a lot of remarks, but I grew up near the Minneapolis airport, and had I known that'd been an agenda item, I would have known to show up at 7:30. Because airports do that. Just thank you for this. This is very nice. The Constitution we saw tonight, I think the best part of it is it begins with the word "we the people," and we the people are how this country is run. So thank you, Mayor.
Mark, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting for. Okay. That's our last one, and here we have, this is heavy, huh? And let me see, that goes with that. Okay, I just got a note from the city manager that we to pull L5 and L6 for discussion. You want to go ahead and share them?
When we get to that section.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're there now. So we're gonna pull on the consent. L5 is coming off the agenda tonight. And then we need to pull L6 for a quick council discussion.
Okay, L5 and L6, okay. Thank you. Okay, our next item is items that are in the agenda. And we're going to start off with Mr. Robert O'Reilly, who's the Chief of Staff for Carmen Ramirez over at the County of Ventura. Robert? Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza, council members, and city staff. My name is Robert O'Reilly, and I am Chief of Staff to County Supervisor Carmen Ramirez. And I would like to thank everyone here and the entire community for your support of Carmen as she served as your council member, your mayor pro tem, and finally as the first Latina ever elected to the Ventura County Board of Supervisors by you. As council member and supervisor, and even prior to that, during her time as a legal aid attorney, Carmen fought every day for the health and advancement of those who needed someone to break barriers for them along the way. She did so with such grace and kindness, allowing for bipartisan support, clearing the way for actual progress and a new direction. Carmen Ramirez was a trailblazer, and she did the work for the right reasons. There will never be another Carmen Ramirez. And that is why it is so important that I pull myself together and we continue her
You're doing
legacy.
okay.
Thank
Doing
you.
okay.
And that is why it is so important we continue her legacy and that we do so with respect and dignity toward everyone. You know, if we just be like Carmen. As Carmen's Chief of Staff, I want everyone to know our office is open and my staff, Angel Garcia is here with me. Our staff and I are ready to assist the community. Before I close, I would like to respond to a statement made earlier about the airport. The Board of Supervisors does care. It was a statement made, I believe, by Mr. Goslin. The Board of Supervisors does care, and we did respond and acknowledge his email. And we are working with the Department of Airports, and I look forward to continuing that relationship with the Department of Airports and with the community. I will say one final thing that I just remembered. The Board of Supervisors next Tuesday is honoring Carmen during their Board of Supervisors meeting beginning at 8:30 a.m. So I invite you all to come down, join via Zoom, however you prefer. There will be refreshments and coffee, lots of Kleenexes, I hope. Yeah, come down and join us for a tribute to Carmen. And thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you, Robert. Our next speaker is Angel Garcia, also from Carmen's office.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and staff. My name is Angel Garcia. I am a staff member of Supervisor Carmen Ramirez and also a lifelong resident of the city of Oxnard. It's so strange being up here. I've spoken before this council many times as a neighborhood vice chair, as a commissioner, and I'd never think I would speak before the council for such a sad circumstance. I mean, it goes without being said, the void that has left in our community from such a tragic loss. It's been 3 weeks now and it still doesn't feel real. I can tell you that Team Ramirez, we have not touched her office and it still doesn't feel real. Her office is left exactly the same. And it's been a difficult process for all of us, but you know, within that process of healing comes reflection. And when you reflect on the career of Supervisor Ramirez, you see a career of advocacy, servant leadership, and public service. She was a beacon for the community of Oxnard, someone that you could look to and depend to in your times of need, and was just such a voice of reason, a voice of comfort, and the voice that you always look forward to wonder what's Carmen's thinking, but you never wondered that because you trusted that Carmen always had the right words to say, and she typically did. And as a community member, I stand here with you in this healing process. We're all in this together, and I'm confident that we're going to be okay. The last words that Supervisor Ramirez said to me on Friday was, "Everything's going to be okay, Angel." And I'm confident that she's right, that everything's going to be okay. She leaves behind a community full of people that she has mentored and guided throughout her years of public service. And, you know, we wonder, with the loss of such a champion, how are we going to face all these issues? We have a whole community full of incredible leaders, and I am optimistic that we will meet this difficult moment and continue this wonderful work that the supervisor was doing. In closing, I want to remind the community of Oxnard and District 5 constituents that Supervisor Ramirez's office remains open. We're here to serve the constituents of District 5 in the supervisor's memory. You can reach us by calling 805-654-2613 or email us at district5@ventura.org. Y hablamos español si necesitan ayuda. Thank you so much, City Council staff, for honoring the memory of Supervisor Carmen Ramirez. And I stand with you in this healing process. And thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Angel. Okay, next speaker is Stephen Leclerc. Stephen.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, I thank you for sharing the words you have been sharing about Carmen, and particularly to the city manager, Alex Nguyen. We have a running joke there, but and the entire city for really stepping up to support the family and the public recognitions of Supervisor Ramirez. As Angel and I just shared actually with the city of Port Hueneme just a few minutes ago, and they also recognized Carmen because we know the regional impact she had. As I mentioned there, Carmen never forgot that she was that girl from Pico Rivera. She often looked back to that and never actually had to say it, but she knew, and people saw that authenticity in her. Whether it was the latter years of fighting for desegregation in Oxnard schools, as they mentioned earlier, often people talk about her legal work or her environmental work, and of course, those things were all connected. The people of Oxnard loved her, of course, as I'm sure was mentioned. I think that's reflected in the fact that over 300 people attended her vigil that was just held within, I think, 4 hours notice within 24 hours of her passing. She was a true civil rights leader, not just here in Oxnard, but across the region. Her colleagues have been recognizing her from across the region and across the state. She mentored thousands of people, whether they were Latinos or Latinas, young attorneys, people interested in policy, young professionals, sometimes professionals later in their career, or elected officials or candidates. She would meet with anybody and would offer her advice freely. Finally, I like to always talk about one of the last times I was with Carmen on the main streets here was for the Christmas parade in 2019 before the pandemic. And the story I told earlier is as we walked down the street, we couldn't go longer than a couple of minutes without somebody in the crowd screaming, "Carmen, Carmen," like she was a celebrity. She never walked with a sign. She was just walking by herself, but she often remembered who they were because they were a client of hers, or their nephew was, or their cousin.
or they had called her while she was on city council and brought a concern, often because they felt like she was the one who would listen, and she did. So as we leave here, I hope obviously we'll continue to have more and more memorials for Carmen in this community, probably name some things after her. But what's important is to remember her legacy in this city. She believed that impossible things can be done in Oxnard because she believed in the people of Oxnard. She believed in the civic leaders. She would often say, hey, the staff that work here often could go work anywhere, sometimes for higher paychecks. But she supported them because they supported Oxnard. They believed in Oxnard. And I want to make a note here to thank the staff, because I know she was here when many of you were hired or joined the city, and she just loved the staff of the city of Oxnard. During her short time at the County of Ventura, the staff came to love her there as well. I saw it every day at work. So thank you for recognizing a great champion of Oxnard. And I know there is so much more to come in honoring her legacy and the thousands that she inspired. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And Madam Clerk, I understand we have a speaker and who wants to speak on this item.
Yes, Mayor. Mr. Steve Nash, please unmute by pressing *6.
Thank you, Mayor. This is Steve Nash. And thank you to Angel and Robert and Stephen. We love Carmen and we love you guys. You continue to honor her legacy, and words can't really express what how we appreciate that. So I want to put into a few words what Carmen did for the city of Oxnard. She was elected in 2010. And, if we go back in time, what happened in August of that year? Well, the DA, along with the FBI, had raided City Hall. Imagine. That also coincided when I started to become civically engaged. And much to my surprise, Carmen recommended me for the Planning Commission, and I truly hope that I haven't disappointed her in any way. So we were able to get some of the individuals that we needed to get rid of. They left, and they were replaced by employees and council members with the integrity and the ability to move Oxnard to a much better place. And I can say today that I am very proud of our city. And from where we were to where we are now, there's just no comparison. Carmen was aghast at the environmental injustice represented by the Halico Superfund site and led the charge to get the cleanup started and the Ormond Beach Wetlands Restoration Plan finalized. She supported the city manager's agreement with GenOn's Ormond Beach Generating Station, allowing the power plant owner to set aside revenue and place $25 million into a trust fund so the facility can eventually be demolished and the site remediated. And for those of us who love Ormond Beach, that is just so amazing and so fantastic. Carmen mounted the resistance to the South Shore project, again from so long ago, but it would have forever compromised the biological integrity of Ormond Beach and her wetlands. Again, we have such great appreciation for Carmen's leadership.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. So much more to say. And I want to finish by saying time and again, Carmen would speak forcefully for the weakest members of our community. She was the voice of compassion and empathy and love on the council dais. She always supported affordable housing and services for our neediest. Our city is a much better community now, thanks to her immense contributions. And again, we love you, Carmen. Rest in peace. Thank you, Mayor. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. We have 4 other speakers, and I know that the council members wanted to share a little bit about Carmen since but I'll go ahead and go with the 4 individuals that spoke, and then we'll go into the council members that they want to share some information about Carmen also. So, Mr. Bruce Dandy.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. This is not about Carmen. I don't know if you want to take it at this point in time or not.
Yeah, no, go ahead. No, that's, and then I'll let the cut. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead. Mhm.
Actually, I'm here because I would like to reintroduce myself. John, you know me well, as do a couple of council
Right.
members. But I want to do that because I want to talk with you about water policy. I'm Bruce Dandy. I'm a board member of and current president of United Water Conservation District. United Water is a special district a form of local government created more than 90 years ago to allow Ventura County and cities to grow and to meet their water needs. My background, I retired from the city of Oxnard in 2013 after 25 years of service. I started working with mobile home park rent stabilization, creating an ordinance that survives today. I worked in personnel as an analyst and later became the city's labor relations manager. I transitioned in 2000 to finance, where I managed purchasing, payroll, and miscellaneous services. My prior background includes 13 years as a labor representative representing city, county, and special district employees. Community service has always been important to me, starting with Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, YMCA programs, athletics, church groups, growing up. I joined the Junior Chamber of Commerce for leadership training and fun after college. And I served as a chapter president, district director, regional director, and eventually was the California JC's executive director for a period of time as it transitioned. My participation in Oxnard has included the California Strawberry Festival, Oxnard Chamber of Commerce, sponsor of the Good Club, and in addition to being a United Water board member for almost 20 years. Also, I have served on LAFCO for a 6-year term, and I'm currently serving as the chair of the Ventura County Special Districts Association. In other words, I wanted to say to you tonight that I'm involved enough to be concerned and concerned enough to be involved. United has 7 districts. My district represents the heart of Oxnard, roughly Patterson and Gonzales, diagonally to Channel Islands and Rice. My district covers portions of 4 of the 6 council districts. But there are 3 other United board members who also represent Oxnard residents, which means 4 of our 7 board members represent Oxnard residents. Okay, so my purpose tonight is to ask you to talk to me or us about water policy. You deliver water to the tap. United delivers water to protect the aquifer, which you draw on.
30
surface
seconds.
Water in lieu of pumping. How we work together is important. The city clerk has my phone number. Some of you individually have my phone number. Please give me a call. Let's talk. Let's set up a meeting. I want to encourage you to express your views on behalf of our constituents. The Association of Water Agencies annual event at the Reagan Library is coming up on September 15th. I hope I can meet some of you there. I hope you will join us at that event at the Reagan Library. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Our next speaker is Larry Stein. Yes, items not in the agenda.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, staff. My name is Larry Stein. I had the occasion on Monday to visit the parks. So the mayor didn't bother looking in the bathrooms, and the one council member did. The parks could be a lot better, especially the bathrooms. We have an area down by 5th Street. We have a lot of people playing soccer. No bathrooms. We got a lot of bathrooms in the city of Oxnard. It'd be nice if some of them worked. Again, we're spending lots of money on public safety, but how much money is being paid on our health and services for people who go to the parks and don't have bathrooms? People with children, with adults, 2 or 3 hours playing soccer, where to relieve themselves, where the families go relieve themselves. Again, we're supposed to have a priority here of the citizens of Oxnard. That should be the #1 priority for the city not the priorities of the city manager, not the priorities of the city mayor, the city manager or the city attorney, but the citizens of Oxnard should have the number one priority. So how come our parks aren't working? How come the bathrooms aren't there? We have some neighborhoods with no parks. Why is that? How come the citizens of Oxnard don't seem to care? To you, our elected officials, the number one priority should be us. Another item that was just pulled from the agenda on this item on the information consent item that was just pulled had to deal with fire trucks. I'm sorry, item 5, fire trucks. So how come we have this item on the information consent agenda to allocate several $100,000? We have another item further on the report for another hundreds of thousands of dollars, again for fire trucks for a different entity. So how's it we have an item on information that was on information consent that's going to vote on yes or no, and then we're going to have a report on something else further on the agenda. Again, the scheduling of agenda items seems to be somewhat disconcerting. We have one section going to slam dunk it. Another case, we might actually have a report where actually here.
Good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff, and the public. The thing I want to talk to you about tonight, before I begin though, I want to just share my experience with Carmen. We didn't agree a lot on policy, but very early on in my shift from international humanitarian work to looking at more local issues and civic and public service to my community, homelessness has been a very big issue for me. And that was the area I wanted to really focus a lot of time and attention on. So there was the then Mayor Tim Flynn, and then Carmen Ramirez was on the city council. And I wrote a rather lengthy email expressing my concern about the homeless crisis that we face here in Oxnard and Ventura County. And Carmen and Tim both got back to me right away. And I had a very lengthy conversation with Carmen. And I didn't know Carmen, as many of you have known her for a long time, but that was my introduction to Carmen. And even though we didn't really agree on the vision moving forward and the priorities in terms of solving or mitigating the homeless problem, I understood right away that that was a shared passion that we had. And I just have tremendous respect. There was a homeless encampment that was taken out over on Ventura Road fairly recently by the county at the river bottom. And I had some questions and concerns about that effort. It was a county-led effort to get rid of that homeless encampment. And I had the pleasure of working with Angel, and he was extremely responsive out of her office. And he may not even remember our conversations, but I had some questions about it, and he was extremely responsive, and I want to thank you for that. The other issue is about Victoria Avenue from Gumtree until the bridge at the Santa Clara River. That's my daily commute. My son goes to school in Ventura, and I go down Gonzales. I hang a right on Ventura. So I do that commute daily about 4 times a day. So I really know that stretch of road. And there's a concrete median there, and it was getting filled with trash and junk, and it was just really getting unsightly. So I had contacted Steve Howlett about it, and some other residents had actually contacted me as the neighborhood council chair about their concerns about it. And they knew I've been
30
very active
seconds.
in the community. And it was brought to my attention that's a street sweeper, that's a vendor that does that. And they couldn't do their work because the junk was too big and it might damage the street sweeping machine. And so I don't know if that was just a communication problem between the company and the city, but hopefully when that occurrence does happen, which it probably will, that they'll be able to continue their work, because there's about 3 months that street sweeper hadn't been able to do that work. And that's a gateway to our community. So it's real important. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin White.
Good evening. I don't know how many of you remember when you had a meeting a while back.
Can you use the speaker?
I don't know if you remember a while back, you had a meeting about the approval of the annexation of the Rio Urbana project in El Rio. I came to speak for that meeting because kind of a not to scale drawing, but I own this lot right here. And my lot is the only lot of these. These are all 1 acre lots. Mine's a half acre lot because it's been cut in half. So I have, I'm sorry, this is my lot here. So my concern was that I was going to be kind of cut off because this is going to be the county line. So this is county, this is city. So I talked to Tony Telamente, Jeff Lambert, and Scott Kolowitz at the time. And I was assured by all these people that I would be kept whole and this would not present a problem for me. Well, as would happen, all 3 of those people are no longer, the 2 that work for the city are no longer there, and Tony Telamente is no longer working with the contractor. And now I'm getting some pushback. I talked to a Vito Adametes, who I guess has taken over the position that Jeff Lambert held before. And what I need is I need from the city of Oxnard a will serve letter for firefighting water, because what I'm being told is I'm still part of the county, so I have to be with Vineyard Avenue Acres Water District. The problem is their fire hydrants are here and here. There's a 6-foot block wall here. There's houses and all along here. So if the fire department if there's a fire, when I finally get to build my house after I've owned this lot for 12 years, and that's a whole nother story. I haven't been able to build on it because I've been getting screwed by the county. Now I'm getting screwed by the city, I guess. So all I'm asking from the city is a will serve letter that says that if my house catches on fire, there is water available out of the fire hydrants that will be in the Rio Urbana project, and that can be used. It will cost the city nothing. I already have domestic water. And I'm being told they can't do the city. I'm being told by Vito Adametes that you can't do this for me, after I was told by the other gentleman that the city would make sure that because of my kind of unique situation, I would not meet any detrimental, problems because of this. So all I'm asking from the city is a will serve letter saying that if my house catches on fire, once I'm finally able to build it, and and I used to be a firefighter, so I know when the firefighters come here, they're going to go to the closest fire hydrant, which is going to be the one in here, and they're going to hook up to that, and that's where they're going to get their water. They're not going to
20
jump over a
seconds.
6-foot fence and go to one that's on the next street over. That's not going to happen. Because of my unique kind of situation where I am, they're going to use this city water. Now, whether I have a letter that says they can or not, that's what they would do. And so I would like to speak to somebody about this. And when I have more time to talk about it, I mean, I waited an hour and a half. I should get more than a couple.
Your
things to
time
it
is up.
anyway.
Thank you. Staff will meet with you on this item.
Okay, thank you.
We have staff here. I'm not sure, Alex, I'm not sure if we have somebody here, but Ashley will talk to you right here. Thank you. Okay, let me see, what else do we have here? That's anyone else for items not in the agenda? Any other speakers for that?
Mayor, we do not have any additional public speakers on hold for virtual comment, and I believe you've taken all the people that are here in person. So we are done with public comment for items not on the agenda.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you for that. Our next item is item 8. This is a report of the city manager and director and secretary. City manager.
Thank you. Diego, can you launch the slides, please? So I do have some updates this week. And hopefully to no one's surprise, I believe the first slide is just going to be a reminder that COVID vaccines continue to be available. So the information continues to be available at the county's public health website, as well as the city's website. So we still encourage people to go get the vaccine. There will also be mobile vaccine clinics continuing, and there's a list here of a series that will be available in the city of Oxnard throughout the month of September. I know it's hard to read. I'm not going to recite the whole list. Again, please look at the county's public health website to find vaccination clinics that are convenient for you. The whole purpose of the mobile vaccination clinics is to provide convenience. I know that pharmacies such as Vaughn's, for example, are still continuing to offer vaccines for free, so you can schedule one there as well as, of course, if you have your own healthcare provider. Next, just an announcement that the next round of the Oxnard Employee Pipeline classes are going to begin this month, next week, actually. So if you're interested, please call. The phone number there is 805-385-7407, or the website is www.oxnard.org/employee pipeline. And again, this is where you can just take a few classes at Oxnard College to get the training. They have financial aid available, and with the partnership between the city, the chamber, and the college, you get guaranteed a job interview when you successfully complete your coursework. Next announcement. This is something that's been a long time in coming. This is the US EPA is going to conduct a community outreach meeting next week, Thursday, September 15th. The meeting is going to be held at the South Oxnard Center at 200 East Bard Road. Begins at 6:30. They have it scheduled to go through 8:30. So this is regarding the Superfund site that we call Halico. And this is specifically a technocratic type of a meeting. So they are going to review and answer questions regarding the Superfund process. They're going to discuss the site's remedial investigation report that they have conducted, and they will discuss their risk assessment. So the EPA staff as well as their consultants will be on hand to make this presentation. Again, this is going to be a technical meeting focused on their research, their study, and what they believe to be the remediation plan specific to cleaning up or handling the cleanup of the toxic dirt that's there. So this is not a meeting to discuss all other issues related to Halico. So I want to be clear about expectations. Again, that is Thursday, September 15 at the South Oxnard Center, begins at 6:30 p.m. And many of our city staff will be in attendance as well. And then finally, we're going to be holding a special Public Works Committee meeting on Saturday, September 17. So after all the excitement of the EPA meeting on Thursday evening, you can join us on Saturday, September 15th, here in the council chambers. And we are going to discuss, and this begins at 10 a.m. And there's only one thing on the agenda, which is the proposed speed hump program. So we're trying to recruit all of the neighborhood council chairs to attend, and anyone else who's interested. Only one item on that agenda. We're going to discuss what speed humps are, how they're evaluated, what can they do, what are they good for, what are they not good for, and what kind of a program we want to propose to the city council. So we want to have this meeting on a Saturday morning. Hopefully more people can attend rather than Tuesday night at 8:30 when the committee schedule normally is. So we hope for a lot of participation at that meeting. And that concludes my updates for this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Our next item is item I, and this is the time for the city council members that have any brief announcements.
Mr. Mayor, we do have item H1 under the city manager's report.
I'm sorry.
H1? Okay, excuse me.
We need you to vote. I'm
COVID-19.
sorry.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is basically to re-up the the AB 361 standard so that we can continue to have the remote participation in our meetings. So we do need you to vote on this.
So we need a motion.
recommendation.
Second.
Okay.
So
first
if I could just read the recommendation,
go ahead and
these are
read
the
it.
findings that you're making, and
Go ahead.
these are the same findings that we had been making earlier in the pandemic.
Okay.
We went back to full in-person meetings. However,
Okay.
people are still getting COVID, and that is what puts the public and the rest of the council at risk. Is we cannot have people participating in the meetings if they've tested positive for COVID until they're over it. So that's why we're asking you to reinstitute the AB 361 findings. So those findings are that the city council reauthorized remote teleconference meetings of the legislative bodies of the city of Oxnard in accordance with Assembly Bill 361, based on the following findings. One, the current COVID-19 situation, particularly with its variants, is causing and will continue to cause imminent risks to the health and safety of persons within the city, including city council members, city staff, appointed officials, and members of the public. Two, state and local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing. And three, the governor's COVID-19 state of emergency is still in effect. And four, numerous public agencies throughout Ventura County are still operating in accordance with Assembly Bill 361 for the reasons stated herein. And I would just like to confirm with the city clerk, have there been any speakers who have submitted cards or raised their hands on the Zoom call for this item?
No, City Attorney Fisher, we do not have any public speakers for this item.
Thank you.
So no public speakers. Thank you so much.
And with all that being
Okay.
said, I will still move the recommendation.
Okay, it was moved by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilor Perrellum. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. So now we go to item H1, and this is where the city council members have the opportunity to make any brief announcements of events and activities they participated in. And also if you have any items they'd like to be put in future agenda items, and 3 minutes each council member. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take a little bit of time and just speak about Board Chair Carmen Ramirez and also Jay Duncan from Environmental Resources. These are both very caring, giving employees of the city. I had the pleasure of working with Carmen from the time she got elected in 2010 until even after she went to the Board of Supervisors. And the one thing that I always enjoyed talking with Carmen about, and it didn't matter whether we were on the same side of the issue. What mattered to her was civility and that respect for everybody else in the room. And so regardless of whether we agreed or disagreed, she always insisted on being civil in the discussions, which we always were. And I really respected that about her. I still periodically get calls from people throughout Southern California on a variety of issues. And I usually ask them, why are you calling me? And their usual answer is, Carmen said to, because you'd probably understand this. I said, okay, to me, that's a huge compliment, that she had faith in my abilities, or hopefully faith in my abilities, but that she would recommend me to talk to people that were friends of hers from throughout California. So I took that as a huge compliment. I really appreciate that. Jay Duncan, I had a chance to work with him over the years while I was in Environmental Resources, and also when he was with the Sister City Committee for many, many years. Both of them have created a huge hole in our fabric. And I say this to all my friends, and my comments about Carmen and Jay would be the same. You will be missed. You will never be forgotten. Thank you for all that you've done for our city and our community, and God bless you both. And fair safe travels to you. You're in a better place now. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. What a month, we left on the summer recess, and it's like coming back to a whole new place, and without a person who was so meaningful and had a tremendous presence in through each of us and throughout the community. And as Angel said, this is a healing time for many of us as we come across interactions and the people that we're talking, and so many people remember Carmen. And one perfect example was my sister, who said, one of my coworkers, she was talking about Carmen, and she remembers that, when she was campaigning, I'm not sure if it was for council or for her seat on the Board of Supervisors, and they remember her from those interactions. And that's a type of legacy that Carmen leaves behind, is through each of us, is through the personal interactions and conversations that we each had, that I personally had with her, the moments that I had, and the opportunity that I feel extremely grateful to have served on the council with her, to have had her as a friend, to have seen her as a mentor. And that is what she did to so many of us. And little did we know. And now that we're in this healing process and we're sharing about it, what an amazing woman she was to be able to do that to so many of us, and that we can share that. And although she is no longer with us, there is so much more that she leaves behind, that she is living through each of us. And her spirit is here with us through the words and the encouragement and the support that she gave us all. And her legacy isn't just in the time that we're here as we continue to carry her work forward, but it will live through the many families who will benefit from all the work that she did, and the dedication and the heart that she brought to our community to serve people and to serve us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perillo.
Thank you, Mayor. The last time I saw Carmen was the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency meeting. And we ended that meeting. Deputy City Manager was also there. We ended that meeting and she went on, and her life was taken in a tragic accident. I really feel for her husband, Roy Prince. Until any of you have been in the spot that he's in, losing a partner for life is a big deal. I feel for the community, but I really feel for her husband. We'll all be there someday. Just try to be as prepared as you can. I'll share a couple of stories of Carmen. First time that I really got a chance to talk to Carmen, I knew of her and had seen her, but there had not been really an opportunity when I got on council to talk to Carmen. I tried, and we weren't making connections. And I got elected in June of 13. The Dallas Cowboys are coming to town in July. And she told me, well, are you going to the Cowboys opening? And I said, I really wasn't into that. Wasn't into that ceremonial stuff. And she says, well, if you want to talk to me, you better come to the ceremony. So I go to the ceremony, and I'm sitting next to Carmen, and we have the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones, and it's a big deal. And we got the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders less than 3 feet away from me, 24 of them, cookie cutter, perfection. And I'm sitting next to Carmen, and they go through their routines and everything. And when the routine was over, Carmen told me, you can close your mouth now, Bert. And I never forgot that. I never forgot that. We went and had a cup of coffee, it lasted 3.5 hours. So I got to meet Carmen. The other part that I learned some good things, and Carmen and I didn't always get along on things, didn't agree on things all the time, but she was, Mayor Pro Tem is right. She was civil. She believed in her heart and she'd fight, but she did not like confrontations, but she could work behind the scenes and succeed. I used to ask her when some of our meetings would go very long, like, how do you cool off? How do you calm down? How do you get to sleep? I got to go to work in the morning. And she goes, wine. That's what wine's for, Bert. Just have a glass of wine, maybe 2 glasses of wine. And I told her it wasn't working. And she said, well, you got to let things go. You do the best you can. You got to let it go, because tomorrow's another day, and you fight. You live to fight another day. she got a kick out of the fact that, you know, the ag background that I came from, some of the, you know, different assumptions that are made about people that are in ag backgrounds about how they treat people. We had laughs about that. And when she found out that I had been fortunate enough to have a wife that raised roses, she wanted cuttings. And so she got her cuttings to grow, and we always had a laugh about that. But the funny story, even better than the Cowboys, is this. I served on the PAC with Carmen, and there was a big issue about the PAC was losing money and the general manager, and what are we going to do with the PAC and how are we doing this? And there was contentious meetings. And there was an assumption that I didn't have any artistic background because I had said, why was I even on the PAC? I'm not an artsy fartsy guy. And it came up about music, and I got questioned about something. And wasn't from Carmen, from someone else. And I said, yeah, I like a lot of different things. And I really like James Brown. And that started a conversation with Carmen and I. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, in October of 1964, Carmen Ramirez and her school classmates, high school, cut classes in Los Angeles to go to a concert called a Tammany show, T-A-M-I show. Look it up on the internet. They went to see the Rolling Stones, the Beach Boys. It was a freebie. And James Brown was in attendance. And she told me James Brown stole the show. And it is written up. If you look it up on Wikipedia, that is the one regret that the Rolling Stones band had. They performed after James Brown. It's a tremendous loss to the community, but her family. And I learned a lot of things from Carmen. She believed in what she fought for. Thank you.
That's it. Councilman Basua.
Thank you. I had the pleasure to sit right next to Carmen. She actually sat in the seat. One thing that I realized during this whole thing is that Carmen had a gift that made the person she was talking to like they were the only person in the room and made them feel really, really important. After hearing everybody's stories, I was like, wow, I thought I was a special one, but I guess I guess we were all special because in her way, she always made sure that you felt like, you know, you were special. And in regards to Councilmember Perello's comment, yes, Carmen loved wine, and she knew that I also enjoyed wine, so she made sure that for Christmas that I got my bottle of wine and she'd deliver it to my house. And even as she was supervisor, she still remembered. So that's why I thought I was special. But come to find out, she gives a lot of people wine. And then I found out Michelle Ascension got champagne, and I was like, wow. So it's those stories that, you know, that I'm going to take and keep them dear to my heart. And I know we're never, ever going to be able to get it at Carmen, but hopefully each one of us can continue the work that she started, and we hope that we are able to keep her legacy alive. And that is what we should strive for every day.
Thank you, Councilmember Mondragon.
Thank you very much. I actually had the pleasure of meeting Carmen way back in 2014. And with Carmen, as has previously been stated, no matter what, it was always friendly, you know, keeping the peace. I remember we kind of left on bad terms. We were both running for the same council seat. But I remember at the Christmas parade, she came up and just shook my hand. And from that, you know, we started friendship. Similar to Councilwoman Basua, I had the honor and privilege of sitting next to Carmen for 2 years. And, you know, I learned so much from her in those 2 years. Actually, ever since I've been on council, you know, to my left-hand side has always been a strong woman. And I've always enjoyed that, getting different perspective, points of views, learning so much just from sitting here. With Carmen, you know, true stories. Yes, I did get wine from Carmen. Right before she left, I knew that she liked wine. I went to go buy her some wine, left it at her door, called her afterwards, and about a week later, I get wine delivered at my door. And the weird part is, one, I don't drink wine, and two, I don't know if it was more like she was teaching me on good wine compared to my bad wine. I don't know. She never said if she liked the wine or not. But something that I'll, always remember Carmen for. I remember back in 2020 during election time, it was hot in October. I think we could all see that from right now, but it was hot. I've been walking, a few hours, and I remember I was driving back home, and about 2 blocks away from my house, who do I see still walking in the heat? Carmen. Carmen was walking away. She, I thought I worked hard, but there was no way. Carmen outworked me, and to that, I'll always remember that from her. And she always said the first day, she welcomed me onto this council. She called me up the day I won, and then she said, "Tomorrow you're walking with me the Christmas parade." The first thing she did tell me, and I'll hold this till the day I leave the council. She did tell me, every time you come on the Christmas parade, never take a car that's provided by the city. And I've always taken that to heart from her. That's something she taught me, and that's something she told me from day one. First thing she told me. And that's something I always remember from her. With that also being said, I would actually like the last email. I know what kind of things got in the way, but I do remember speaking with Carmen and then speaking with Angel. I would like to see if the city could stop the use of pesticides in our properties for Carmen, because I know how much this meant to her. We discussed it. She provided me all these resources in the county. So it's something that, for her, because I know that she was heavily for it. And I know she influenced so many lives. I know my sisters really look up to her. And I know that recently hired at the county, a deputy district attorney, someone I have the pleasure to sit with on the alumni board for Cal Lutheran, Paulina Nunez, got hired at the county as a deputy district attorney. This young in her 20s. And I know she really looked up to Carmen. I know Carmen helped her sometime along the way. And just seeing that and seeing how, you see all this progression, and all from Carmen. You hear many stories from many different people. So to her, Carmen's in a better place, and all we could do is, live, try being like Carmen and give to others, just the little things, making people matter. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd also like to give my condolences to the family of Jay Duncan. I had only recently met him through my time on council, and my just deepest condolences go out on their loss and loss of his colleagues as well. I've heard nothing negative about him, and I'm just, very, very sorry for everyone's loss, and he'll be missed and dedicated so much to this community and to his work. Regarding Carmen, when I say in my work here that I'd like to be the type of council member who I'd want to serve me, Carmen's demeanor and how she served the community comes to mind. And I know that firsthand because as a neighborhood council chair, she would always attend my neighborhood council meetings when she would be given the invite to come out. And even if there was nothing specific on the agenda, but something that was even peripherally something she could speak on, she would be there. And she would always give time to my neighbors and to myself, and especially my grandfather, to chat with him and answer any questions he had. And I know that they truly believed in her and saw her genuine care for the community, and it really went a long way. She would always give time for our youth as well. In my professional life, there were a number of times that I would have to work with students and getting them engaged civically and advocating for issues in their communities. And Carmen would always be willing to sit down with young people and talk with them. And for many of the students I worked with, she was the first elected official or person of notoriety or public servant who they had ever interacted with in that way. And I'm sure that left a lasting impression on so many of them. They are the oldest of now, who are probably in their early 20s by now. And I'm sure that they will always remember that interaction that she gave in that time, to hear their voices and their concerns they had about their communities. In last year's Christmas parade, she invited me to join her, but I was already committed to another number. And thank you, Councilmember Lopez, for joining me on that as well. However, just because I wasn't able to join her, she was nice enough to invite my wife and my two girls, and also allowed two of my girls' friends to join her. And they all walked the parade route. And I'm sure that my kids and their friends will always remember that as well. And also, as Stephen had mentioned, they told me, oh, Carmen knows a lot of people. Miss Carmen knows a lot of people. They'd have to usher her along because she kept getting behind because she kept talking to people, I guess. She and I had a trait in common where we didn't really like downtime. And so very similarly to me, if she had a schedule opening, she'd fill it with something, and especially drive time. Like, it's very rare that I'm driving and just not on the phone or trying to like catch up with people who I need to talk to. And I tell them, hey, I'm in the car, so let's chat while I'm in here. And she would do the same thing. That's something we had in common. And as it turns out, our last conversation was as she was leaving the office, and we were supposed to talk about a meeting we were going to be scheduling for the following week, which is unfortunately the week after she had passed. And she said, I'm driving. Do you want to talk about that now? Is there anything we can go over right now? And I said, no, let's wait till next week when we meet. And instead, we ended up just catching up. How's your family? How are things? She wanted to know how my election was going. And you never know when your last conversation is going to be with somebody. And so in retrospect, I'm glad that our last conversation was not about work, and it was just catching up and seeing how we were both doing. And I will always remember that, and I'll be thankful for that. That being said, I do want to again extend my condolences to Roy and Carmen's family members, and then all of her loved ones and colleagues, those who she left a everlasting impression on, and especially to her staff. She cared for you all so much and believed in the work that you all did and believed in you as individuals. And I am sure still does, especially seeing how you all will be continuing the work even after she's gone. And so my condolences to all of you as well. And anything I can do for any of you to support this time, let me know. So lastly, I just want to say that I was very fortunate to be able to call Carmen Ramirez, my former council member, then a mentor, and then a colleague, and also a friend. And I will always be grateful for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. As I mentioned at the moment of silence, it was really a great sadness that we all joined the community in mourning Carmen. I want to thank Robert, today Angel, Stephen, and I'm sure that Tracy and Cruz would like to be here too, for all the good work you've done for the 5th District. You continue to do so. I also had the opportunity of working with Carmen as a supervisor. Many times we had the underserved that needed some legal help. And I remember she used to work for CRLA. I would send my constituency over to Carmen to get help, legal help. Additionally, I had the opportunity to serve with Carmen and LAFCO, the Land Agency Formation Commission, because we made a lot of decisions and annexations to the city and so forth. And also when I was chair of APCD, she was also a member of the city of Oxnard while I was the chair of APCD for the county of Ventura. And she always fought for women, He said, women, she used to tell me this, I got to share this with you, gentlemen. He says, women are smarter than men, she used to tell me. And rightly so. But again, you know, one of the things that I remember from Carmen lastly was we were here where we had a $25,000 check that was given to LULAC. And she was here a couple of days before she passed, you know, and she was very instrumental in thanking the people. And this $25,000 was given for the underserved to make sure that they have the internet and so forth and so forth. That really the day after then we lost her. I could not believe it, you know. But again, one of the last things that I remember about Carmen when I went over to his office, and I was there on my last day. In fact, that day I came over to Oxnard to raise my hand to become mayor. She says, "Mr. Supervisor, keep my seat warm." Thank you. Thank you so much, and I appreciate that. But at this time, what I'd like to do, and I just like to call Chief Benitez come over real quick, you know, and I know that this is a pedestrian safety month, and I think this is one of the important things about crosswalks and so forth. Is to slow down, look out for people walking. But September Pedestrian Month. Can you share a couple of words on this? This is really important on crossing the streets and about our motorists and also our pedestrians.
Yes, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We'll first have to admit that it's very hard for me to follow the very kind and heartfelt words that you had for Supervisor Ramirez. Yes, September is Pedestrian Safety Month. It's an ongoing tradition within law enforcement where we are here to promote safe driving as well as safe walking. And just to, without belaboring the statistics, California is 11th in the nation in terms of pedestrian injuries. About 55,000 pedestrians per year are injured in motor vehicle collisions. California is California is 11th in that rank. The city of Oxnard is 19th in the state of California amongst comparable cities in terms of pedestrian-related injuries. To give you an idea of how serious the situation is within our own city, to date we've had 11 traffic fatalities. 5 of them are pedestrians. 3 are bicycles, 1 is a motorcycle, and the other two of them are from motor vehicles. So pedestrians is a leading challenge here. We have drivers here that do not, they're not attentive to pedestrians. And with that said, we have to teach our pedestrians also to practice what I would describe as being just defensive walking. So what do we do at PD is we do have a campaign. We actually do kind of incorporate this year round, but we try to make as much outreach to our community, particularly with our children and our seniors in terms of practicing safe walking. We have some events. We actually do what we call a human school bus. We've done a couple of those events where we have groups of students going to school. We go to our senior centers and talk to the seniors, but it also comes, we do PSAs, some social media, but one thing that does come back to it is that it comes back towards pedestrian enforcement, particularly failure to yield or failure to give right of way to pedestrians. So anyway, that's what we do. If there's an ask that I have for the public that's listening right now, or anyone here that has the ability to do this, please help us by getting our motorists to pay better attention, to practice better driving habits. We wouldn't have to have these conversations.
And I think one of the important things that you and I talked about today is that pedestrians take it for granted that the car is going to stop for them when they cross, get into the crosswalk, you know. And I think the pedestrians need to look out for those cars and the motorists for those pedestrians, which I think is really, really important.
Yes.
You know. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just very quickly, as part of this update portion for council members, I just wanted to thank a few people during the month of August from our time we had off. I was able to hold a second occurrence or the second incidence of our District 2 community conversations. Last year, it was myself and our beat officers and some representatives from Reading Resilient. This year, I included our neighborhood council chairs from District 2 to be involved in this and put names to faces when folks would come to the event, see who their neighborhood council chair was, talk with them a little bit about the neighborhood council, understand how it works, and be able to hopefully get their interest piqued in joining if they weren't already members. So I just wanted to say thank you to the neighborhood council chairs from District 2 who participated. It's Chris Tacone from Fremont North, Guido Goldner, who's the vice chair for Carriage Square. Len Schulman was unable to make it that evening. Sergio Garcia from Sierra Linda, Diana Velsey from Orchard Park, Bill Schallenberger from South Bank, Amanda Meir from Wagon Wheel, Clay Downing from River Park, and then Corporal Castillo, Corporal Valenzuela, and Commander MacArthur from our neighborhood policing team in Oxnard PD. And and also thank you to La Michoacana on Oxnard Boulevard and Starbucks at the Collection for hosting. They were really great hosts. And it was great to be there, but what was really rewarding was to see the neighborhood council chairs interact with each other. And there were two I saw who were even planning to do a collaborative meeting coming up between their two neighborhood councils. And so it was great to have folks come out and find out about the neighborhood council system and what we're doing at the city. And I want to thank the staff for prepping all the materials for that. We shared a lot of materials about the alley reconstruction project, a lot of excitement about that. But I just want to say thank you to everybody for that. And then lastly, two last things here. I want to thank our many partners who came together to hold yesterday's Labor Day picnic. I saw many of my colleagues there and many folks from across the county. And the labor movement has really led to so much of what has been normalized in the workplace today. And I just hope folks can take a look at that and not take that for granted. And lastly, September, in addition to being Pedestrian Safety Awareness Month, September is also Suicide Prevention Month. And I hope that folks will know that suicide is the second leading cause of death for young people, and know that suicide is still stigmatized and difficult for people to talk about, or difficult for people to listen to those who would need to talk about it. So I'm hoping that those out there who are struggling with thoughts of suicide, or you have concerns about someone with thoughts of suicide, know that there's now a 3-digit hotline, 988, similar to 911 or 211 or 411. 988 will go to the suicide and crisis phone line. And you can call that at any time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and a person will connect with you. So I just wanted to share that as well. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you. Our next item, Councilor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, and then you. Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real quickly, wearing my transportation hat for both Gold Coast Transit District and Ventura County Transportation Commission. We have reinstituted our programs on both levels for students ride free. If you're a student, you need to get to school on public transportation. You can take the big blue bus intercounty, which is run by VCTC, or the local Gold Coast Transit District bus. And we want you to get to school. We want you to get back to a normal life, and it doesn't cost you a penny. Just jump on the bus and go.
Fantastic. Thank you. Councilman Perla.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm totally remiss in talking about Carmen. Jay Duncan. Jay Duncan was an employee of the city of Oxnard I met when I was involved with neighborhood councils. Jay Duncan was known that if you asked a question, he would get you an answer. That day, that night, the next day, weekend, weeknight, Jay Duncan would get you an answer. He was a hell of a guy, and it's a tremendous loss. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is I1. This is City Manager's Department, appointment of members to serve the City Citizen Advisory Group, CAGS. Sherry? Lima? Yeah. You go ahead. What do we have? A Senior Service Commission, Gloria Shaina, excuse me. And also for the Planning Commission is Anne Marie. She's going to hate me. I can never pronounce her last name. I call her Anne Marie Z. She works for Lexus of Oxnard. So, so we need to a recommendation that the mayor, with the approval of the city council, make those following appointments. Do we have a motion?
Move the recommended actions.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Basua. Roll call.
And before we take the vote, just want to check and see, since this is an agendized item, whether we have any public commenters, whether on the Zoom call with their hands raised, or anybody submitting a speaker slip.
Any speaker on this item?
We do not have any public speakers for this item. Thank you.
Okay, so roll call.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is, this is a review of the consent agenda items, items 1 to 6. And we're gonna pull item 5.
Yes, so again, we're going to pull item 5 off the agenda completely, and then item 6 for a brief discussion with the council. And also on the on section N for the regular reports, we're also pulling item 1. These
Right.
are related to item 5. The vendors trying to change the price on us, so we can't go forward with this. So
Item N,
we're
okay.
pulling both of those items
Okay,
off completely.
so remind me of that. So we have a couple of speakers on the consent, and we have Larry Stein, I think it's L6. Is Larry Stein here? And after Stein, we also have Terry Carney. Terry Carney, Larry Stein, L6, and Terry Carney Senior.
Yes, I'd like to hear Steve's discussion on L6 before I speak. Because we'll be talking about setting different dates for different items on the agenda and the calendar. I'd like to hear what those dates are before I speak, please.
Okay, and Carney. Is he calling in? Senior? Okay,
Sorry. Mayor, we have Molly McCarthy on virtual that would like to speak. She has her hand up.
okay, let's go ahead.
However, Terry Carney, that is pre-registered to speak on consent items, has not dialed in as of yet.
Okay, so, but we do have a speaker then.
Molly McCarthy has
Okay.
her hand up.
Okay,
She is registered to speak on the Aquatic Center,
oh,
but I will check to see if maybe she also wants to speak on a consent item. One moment, please.
okay.
Molly McCarthy, please unmute by pressing *6. Hi, Molly. Were
Hi.
you calling in for consent item?
No, I'm just I'm sorry, I'm new to this. So I just wanted to make sure we just wait until you get to the pool item to talk about it.
Okay.
Yes,
And
that
three.
is under reports N3.
M3,
Okay.
thank you,
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
thank you. Any other speakers, Madam Clerk?
No, Mayor, we do not have any additional speakers. Thank
Okay.
you.
Council members, why don't we go ahead and vote on item 1? Oh, just me.
I have some questions on 3 and 4.
Okay, go ahead, 3 and 4.
On item 3, we're going to award a contract for Mariposa and Garcia. But on page 53 of the contract, there's a sentence and it having to do with what work the normal public works would be able to do. I sent a heads up to the staff. Can they please fill up the council? Not everyone looks at the staff report or attended committee meetings. So could we fill it in how the staff, normal public works work will roll into what's available or what they would do by the addition of these 2 private contractors, taking some of the work off the table for the staff? Please.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, City Council, Steve Howlett, Assistant Public Works Director. In response to Councilmember Perillo's question, the items that staff will be able to focus more time on, the 2 big primary ones are the 311 requests and the proactive irrigation checks and repair. These are 2 items that are continuously being reported every day, especially through 311s. So this will allow staff to take more time for these types of repairs and inspections and requests, but also then there's other things like tree repair, tree maintenance, Currently, the park staff maintains not only the 36 parks, but also the street landscapes and 48,000 trees. We have only 2.5 people dedicated to trees. So by contracting out these services, that gives us more flexibility to assign staff to these needs, which also include the tree maintenance as well.
Thank you. On item
Okay.
4,
Mhm.
the contract for Mariposa for basic landscape citywide general fund, will that be a similar answer? That it will allow the city staff to, on page 366, outside of routine maintenance. So it'd allow them to jump on something of 311 or something like that.
Yes, very similar answer. We have 8 people dedicated to the maintenance of the parks. And so by these additional contract services, not only the things that I mentioned before, but also they can assist in quicker responses to things like graffiti removal. And then also spend more time with the ball field maintenance in preparation for the annual youth leagues.
Thank you. And the reason I ask these council is there's a lot of residents that seem to think that the public works is not doing enough, and I disagree. They are doing a lot of things. They're asked to wear a lot of hats, and there's a lot of things that come up. So thank you, Mr. Howlett, for addressing that.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all I got.
So council members, how about if we vote on 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then we can go back to 6.
So moved.
The motion by Councilor Perrello, second by Councilor Lopez, roll call. And this is an item.
I'm sorry,
1, 2.
Mayor, I had an interruption. My apologies. May I please get clarification? I have item 5 is being pulled from the agenda. Were there any other items that are being pulled from the agenda from the consent
We're
agenda?
going to pull
items?
item 5 and we're going to discuss 6.
Okay.
but-
What is the vote? What is this vote that you're taking on?
We're going to take the vote on consent items 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then we'll come back to 6. And
Okay,
we're pulling-
thank you.
we're pulling
And that's
5.
for items 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the consent agenda.
Yes, and then we're going to pull 5 and then come back and discuss 6.
Thank you. Who made the motion?
Perrello.
Morello,
Perrello? And the second, please?
Lopez.
Lopez, thank
Mhm.
you. Okay, roll call. Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua, Mayor Zaragoza,
yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello. Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Again, this is approval for consent items 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank
R-
you.
That's correct. And we're pulling 5 and now 6 for discussion, and that's Mr. City Manager. Go ahead.
Yes, so this is for the council's meeting calendar for the following year. And it's pretty much the same as the last few years in terms of the number of meetings. A few things moved around due to where holidays fall in the coming year. The one thing we weren't, I was convinced, but staff was not convinced about whether the council would want to have the committee meetings on the week of December be due to where the Christmas holidays fall. So the question is, would you like to have the final committee meeting of the year next December, not this year, next year, to fall on Thursday, December 21st? Or the following week, Wednesday, December 27th?
21st is, then we get
The 21st is before Christmas and 27th is after.
the 27th, then we're off until the first of the year. Is that correct?
Mhm.
I'm saying Lopez way.
Yes, I was mouthing before, so the 21st.
21st.
And we're talking about committee meetings.
Committee meetings, right?
My only problem with the mayor is those are generally nighttime meetings and employees should be at home, I think, immediately before, immediately after Christmas and be with their family, and
That's right.
I'd just soon cancel them.
Well, the 21st is way before.
Mhm.
No.
But
hold-
can we-
hold
4
on,
days?
Hold on.
Let's,
No.
let's,
because-
we'll take the
listen.
21st and not the 27th, correct?
No. Because listen, this year or this upcoming year, weirdly, a lot of places that usually get 2 weeks, 1 week for Christmas, 1 week for New Year's, are not getting that. They're only getting 1 week because of how the calendar is based. So I would agree with Councilman McDonald and just council.
When you say places, do you mean schools?
School, yeah,
Got
a
it.
lot of
Okay.
schools actually, and a lot of work things
they're
where you
out.
get 2 weeks, they're only getting a week.
Oh,
There's already complaints about that, and that's a year away.
Okay, thank you for that. We didn't
Councilman
know that.
Basula,
I would like our employees to enjoy the holiday season.
there we go. Okay, so Councilman Lopez, you said disregard 27th and have it to 21st.
Yeah, so what I think what has been done in the past is that we have a meeting or a date scheduled, but there's also an opportunity for the meeting to be canceled if there's no items to
That's
be
correct.
discussed. So I would say to put on the calendar for the 21st, and if there's no items to come to the
Then we
committee, then
cancel.
the meetings can be canceled.
Cancel accordingly. So what, is that a motion or do we need a motion or it's just,
It's, you all get to choose. I was outvoted at the staff level.
At the
Just be,
staff
just be
level.
clear what you're, and whoever makes the motion, be clear on what the determination on this is.
Since we have enough time, I think staff should know that we won't have anything on the 21st. So they should plan accordingly and bring it to
no.
us
Before.
before that day. And I'm going
The
to
12th?
agree that we just cancel and resume after the holiday season.
Is that first and then second by,
I'll second.
so that way we can celebrate that.
Well,
Well,
that was on staff. We can plan ahead. we're just planning ahead.
that's right.
And you're
Mr. Mayor,
adopting your
I'll-
meeting calendar.
I'll just repeat my comment. If these were meetings during the normal day, I wouldn't have an issue with it, but these are nighttime hours and typically during the week before and week after Christmas, nighttime hours are filled with family
Yeah,
events and
that's right.
things of that nature. And I think since we have a whole year to plan this ahead, we can meet a little extra time earlier
and cancel.
do a few things, catch up earlier. So I would vote for not being here on the 21st or the 27th at nighttime.
I think
To
that's-
catch up,
Well,
we have to.
I think Councilmember Basula
Basula?
made that motion. Yeah,
But so,
and he second. Councilmember Madrigal seconded.
okay, go ahead. What was the motion?
Motion is to cancel the 2 last weeks, the meetings, the 21st and the 22nd.
The second by, second, okay, so that's what you were sharing. So roll call?
Councilmember Madrigal.
We do have public comment.
Well, we do have public comment on this item?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's L6. Larry, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff. Somewhat concerns I have as well, appreciative of the staff having time off for the families during the, this is not this December, the following December, planning this far in advance, over a year in advance, sometimes makes you think maybe this item should be pulled entirely for discussion. So after we have the elections, like we may have 3 different council members on the election, on the city council by this time rolls around. So that's almost half the council, but potentially. So if you're making decisions right now, for something that's going to affect the new council a year from now, I would rather see the item pulled entirely for discussion sometime next year and not make a decision for next year's city council, just for consideration. The other issue I have on this item is the fact that we have committee meetings taking
about
place that are
this.
being canceled. And sometimes we have staff issues involved where the public asks for information and won't be able to respond to it a year from now or a year from December because it's not going to be meeting. We have an item on the agenda this coming, for example, this December, we have an item on the planning commission dealing with Teal Club Road. A rather crucial item. Who knows what's going to be on the agenda a year from now? So my recommendation that maybe reconsider is the fact that you postpone this entirely until we're talking about, say, next year at this time instead of Again, this item is for a year from December, from my understanding, and not this December. So there needs to be a clarification to the public, whether we're talking about this December, a year from December. If we're talking a year from December, then it's really concerning to me that we're talking about this now and not, next year, in January, February, March, after the council's been elected. But just for your consideration, thank you.
Thank you, Larry. And I'm sure the
Mis-
staff, if we need to have a meeting, we can always,
Correct. There's always the
Okay.
option for a special meeting, but I just want to clarify for Mr. Stein. We're scheduling a calendar here. We're not scheduling items.
that's calendar
Right?
years, right?
So we need to do this before next year. We can't wait till next year to decide on next year's meeting calendar.
It's a planning issue, yeah. So we have a motion and a second. Oh, Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. So it sounds like the motion is that we are going to go ahead and forego the option of having a meeting in December, the end of December 2023, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I appreciate Mr. Stein's taking into consideration potential future council members' schedules. I can only speak for myself. I know when I came onto council, there were plenty of things that are already scheduled that here's the calendar, you're available, you're not, and I put it on my calendar. So knowing what I was signing up for was important. And if I'm here after November or someone else is here, I hope that they understand that these are pre-scheduled dates. You signed up for this as a service to the community, and you will hopefully find the time to fit into your schedule what this commitment is. And that includes things that were predetermined before you came on board. So I appreciate the consideration on it, but I also see the staff's need to have these dates set so that they can start populating it with the agenda items and get the business of the city's governance on those calendar items or on those calendar dates. So thank you.
Right. And again, the staff has we have an opportunity to set up a special meeting if we have to too. So I think it's important. So we have motion and a second roll call. And that was a motion by Basu.
Mayor, that was, just wanted to confirm that was the only public speaker. We do not have any
Any
additional
additional? Thank you.
public speakers for consent items.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That was first by Basu, second by Madrigal. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello, Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is, this is a September 6th City Council meeting, M1. This is a time and place for a public hearing on M1 from the Police Department. Subject, Edward Burns Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, FY 2022, Local JAG. Recommendation of City Council conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution. 1, to ratify the prior execution and submission of an application for the U.S. Department of Justice DOJ grant funds in the amount of $99,611 from the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Grant JAG Program FY 2022 local solicitation with no matching fund requirements. 2, authorize the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the county of Ventura, the city of San Buenaventura, designating the city of Oxnard as the lead agency and fiscal agent for JAG. 3, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute a grant agreement and appropriate funds upon the notification of a grant award. 4, authorizing the chief financial officer or designee to submit financial reports and grant claims and approve administrative budget appropriation for the use of JAG funds upon award. And 5, authorizing the chief of police or designee to submit all programs related to the progress or status reports. Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications received on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So members of the public are invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website or in person. People that did not sign up can also follow the instructions posted on the agenda for the meeting at the city website and the Oxnard.org city meetings. The Finance Manager Delia Campbell, in accordance with the Measure M, posted a video presented regarding this item, and it's available along with Assistant Chief or Chief Benitez to answer any brief clarifying questions from council members may have before we take any public testimony. Council members will deliberate after the public hearing has been closed. Do any council members have any questions at this time of the chief? Councilmember Perrella?
Yes, thank you, Chief. On page 426 and 427, there were a couple, there's one specific point. It's addressed, and I'll read the sentence under background. JAG-funded projects may address crime through provisions of services directly to individuals and/or communities by improving the effectiveness and efficiency of criminal justice systems, processes, and purposes. My question is hanging over to the other page. It comments grantees may utilize JAG funds for state, local initiatives, technical assistance, training, personnel, equipment, services, contractual support, and information systems. Getting back to the initial statement, it may be used for individuals or communities. Individuals, does that mean private individuals? Or do they have to be law enforcement individuals?
Imagine that could be an individual such as a consultant.
So that would not be Jane Doe coming off the street saying she needs assistance and she could qualify for funds. It would be something that would directly relate it to law enforcement. It's not
Exactly.
something that we or the police department could award if somebody is in trouble and they need some money to do something like a social issue.
Correct. That's
Okay.
not the case.
You answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for bringing this item forward. I understand it's an item that we're working collaboratively with other agencies on. This is a public hearing, and my question is, because Measure M prohibits the public from seeing the live presentation reenacted at the council, for the benefit of the public, would you mind just briefly summarizing what this item is in front of us and what the intention is for Oxnard's portion of these grant funds?
Certainly, Mayor and Council, this is a routine grant item. I believe in my tenure at the city, this is probably like the 15th one I've done in a row each year. The Bureau of Justice Administration provides formula grants to government agencies, and this formula grant is based on population and computed crime rates. When that number is established, the money is apportioned at the county level. And so, if, for example, in this case, $99,000 has been apportioned to the county of Ventura, and Oxnard's portion is approximately 57,000 of that amount. One agency of the awardees actually is the lead agency that coordinates the grant reporting. Oxnard, again, I believe for at least the past 15 years has been the lead coordinating agency for that grant. So we will manage that grant through our financial services office. That funding, as was mentioned earlier, can be used to improve or enhance law enforcement programs and preserve or create jobs, which may include equipment, supplies, training, personnel, and other contractual support. This year, we are working in conjunction with the fire department in promoting the tactical EMS system. It's known as TEMS. It's we are purchasing, our plan is to purchase protective body armor for those members of that tactical EMS team.
Okay. Thank you very much. And just for the public record, even though Measure M prohibits the public from viewing this, 25 individuals, 7 of whom are up here, did view your presentation ahead of time. So thank you for putting it together.
Thank you, Councilman Perrella.
Can you explain why you would assist with the body armor for the people in the personnel? And I know it's a good reason, but share with the public.
Certainly.
Because the emergency personnel often go into situations that are less than friendly.
Correct. Exactly. There's over the past few years, we've established a new collaboration in the world of tactics along conjunction with our fire department. We are integrating fire personnel into the tactical elements during SWAT operations. And these tactical EMS operators are essentially their medics that are accompanying our SWAT personnel for if the event comes up that someone, whether it's the officer or a member of the public, becomes injured, so they can tend to them faster. Putting the protective gear Obviously, it's a life-saving measure that helps saves lives and improves the safety of our personnel.
Smart. Thank you very much. Thank you for explaining that.
Certainly.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chief. Any
Move
other?
the recommended action.
Well, we're not there yet. Well, almost there, almost there.
Sorry.
I'm going to now open the public testimony to anybody like to speak on this item?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, if there's no public speakers, I'm going to close the public hearing. And do we have a motion?
I changed my mind. Move the recommended action.
Okay, moved by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilman Perillo. Roll call.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
It wasn't me. Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Perillo. Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, our next item, and this is a Housing Authority item. This is the time and place for the public hearing on the item M2, Oxnard Housing Authority. Subject is Family Self-Sufficiency Action Plan. The recommendation is the Board of Commissioners, one, hold a public hearing to receive comments concerning the Public Housing Authority's Family Self-Sufficiency Action Plan. To adopt a resolution approving the Housing Authority Family Self-Sufficient Action Plan and authorize the Housing Director to execute and submit all the reports and documents required to comply with the federal policy and procedures regarding the Family Self-Sufficiency Action Plan. We'll start off with the city clerk's certification and publication of any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Zaragoza, there was a legal notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on August 25th, 2022, and the city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, the members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item. If there's any person who'd like to speak on this item, they can do so now, or they can also follow the city website at oxnard.org city meetings. The Housing Program Manager, Brenda Lopez, and I think we have Mr. Ramirez here, has posted a presentation regarding this item, and it's available for any any answers that might be required. Mr. Emilio Ramirez is here to clarify any questions by the City Council. Before we take any testimony, is there any council members that have any questions on this item? Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. This is the second public hearing we have on tonight's agenda. And second item that is prohibited by Measure M from a live presentation being provided for people watching this now or watching it in the future. So I'm hoping that with 26 views for the pre-recorded presentation, would you mind just briefly explaining for the benefit of the public what this item is in front of us?
Thank you, Councilman Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. The item is fairly innocuous. In 1986, HUD had a pilot program, which has been in effect since then. And a few years later, in 2022, they finally enacted the final rule. And so they're asking us to amend the plan to implement the final rule. There isn't anything real significant to it. It clarifies the definition of head of household or who's eligible to be participant. It clarifies how you can use the funds and when they can be used, things like that. It doesn't damage or shorten or limit anything further the existing emphasis program that has been in place for quite some time.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Councilman Perillo?
Thank you. On page 441, there is one line underneath the various bullet points, and it says, it's talking about the definition of good cause for an extension is broader, and it's talking about the head of the household under rental assistance. but it says the possibility of termination with escrow disbursement under certain circumstances. What are they talking about?
So, when a family is enrolled in an FSS program, they generate an account, the escrow account, and that escrow account is to be used for the meeting of a goal that they may have. For example, they may want to buy a home, and so that escrow account can be used for the down payment assistance or to pay for the down payment of that home. So that's a possibility. There has been situations where, and that escrow account, assuming that they continue to comply with the FSS requirements and regulations, that escrow account essentially belongs to that participant.
They're basically earning it as long as they
They're
stay.
earning it and they can use it in a way that is compliant with their plan. They can't just withdraw it and use it for some vacation or something like that, but they have to use it in a way that complies with their plan. So there has been some changes in terms of how and when the housing authority can reprogram or repurpose that escrow account. For example, when a family reaches an income limit, they become over income. They're not eligible for Section 8 any further. And they, at that point, either need to use in the prior scenario and before the final rule was enacted, they need to either use the escrow account or sacrifice it. Now it's being in a situation where that escrow account can remain with the head of household, even though they're not receiving the housing assistance payment, the benefit of Section 8. So it's just a change in the way that they can continue to benefit from the escrow account that they have been saving.
In the example you used, if their income level goes above a certain level, they stop receiving extra additional stuff to the escrow account, but they don't lose what was already built up when they qualified.
Good, yes,
Thank-
that would be a fair way to say, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That answered my question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Now I'm going to open the public hearing testimony portion. The speakers have 3 minutes to speak on this item. Madam Clerk, do you have any speakers?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing.
Okay, if not, then I'm closing the public hearing. And council members, do we have a motion on this item?
Mayor, I will go ahead and move approval of this item, and I wanted to add a comment that
Okay.
I've seen the family self-sufficiency programs through my work in Santa Barbara County, and I think this is a great step towards supporting families to be able to participate in these programs and really helping them to elevate and improve their housing and their family. So I'm really supportive of this move.
Okay, so we got a first by, second by Councilman Turan. Roll call.
Just as a reminder, this is the Oxnard Housing Authority Board of Commissioners.
Right.
And the two tenant commissioners are both absent tonight.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So roll call as commissioners.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello, Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. City Manager, I understand that N1 has been removed.
Yes, sir. We need to pull that off the agenda.
Okay, so we had a speaker on this item, so that's canceled then. I think we had one speaker on this. Okay, so Steve, that would take the speaker. Okay, Larry Stein. N1, that's been removed too, by the way, Larry, so go ahead and.
I am aware that N1's been removed. The main issue on this is a fact. It had both an information consent item that is very similar to this item over here. And you were going to approve or discuss an information consent item following, and then having a reported item. To me, the policy, the procedure did not make sense to me to have two similar items on the same general subject. That is a subsidy for the fire department for chassis and 6 trucks. To first have one item under information consent, then the same physical device or the same physical pieces of equipment, six fire vehicles, then being on a report. So again, I was more concerned about the issues involved in procedures, having both an information consent item on one subject for these 6 trucks, and now a report following the information consent, had things gone according to plan, on the same 6 vehicles for a different part of it. Again, I sometimes I would question the actual process and procedures and putting 2 separate items on the agenda for the same physical piece of final equipment. Again, we have chassis at one end and buys at the other. I can build half a car and approve it and not build the other half. Again, I'm just pointing this out to you on a procedural basis and not necessarily an opinion on the cost of this or otherwise. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor,
Mhm.
sorry to interrupt. I wanted to address Mr. Stein's concern. One of the items is the financing and the other item is the purchase of the items of the chassis. And it was not clear to us whether those two would align exactly in date. There was some chance that the financing would have come to the committee and also to council on a different date than the actual purchase order. We wanted to make sure that the purchase order, if it did come before council, that it came in time to purchase at the purchase price and that we were able to pay, but at the same time, the financing may have happened at a different timing. That's why the item was split.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. Okay, our next item is this Public Works item. This is the item number 2 is grant resolution for the Caltrans Highway Safety Improvement Program, U.S. Department of Transportation, reconnecting the community, planning grant projects and Ventura County Transportation Commission call for projects. Recommendation of the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to submit grant applications and execute grant agreements if awarded for the Highway Safety Improvement Program in the amount not to exceed $20 million for 2 grants. Reconnecting the communities pilot program for an estimated amount not to exceed $2 million in the Ventura County Transportation Commission call for projects for amount not to exceed $5 million. And the authorizing this finance director to submit financial reports and claims for the use of the grant funds and authorizing the public works director or designee to submit non-financial reports. And this, again, did not originate in committee. And so we do have Michael Wolf. Michael? Go ahead, Michael.
Evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. As indicated, these are requests to submit grant applications, and so our staff is available to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilmember Madrigal?
Actually, more of a comment. I just want to thank you especially for the, hopefully if it all goes well, the aspect of trying to reconnect the Lemonwood neighborhood to adjacent areas. Even though I've never lived there, I kind of grew up there. I went to Lemonwood School, went to Channel Islands. I remember crossing that bridge. And, driving by that bridge today is, it's a sight for sore eyes and it's pretty bad. And, I understand things happen, but at the same time, that just kind of goes more into the fact that for the most part, that neighborhood and Diamond Bar across the way feels secluded from the rest of the city. So hopefully something can be done.
Okay, Councilmember Perrella?
Yes. Just to follow up on Councilman Madrigal with the bridge. Is there an expectation if we don't get grant funding, when we would be looking to take the bridge down?
So just clarification on what we're requesting. It's actually a planning grant, so it's like the very first stage
Right, but-
process that would identify anything future. So there's no plans right now for any demolition of the existing bridge.
But in your position as Public Works or the general manager of the city, the long term, in 10 years, 20 years, we expect that bridge probably to be replaced?
I think it would be premature to guess on that. It's more of a structural issue than anything else.
Okay,
When it was constructed, it met current standards, and so we would continue to do that process.
because that gets into, I think, there's no findings from any governmental state that there's a problem, that it's got to come down.
We have no directive right now for any replacement. This
Thank
is
you.
really truly, as Councilmember Madrigal talked about, is an area that right now currently isn't provided some access across that bridge. As a child, I used to cross that bridge as well. It's been there a long time like that. So this is an opportunity for us to take that first step and look at some funding to start a planning process for it.
Okay, then the only other question I have is specifically on terms. There's a term for a retro reflective backplate, an advanced stop bar, and curb extensions. Can you just roughly define for people that didn't look at a video or look at the report?
A lot of
Please,
technical,
that's my question.
a lot of technical terms there. So we'll start with the reflective backplate. So if you look at a signal, traffic signal, the signal head itself, there's a plate that surrounds the three lights. There's a newer process that's allowing for the reflective tape to be put up there, or actually constructed with retroreflective material. So that's what that is. It's to provide a little more visibility to those signal heads at certain times of day and night. So it's a retroreflective process. The other one is the curb or bulb outs. So if you can imagine at an intersection where you have the ADA ramps that go into the intersection, the idea there is to try to narrow down that distance between the two sides of the street. And so typically you would see this on a two-lane street where you have on-street parking. You're able to basically extend out those ramps a little further into the parking area to narrow that distance between the two sides of the street. So that's what we call those extensions or bulb outs or curb extensions. And the third one was, so in those situations, you can see them in different instances where you either have a mid-block crossing, so a crosswalk mid-block, or even at intersection where we want to have the vehicle stop and not use the actual crosswalk itself to mark the limit of where to stop. So that advanced stop bar is something that sets a little further back. So we keep that distance between the vehicles and the actual pedestrians using that crosswalk. It's usually striping. It's striping.
Councilor Basu and then with Turan.
Thank you. Obviously, this would be extremely beneficial for District 5. I also crossed that bridge to go to Channel Islands High School from Lemonwood when I was in high school. So when will we know if the grant was approved?
So the dates for submission are there, and what we don't have, well, I don't have right now, but we can get back to council is the process by which it takes. These are as part of the original staff report, or the initial part of the staff report, these are part of the Investment Act grant. So there's some newer processes here. So we would just be in touch with the granting agency and make sure that we follow that timeline. But we certainly can get back to you on that once we know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I see the application is due September 23rd. But yeah, we can know when it's about, we're gonna find out whether we were recipients of the grants or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Wolf, for bringing this item forward and looking at it as a potential grant opportunity for the city of Oxnard. I'm going to speak to one of the other components of the grant application, which is around the Ventura Road corridor from Teal Club to Woolley Road. That particular corridor spans District 2, District 1, and District 4. And the potential enhancements for cyclists and pedestrians there are absolutely to be commended. I appreciate staff looking at this opportunity and bringing it forward to council to apply for it. I've said a number of times, as have my colleagues and members of the public, the pedestrian and cyclist safety in the city of Oxnard and the infrastructure around that really needs any kind of enhancements we can address as we can address them. And I appreciate this, and I'm looking at some of the potential enhancements that we'll be looking at putting there if the grant were approved. I think that's an incredible improvement for the Ventura Road corridor. And as they say, if you build it, they will come. It's my hope that if these particular enhancements are done for cyclists and pedestrian safety, it may encourage people who live in that area to use that mode of transportation versus a single vehicle occupancy trip. So I want to thank you for that. And I see Mr. Nepali's in the audience today as well. I will say that a little bit further north of Teal Club and Ventura Road on Doris and Ventura Road, he was very helpful in looking at some of the issues that were there, particularly around pedestrian safety and the number of collisions that we have at the intersection. And there are a number of things that need to be looked at. And another initiative we're looking at for that intersection and 9 other intersections. But for that particular intersection, one thing he said we can do now, he actually did. And I want to give him credit for that. And that was the signal timing for pedestrians to cross Doris at Ventura Road heading north, and just the safety that's added to that for pedestrians, because it's a very tricky intersection to cross. So thank you again.
Thank you. Any other items? Okay, we need a motion on this item.
I'll move the recommended action.
Motion by Turan, second by Basua. Roll call.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello, Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our last item is Cultural and Community Service Department. Subjects approve the conceptual design for the South Oxnard Aquatic Center. Recommendation of the City Council approve the conceptual design recommended option for the South Oxnard Aquatic Center Improvement Project number 225502. The Aquatic Center will be located within College Park. And then again, this is going to be a live presentation by Ashley Golden.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you, Council.
And we don't-
Before we,
I do have about 10 speakers, so I'm not sure if we want to take the speakers before or.
I would recommend taking them after the presentation
thank
by
you.
the consultant.
Okay.
But before I turn it over to
Thank
ELS and Clarence will introduce his team, I first just wanted to make a couple remarks. First, as we all know, the South Oxnard Aquatic Center is a council priority, with the primary goal of providing water safety and opportunities for people within our community to learn to swim. Secondary to that, it's to increase the recreational opportunities. After 4 community outreach meetings, ELS developed a plan which we refer to as the aspirational plan. We were hoping that we could do this project for $40 million. We cannot do this project for $40 million. When we got those estimated cost in, we asked ELS to go back and look at some other design options that aligned with the council's goals as well as the community's aspirational plan. And tonight we're recommending what we refer to as the recommended option, which is still estimated at 53.8 million, still obviously way above the 40 million that we were hoping to be able to do this project. Clarence with ELS will walk through the differences between the recommended option and the aspirational, but primarily that difference is a 50-meter pool versus a 30-meter pool. Most other options are the same, and clearly the recommended option still aligns with the council's priority for water safety and learn to swim opportunity, as well as a variety of recreational opportunities. This is a $13 million less in cost, still again, well above the 40 million we estimated. And what that means is that impacts your ability to do other projects that we're intending to bond for, whether that's the senior center, seawalls in the future, fire stations. There's a variety of options within your council priorities that we were looking to bonding. So anytime you increase those costs, you reduce that capacity to be able to bond for those projects. One other thing, or actually a couple other things before I turn it over to ELS, 2 disclaimers. One, these are very broad brush strokes on the cost. We're in an uncertain time with the economy. We're also in a very preliminary design phase. We haven't gone into all those design construction drawings where you're going to uncover things. So I just want to keep that in mind. Everything in terms of cost is subject to change with that uncertainty, but this is what we know today. Second, the site was acquired with grant monies, and with those grant monies comes a variety of requirements. And so after council selects, which we do need you to select an option so I can move to this next step, we need to seek the approval of the county as well as the State Office of Grants and Local Service to ensure that the design complies with those grant funding requirements. And lastly, I would just like to thank the council for getting us to this point. You prioritize this project. State Senator Limon has already gotten us $5 million, which we're using to get through this phase. And through the leadership of Councilwoman Basua and Councilwoman Lopez at the community meetings and advocating for this project, we've been able to get to this point, which is very exciting. We're looking forward to the decision that you make this evening so that we can get to that next step. And we look forward to an opening in July of 2025 after we can get there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Clarence with ELS. He'll introduce his team. We have one online and we also have staff members here that will be able to address questions.
Actually, we had a couple of questions before we go ahead, Councilor Perrella.
Thank you very much.
And then I have a
Ash.
question too. Go ahead.
I just have one specific. If we extrapolate how much this jumped up in cost from what we associated, the line on financial impact and I'm reading directly the last line here. From a bond capacity, it should be noted that the changes or higher construction project costs for the South Oxnard Aquatic Center will limit future financing affordability for other city projects. Examples: aquatic center, fire stations, senior center, seawalls, etc. Do we expect that those projects are going to jump in cost as much as this one? Has anybody looked at that?
Yeah, let me answer that
Michael.
really
And the
quickly.
reason I ask, are we going to have to reshift? I mean, these are some pretty big, from life-saving fire stations to senior center to seawall
Seawalls.
to the aquatic center. We got some big balls up in the air right now.
Right. So I'll take the first part of it, and I don't know if our Public Works Director wants to add anything. So it's about the timing of it all. So on the one hand, we don't control the external economic situation in terms of the costs of things like cement. We don't control that. So it's a timing issue. There are still opportunities for us as we go through this process to seek other grant opportunities to supplement the cost of all of these items. So we can't, I strongly recommend we move forward, knowing that we have those other items looming out there that we need to tackle in the near future, but we can't be paralyzed by that prospect either. So the timing of it will also determine the cost, and then we'll make those choices. We'll cross those bridges as we get to them. But I want to assure you that there's still opportunities for us to seek other grant funding to help supplement the cost for this as well as the other projects.
I appreciate that, and I want to thank you for that explanation, but I don't want the council to forget. There were and are big issues. Number one, a levy, SCR 3 and SCR 1. And both of those levies, the costs have gone up tremendously, and we're not even dealing with those. But those are other big projects dealing with health, safety, and welfare, impacting 2 specific districts in the city. Thank you.
Mr. Mr. Wolf, I also had the same concerns, and the question I had was, can we ask for more money from the state? Can we ask for more money from the county, potentially in the state, to make up for the difference? You know, and I think that's really important that we can do that, because we promised the community. I think it's important that we have the swimming pool for the children and and the individuals there in South Oxnard. But as mentioned also by Councilman Perillo, we're looking at right now, this is, we're looking at advancing now that potentially could change in the future. We'll need more additional funding. So consequently, can we ask then the state or the county for more funding?
Yes,
We're gonna look at all opportunities for funding. Yes.
including the feds.
Including the feds, yeah,
Mhm.
because right now, there's quite a bit of dollars in Sacramento that we can ask for now. And I think as probably working with Senator Limon, and others, we can probably get some additional funding, so. I just want to add that too, and I think I had the same concerns that Councilmember had, on the estimation. Anyway, go ahead. Anything else, or you want the consultant to go ahead and start? Yeah.
I don't have anything to add to the city manager.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I'll turn it over to ELS.
Mhm.
Can we bring up their PowerPoint, please?
There we go. Oh, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Clarence Mamoyak with ELS Architects. And online, I have Dana Volmer Grant, also with the ELS Architects. And Dana also is a 3-time Olympian and 5-time gold medalist. She's a fast swimmer. So anyway, you're going to hear from Dana later on.
Thank you.
She'll be available for Q&A. I'm going to run through the show here, and kind of in the interest of time, I'm going to ask to kind of skip through a few slides. I think, I get to control it.
Mhm.
This one here. Okay. So again, Ashley, I thought gave a real good kind of introduction to what we were going to cover tonight. She talked about the goals, and I think the key one up there is number 1. This is about creating learn to swim opportunities for the community, develop a love for water, and hopefully develop a big confidence to go out to the coast and enjoy that beautiful shoreline as well. So there are all kinds of ways to do that. Obviously, just making sure we create a fun center, something that's accessible to all. It also, we're going to have opportunities. I just heard grants earlier. There is a lot of money in California for these kinds of projects. We're seeing it in other work we're doing throughout California. So I think that's a real opportunity. And then finally, it's about striking a balance in sort of the construction cost and what we're doing programming wise, because a lot of water is expensive to manage, but a lot of water is also expensive to build. So what is that balance, and how can we deal with all of that? Just a little bit about the public process. Again, I think city staff started off with a lot of great work. November 20 through November 21, there was quite an outreach to a number of schools in the area. Then at the end of 2021, there was a big engagement presentation and workshop at College Park. And then we got to facilitate 2 following engagement periods. And again, we had a great turnout, good range of ages and all. So it was a lot of fun. And we got to share a lot of what we were thinking, and we heard a lot of great feedback. So what I'm going to start with first is just an analysis of the site, so you can kind of get a sense of where we ended up with in terms of the concept design. And as you all know, we're in College Park. We're on the east side of College Park. There's a ring road that gets us into the site. And this is probably one of the biggest factors that kind of drove the shape of the building. We have winds coming from the northeast and winds coming from the west, and we want to protect the aquatics environment from those winds. Not only do you get a little chill over you if you're a little damp, but the wind running over the water causes or accelerates the evaporation. So it not only takes away water, but it takes away the chemicals that are in the water and a bunch of other things. So it's pretty expensive to run if we don't start to sort of put up defenses for those, for the winds. We're always interested in knowing where the sun is. That's real important for shading and a bunch of other reasons. And so we finally get into the programming. And if Dana were here, she would be doing this. So I'm going to do my best job to be Dana here. Again, she was this incredibly decorated athlete. But one of the things Dana would tell you is that, with her two boys, it's really about kind of learning how to sort of get them engaged with water and in a safe way. And one of the things that Dana did early on in her career, she did a lot of ocean training. And a part of that ocean training was developed going to big water parks like the one you're seeing there, and learning about how water currents move and all to sort of prepare herself for even safe training in the ocean. So all of that can be done in this center as well. Some of the other things we'll be doing in the center, we're considering big inflatables. These are all about sort of things that you don't typically think of when you think of aquatic centers. Movie nights, those could be a fun thing as well. Obstacle courses, you can actually get apparatus that goes over the pools. And then pools are becoming liquid gyms as well. And so everything you can do in a gym, you can do in the water. And that too will be another way to use the pools. And then of course, there's the basics. There's competition from age groups all the way up through master's programs and everything in between. So what could be in your center? And this was something we posed to the community. And we started out by basically saying, look, the water in these aquatic centers comes in two buckets. There's generally fun water, and then there's fast and flat water. And I think just looking at those two pictures up there, you kind of get a sense of what fun is and what fast is. So what does that look like? So this is what fun stuff looks like. And fun stuff sometimes doesn't have any depth at all. It's flat, it's just water splashing. It's to start to build a comfort level for water itself. So this is a spray part. And then what you see in the foreground there is a zero beach entry. So you can see how the water is very shallow. I mean, basically it's zero depth, and then it transitions to about 3 feet of depth of water. So that's a zero beach pool. There's also lazy river ideas and big slides. Those will also be a part of this. Generally, these kinds of features are the big attraction at these community aquatic centers. Then when you get to the rectangular pools, you get into what we call flat water. And again, not generally used just for fast swimming, but for also sort of fast dancing like these ladies are doing. So again, water aerobics, that's a real popular thing. Just open swim. And we're proposing a pool of this size as well. So this is a 6-lane by 25-yard pool. But now we get into the big lap pool lanes. And the big lap pools can be used again with those inflatables, or they can be used for swim meets and competition and diving and all kinds of other things like that. But they come in 3 sort of typical sizes: a 25, a 30, and a 50-meter pool. And so anyway, we've tested all of those. So at Community Workshop 1, we showed up with 3 ideas. And again, if you remember that wind direction, this is kind of shows you how we ended up with C. A blocks wind coming from the northeast, B blocked wind coming from the west, and then C blocks wind from both directions. So that was the concept. Again, it was shared with lots of folks. We heard their feedback. We went on to Workshop 2 and we presented what was the preferred scheme. And again, we had lots of young folks show up to this one. And this was the aspirational concept that everybody kind of signed on for. So again, kind of a single-story building in an L form, nice plaza out front, and then a big aquatics environment in the background. So I'm going to take you on a quick tour. So the first part, we're gonna enter at the entry plaza area. And that's what this looks like. It has, in the aspirational scheme, it has a nice sort of water feature out front. And again, so you can get wet before you get wet. And then we walk up closer to the window area where you actually enter the building. So that's what this looks like. And so there's a transaction point, almost like going to a movie theater, and then you go into the center. The room you see right off to the left there, that's the big training room, multipurpose room. That's a room that, again, could be in or out of the scheme. So we'll get to that when we get to the cost, but that is one of the items that probably doesn't fit into any of the other schemes other than the aspirational. So we're going to go to the fun water zone first, now that we're in the aquatic area, and this is what that looks like. So again, kind of a big splash pad area. There's the Zero Beach with the big slide in the background. And then adjacent to all of this, another multi-purpose room for parties and things like that. And now we go to the fast water zone. And again, so a very different feel, but again, we can have all of this sort of operate on the same real estate. And again, it's a little quieter area maybe, but again, also the area where competitions could be held. And then between all of that, we've come up with a picnic zone as well. So this could be used for family reunions or also for big meet days. You could do activities there for that. And then finally, the training room. So again, this is right at the corner. Okay, so everything you've seen there is on this list, and I know that was in your packet, so I won't go through all of those, but it's a pretty rich program, and we've done a lot of these centers, and this is right up there at the top.
And Clarence, is that alternative C?
This would be the aspirational.
Aspirational.
This is
okay.
the aspirational.
Okay.
So that's what
Council
this
member
is.
sorry to interrupt, but to clarify, that is also what was referred to in the PowerPoint when you saw A, B, and C.
Uh-huh.
That is C.
That is C. Okay.
Ah,
Okay, but I'm
yes,
sorry. I
Mr.
just,
Mayor, sorry about that.
okay, that's
right.
okay. Thank
That's
you.
right. That's right. So again, this is C, or what turned into the aspirational plan.
Okay. Mhm.
And so this is where that number is, and one that Ashley shared earlier. So we're at 67.2 for this.
Mhm.
And then the recommended version of that is 53.8.
Mhm.
And just a few key things that are not in this, that are in the aspirational. One, the 50-meter pool has gone to a 30-meter pool.
Oh, okay.
The water feature outside in the plaza is not there, and the training room has been eliminated as well. And the picnic area has gotten smaller. After that, all of these, I think one of the key things to note here is that what drives the cost of these projects is the amount of water. The actual square footage of water area is relatively inexpensive if you just look at it itself. For instance, the square footage of pool water goes for $300 a square foot, but the square footage of the building to support it goes for $1,000 a square foot.
Mm.
So that's the big difference. So again, less water means less building, more water, more building. So
Excuse me, then we're reducing the size to reduce the cost.
yes,
Okay.
right.
Thank you.
Right.
Mhm. Councilman Perrella?
That's the question. With respect to trying to get the biggest bang for our buck, are these structures all going to be concrete built in place? Is there a possibility of metal buildings? Is there a possibility of prefab, something like a military would use? And I'm not saying the federal government military, but something like that, which would save a lot of money and still be able to get the amenities?
Right. So most of the construction for these right here, what we've been planning on is concrete masonry units.
Mm.
So again, it's a fairly inexpensive construction material. Metal that you suggested, we have gone away from metal studs and metal materials in these buildings because the environments are so corrosive and they just don't withstand the time. So concrete cast in place, which is really expensive, we don't get to use very often, but concrete masonry is a pretty good value. And again, municipalities up and down the state, that's generally where we land. Yeah.
Would inflatable buildings similar to be used at Olympic training facilities?
You could, I mean, we've seen those used in cold weather places, you know, where there are outdoor pools and they want this temporary coverage. We've seen those. We haven't seen them for sort of the kind of the building that's got to be there forever, like these. Again, right.
Thank you.
Councilman Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you thus far where we are. I see we're on the budget alternates portion. I just wanted to draw attention to the time. Do we need to, city attorney, do we need to take a formal vote to go past 10 o'clock, or is it because we're already
I
in the
think
item, we're okay?
I think we're into the program now, into the agenda item, right? So we don't have to take according to the, well, we could take a vote now anyway, so, because my understanding was once we're in the agenda, we're okay, but
I just want to make sure.
yeah, we started before the 10 o'clock. But we can take.
Apologies for the interruption on that.
No, well, no, okay.
Okay, well,
Motion to continue.
yes.
Second by Basua, roll call. Past the 10 o'clock, we have a.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello, Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Basua. Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you for that. My apologies.
Let's continue with the water.
Okay, continue with water. So what I have that follows here again are schemes A through E. These didn't make the cut with our big team. We thought, again, the recommended one was the most bang for the buck. Seems to cover all of the programming. In fact, you got all of the programming that you did with the aspirational plan. The one thing you don't get is long course swimming, which is the 50-meter pool. And Dana is on tap if you have any questions about that. So let us know if you'd like to ask her a question or two about that.
Okay. Thank you.
But let me just click through these real quick. The variations, if you just keep your eye on the water gets smaller. We got a little smaller there with the smaller spray pool. There we lost the spray pool. We integrated it with the fun water pool. And now we're down to a 30-meter pool plus with no spray pool. And then finally, the smallest scheme, again, a 25 meter. So one important thing to note, a 30-meter pool, why we kind of landed on that is it offers the most versatility for competitive swimming. Again, you get more lanes, but within a 30-meter pool, you can get what is called a technically sort of perfect water polo course, so that yet another sport you can add to the mix. 25-meter pool allows you to play water polo as well, but it's on a bit of a shortened course. So anyway, so that's the advantage.
So what's the size for the recommended?
30 meter minimum.
Minimum, okay.
Yeah. And what that does is that allows you to have the water polo goals float as opposed to being fixed on the edge of the pool.
Which is important, for tournaments and et
That's
cetera,
right.
et cetera. Yeah.
So competitive, isn't it 25? For competitive swimming?
Oh, for competitive. So we were talking about water polo.
Right.
Right. So for competitive swimming, yeah, in the US, we swim in yards and not meters. So every one of these pools you saw up there, the 25 meter, the 30 meter, and the 50 meter are all by 25-yard widths. So that's the competition width that you swim.
But with a C, excuse me, then you can have the polo games and so forth.
Yes, right.
Well, Councilman Turan.
So when we look at 30 meters versus 50 meters, are there additional types of tournaments or sports or activities that would be afforded through 50 meters versus 30, or is 30 pretty versatile that we could cover a really good amount of tournaments that would bring competitions and visitors to the city of Oxnard?
Yeah, I think you'll have a great competition venue at a 30-meter pool. I don't doubt that at all. I think you should hear from Dana, though. I think she could offer more insight than I will on that.
Okay,
So
I
Maybe if
appreciate
we
that.
can go through the presentation all the way so we can bring it down and have Dana come up on the screen to answer some of those questions. That might be
Sure.
useful.
Okay.
Okay, so whoops, I can't go backwards. Oh, there we go. There we go. I'm sorry. That was my fault. So, again,
Go ahead.
When this was initially brought to us, there was the hope that this would not just provide water recreation to the south end of town to children that maybe, as we've been told, never seen the ocean or never had a chance to swim, not like that. But it was also to do an economic driver for the south
Mhm.
end of town with hotels and
Tournaments.
restaurants and everything else. By closing this down, what are we minimizing in that potential economic driver for the city? And I don't need an answer now, but I want to put that
Well-
on the table because that's what's
Mhm.
bugging me with with the
okay, so
question.
let me address it right now. So that was my sort of fantasy world. And my hope was to convince the college to
Mm.
do the hotel restaurant portion of it, right? Not us. We don't have any land for that. So that is my personal pipe dream. And unfortunately, is interrupted right now because of not only the economy, but the change of leadership at the college.
But there's a potential that we could do.
Always that
That's
potential in
the
the future,
potential.
yes.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
go ahead, Clarence.
so we're at the, again, kind of the wrap up slide here with the schedule and where we are. Again, we've been at this for some time now, all the public process. We've landed on, again, I think a pretty solid concept and versions of that concept. We've gone to Parks and Rec Commission, and now we're here tonight before you, and we're hoping to get advancement on the concept. And again, just to bring that home, this is the one that, again, we've been working with staff on. Again, it's the 30-meter pool as opposed to the 50. And that's the end of it.
Okay, Councilor Duran.
We have public speakers for this first?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
We have several.
I had a
We
feeling.
got about 10, 12 of them.
I just wanted to state that I don't know if you can, probably couldn't see behind you, but with the question about 30 versus 50 meter, I think there were some folks in disagreement with the stance on that. So I'd be interested in hearing from the public
Raise your hand.
speakers. But it sounds like we have another member of the team here as well who might be able to respond to that. First,
Yes. Could we bring this down and have Dana come up and
Have Dana,
and
yeah,
address those questions? Because she's actually,
waiting.
right now, she's the only person here that's like the true expert on
Dana.
that issue.
Hello, everyone.
Hello? Mhm.
Yeah, so the difference between the 50 and the 30-meter pool, we tend to talk about it in the 25-yard distance and how many lap lanes that you get. So in a 30-meter pool, you get 14 lap lanes, and in the 50-meter pool, you get 21. But in terms of going down to the 30-meter, we can still hold water polo competitions. You can still hold swimming competitions. It's also a conversation that we're having about the depth of the water and how many activities can take place in that pool. And so having a little bit of shallow water in that 30-meter pool allows you to still have the competition 8-lane course all deep, but then it can get shallower for a couple lanes as well for additional rec activities. You can do water aerobics, different types of activities that you would need a little bit shallower. It also it gives more use to the pool for a wide range of the community. And in terms of not being an all deep competition water, it can be a little intimidating for people working towards that level of swimming. So I don't know if that wraps it up a little bit more in terms of our thinking between the two, or if there's specific questions more that you would like me to address in that area.
Do you have any additional questions, Councilor Duran or Basua? No. The speakers? Okay. Well, Clarence, we'll go started with the speakers, and okay, the first speaker I have here is David Vandenberg. David Vandenberg, followed by Corey Raffelli. David Vandenberg.
Thank you, Council. I moved here in 1957 with my parents
graduated from Oxnard High School in 1975, and I'd like to share a little bit of my past, show the knowledge in regard to the construction of the South Aquatic Center, give some credibility to my understanding. I have a bachelor's and a master's in administration education. I retired about 40 years as an educator. I was also 15 years as a high school and water polo coach, 15 years as a swim instructor, lifeguard, and aquatic manager for the city of Oxnard Parks and Rec. 12 years as an assistant principal at a middle school and high school, and 10 years as head coach for a swim club. I was a AAU swimmer, U.S. master swimmer, certified Red Cross CPR first aid instructor, and 15 years as a water safety instructor. In my experience, in order for the Oxnard Aquatic Center to be a world-class facility, in my opinion, must meet the standards of U.S. swimming, U.S. water polo, U.S. Olympic Committee, FINA, and if you decide to limit the size to 30 meters as rumored, it will become just a regular backyard pool, and no value really to the community. What it benefits year-round instruction, use of the community, community college, Cal State University, Channel Islands High School, U.S. swim clubs, U.S. water polo, U.S. synchronized swimming, U.S. master swim clubs, scuba dive classes, lap swim, U.S. diving if they're a 1 meter, 3 meter, and 10 meter platform, adult water aerobics, mommy and me, water safety, college water safety instructor classes, special events that can be held throughout the year, age group swim meets at different levels of competition, age group water polo tournaments, adult master swims, adult water polo master tournaments, high school and college competition and tournaments, league and regional championships. Special meets such as Special Olympics, Junior Olympic qualifier, national qualifier, and Olympic trials qualifying. Facilities also could host Olympic teams for swimming, water polo, synchronized swimming, and diving for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics. As how does the community benefit? Hotels, restaurants, retail stores, and tourism. I understand the concern of the costs. Have the local industries been approached? I found on my own 40 multi-million-dollar businesses in the Oxnard alone, not counting the surrounding areas.
20 seconds.
As for the citizens wanting to donate the cause, GoFundMe or any other organization fundraising, I am also willing to be a part of the committee. I have an understanding of the area. I just love the city. Been here most of my life, and I appreciate your
Thank you, David. Thank you. And I think I have Molly McCarty. Is she here? Molly McCarty, and then followed by Corey Raffelli.
Molly McCarthy.
Hello?
Hi, Molly. You have 3 minutes to speak. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Molly McCarthy. I have 25 years experience as an aquatic manager, swimming and water polo coaching. I'm a 45-year resident of the city of Oxnard. The population of the city of Ventura is only 108,467 versus the city of Oxnard with 207,722 residents, and they have a 50-meter Olympic-sized pool. That's a difference of 99,255 people. We need the 50-meter pool. A 50-meter pool allows flexibility space of multiple programs such as lap swim, water polo, water aerobics, and lessons all at one time. A 30-meter pool would only be able to accommodate 10 lap lanes versus a 50-meter pool having up to 18 lap lanes for lap swimmers and other programs. You can hold 2 water polo games at the same time or multiple swim heats. This all means more revenue. The more space we have, the more people can swim laps and participate in recreational classes. I hear the high school pools mentioned a lot, but as soon as the 13-lane lap pool was built at Camarillo High School, we jumped in and it was too small, and I had to cut my team down to a smaller size because we did not have water space. Thoughts on the rest of the facility to cut some costs and get the 50-meter pool. Cut the restroom facilities to only 1 big male and female locker room and keep 4 family restrooms. Storage rooms only need to be big garages with cement concrete floors, super easy and cheap. Cut out some of the offices, only need 2 to 3 manager offices. Front check-in should make it so patrons enter, pay, and walk through the restrooms to the pool deck. Delete the front splash pad outside the facility. Only build 1 slide, as the slide does not produce any use for coordinating any programs besides Rec Swim Fun. Cut out the lazy river, as it will cause added expense when the pump breaks and the water stops flowing. Things we definitely need is the training room. One of those options was to cut the training room. The training room is one of the biggest things that you need at an aquatic facility. A first aid room as emergency situations happen, the lifeguard change room and break room. Moving forward, I'd like to offer my experience and skills to help with any planning committee will move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Corey Raffelli, followed by Larry Stein. Corey.
Unmute. Uh-oh.
Hi,
Give
Corey.
me just 1 second. Okay, maybe that works. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me or not. Maybe I can get a head nod.
Yes,
or
we can.
Yes.
You're
Please go
awesome. Thank you,
ahead.
Dana. So to start, hello, council. My name is Corey Raffelli, and I am currently the head girls swim coach and learn to swim PE instructor at Wainimi High School. So I work directly and daily with the kids and community members for which the pool is being built. To begin, I cannot thank the board enough for bringing aquatics to the community members of Oxnard. The proposed plans I have seen for the facilities and recreation are beautiful. Although I believe the board is contemplating a 30-meter as opposed to 50-meter competition pool. This would severely limit the overall community use of the facility and ultimately be a grave financial mistake. I personally swam at Oxnard High School, then D1 NC2A at Georgetown University, and last year was voted Citrus Coast League Coach of the Year. I also work for the Los Angeles County Fire Department currently as an ocean lifeguard at Zuma Beach and have for the last 23 years. I know the aquatics world in and out. A 50-meter pool will draw clubs and groups that would actually coach and teach our community. These clubs also offset the cost of running the facility long-term, expose our community to a high level of competition, and bring incredible revenues to the restaurants and hotels surrounding areas by bringing in large groups of people to multiple day events. I heard this referred to as a 30-meter, a perfect water polo pool, which is not perfect at all. It eliminates the community's ability to multitask and swim or play water polo at the same time. You will either get a swim pool or a water polo pool. I believe the best community and financial analogy for those who are not involved in the aquatic world would be the Oxnard collection versus the Oxnard outlets. The collection was amazingly done and no details were spared. Tile murals, turtle ponds, landscaping drew big names to the storefronts, and big storefronts came, and Oxnard has seen the benefits of this incredible no expense spared vision. On the other hand, the Oxnard outlets were basic in nature, and Camarillo easily swooped in on the idea and paid for their entire new beautiful library with tax money they generated. You have an opportunity to create either another slam dunk 50-meter quote unquote collection or a missed opportunity 30-meter pool. Once it's done, it's done. Pools last for 70 years or more.
20
And
seconds.
apparently the price differential is about 13 million. So 13 million divided by 70 years is about 186,000 per year, which can easily be earned in revenue with a 50-meter pool. So on behalf of my community today and their unborn children and grandchildren, I urge the board to make the long-term best decision for our whole community with a 50-meter competition.
Thank you.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Larry Stein, followed by Mike Giles. Larry Stein.
I've been involved with the pool situation at College Park for over 22 years. I was part of the recommendation committee that met for a year to talk about the plan for College Park. So I'm all in favor of a pool. To put things in perspective, when we had the first meeting, there might have been 15 members of the public at the first meeting, and maybe 10, maybe 8 members at the second meeting. Not a very large representation for a community of 200,000 people. I like the idea of a 50-meter pool. I'm also shocked at the idea of spending $63 million on something. My concept of a pool 22 years ago was maybe $5 million to build a very basic pool, get some people swimming, some lap swimming, things like that. This is your decision. I'm somewhat concerned about spending $63 million and what we're going to get for it. My original concept was having you set a budget, then see what we got for that money. I still think it's time for that, for that thought. How much money do you want to spend? Then find out what we can get for that money. What would you get for $30 million, for example? Because we talked about $14 million last year. Now we're looking at $30 million beginning this year. Now we're at $63 million, big jumps. So if we got a 50-meter pool, what else would we get with it for $14 million? How much more would we get for $20 million? How much more would we get for $30 million? So I would suggest to City Council that you recommend a certain type of pool and then start talking about money and budgets. The fact that we want to have a pool is notwithstanding. The fact that the consensus seems to be a 50-meter pool, that seems the understanding. The real question is, who's going to use it? Who used the soccer fields yesterday? How many people in the soccer fields at College Park yesterday? It was closed off to the public. Will this pool be closed off to the public at certain times? And in what conditions will this pool be closed off to the public? These are the concerns our neighborhoods have. Because we like an aquatic center, we want an aquatic center. But will we pay for
30
an aquatic
seconds.
center and we will be able to use it? I think these decisions need to take place. There's a lot of distrust among the public right now. Things have been promised to us and cities falling through on the promises. Again, I'd suggest you decide what size pool you want, how much money you want to spend on, and then decide what goes with that money. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mike Giles, followed by Doug Partello. Mike Giles.
Hi, thank you for taking this call. First of all, my family did move here in 1963. My sister and I grew up swimming with the Oxnard Swim Club in the 70s with Corey Raffelli's dad. And this whole list of speakers you've had so far has been excellent. I'm a graduate of the old Oxnard High School, where we actually had barbed wire on the walls surrounding the pool. Of course, the city of Oxnard has come a long way for that, but we have a lifelong aquatic families. My wife and I run a club program supporting Oxnard, Ventura, and the community. And we host a youth league, actually. But it's based out of Oxnard High School, the 50-meter pool. We have teams from Santa Barbara, actually teams from Stanford now want to come down all the way down to Santa Monica and Pasadena. And we split that 50-meter complex into a 4-course pool, deep end, 2 middle courses split down the middle for youth of 12-year-olds and 10-year-olds. And then we have enough space left over with the 50-meter pool to do warm-up lanes and just keep that program running throughout the day, throughout the weekend. We've also hosted the zone through the Tri-County area of Santa Barbara, Ventura, and Los Angeles, where Oxnard has become almost the center of where everybody wants to come. It really does. And what we want to do is take advantage of having that 50-meter competition pool that can generate the tourism for people staying during events and spend the money at the local businesses and year-round assets. 50-meter competition pool can create the multi-level athletes, multiple programs and groups, can be at that pool at the same time, allowing athletes to try different sports programs, and more community members and will be served. The 50-meter competition pool can create a community with athletes, community groups, partners, staff, community members, and alone can serve well over 1,000 people a year. So for in conclusion, for me, I'm proud of what the city of Oxnard has done. Love it. This is a great way to build that community safety program for our underprivileged kids. And then I think, as mentioned by the council wisely, I think the state is flush, and we can find that money and build that 50-meter pool, which Corey referenced as well. That this would be an opportunity lost if we don't. I think we do it right. I know the city, or the group that has designed the facilities, has done an awesome job. Love the Olympian representing as well. And I think everybody would be thrilled if we can just get over the hump with that $13 million shortcoming. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Doug Partello, followed by Pietro Di Ru. Doug Partello.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. You heard the experts. They're telling you, you got to have the 50-meter pool, right? Economic sense, you got to have the infrastructure. You got to have the restaurants, hotels, you got to have access to getting to South Oxnard, transportation system, everything else. We have so many unresolved issues in Oxnard in terms of our infrastructure, our pension debt, everything else. All of the reasons for having this pool are great reasons. It will serve the community. It'll do so many wonderful things. I'm not against the pool. The pool's great. Grew up with pools. But can we afford it? The answer is obviously no. We cannot afford this. All of these ideas about, well, we can get money here, we can get money there, the possibilities. We don't know where we're going to get that money. We don't know if it's going to come through. And the horse is in the water now because we accepted $5 million, right, to kick it going. This is ridiculous. This is not the time to do it. We may be coming up on a recession here. We don't know what's going to happen. Measure O is going to expire. We're going to lose $20 million there. We can't fix this sprinkler system. I've been out there 2 years volunteering to clean up the public space landscaping, and they still can't get the sprinkler systems fixed. That pool is going to end up being empty, and it's going to be a skate park for the local kids. It's going to be a 67 million, 80 million. We don't know what the cost is. We started at 40. Now we're at 53.8. If we want to do the right one, it's 67 million. I mean, when we actually start breaking ground, how much is it going to cost then? 75 million, 80 million? Where's that money going to come from? Look, if my roof of my house is leaking and my plumbing is bad and my yard is a mess, am I going to go build a swimming pool in my backyard? No, that would be crazy. That's what this is. This is crazy. It doesn't make any sense at all because we cannot afford it. I'm going to fix the leaky roof of my house. I'm going to fix my plumbing. I'm going to take care of my yard. And then I'm going to save for the swimming pool that my wife and my kids and my family all want. That is the prudent,
30 seconds.
responsible thing to do. This is not prudent and this is not responsible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pietro Deriu, followed by Miguel Fernandez. Pietro. Mhm. What? Yeah, I have it. Angela White, I have you here. We're not there yet.
Rose, is there anyone online by that name? That looks like somebody that put their name in to call in.
We do not have anyone virtually by that name. I believe that speaker came in person, but may have
Pietro.
left.
No? Not for Pietro? No?
No, I'm sorry, Mayor. They did not call in. We do not have Pietro Deriu or
Okay.
Emily Ellison on the
Neither,
phone.
okay.
Neither one of them has
Okay,
called
then,
in.
then the next one would be Miguel Fernandez,
Thank you.
followed by Angela Whitecomb. Would be that.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm a Parks and Rec Commissioner, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the Parks and Rec Commission, just as a longtime resident of the city of Oxnard. And I did a lot of Googling about this subject. And the reason that by the way, at our commission meeting last month, I learned a few things from the consultant that I never knew about competition swimming pools and stuff. One of which is that no matter whether you have a 25-meter long pool or a 50-meter long pool, here in the United States, they're 25 yards wide. And that's pretty standard. It's not an international competition width, but it's pretty standard. And the reason that we have 25-yard wide pools is because we're in the United States of America. That is the only country that doesn't use the metric system. All right. So you will find 25-yard wide pools. You will find 25-yard length pools, 50-yard length pools, but you won't find them as international competition quality level pools. All right. So we've heard a lot tonight about, oh, you're going to be able to have competitions. That is absolutely true, but they won't be international quality lengths that you swim to. That international length is multiples of 100 meters. 50 meters divides up equally or evenly into 100 meters by 2, 25 by 4. But if you're going to expect to swim 30 meters, try to divide 100 meters by 30, and you don't get an even length for swimming races that are based on 50 meters long, 100 meters long, 500 meters long. 30 doesn't divide into that equally enough. So what happens then is that you're compromising on not being able to have those kinds of races. So you're basically committing yourself to the 25-yard width of the pool, not the meter length of the pool at 30 meters. There's a very weird length pool apparently that is very unusual. You don't find it that much, and it's 33 1/3 meters long. 3 times that is 100 meters, all right? And so if we're going with this bizarre little settled compromise of 30 meters, why not just add another 3 1/3 meters, and then all of a sudden you've got an even mathematical number to go into 100 meters.
30 seconds.
But that's not the point. The point is we shouldn't be settling for a second-rate length pool. We're City of Oxnard. We're putting this competition possibility in South Oxnard of all places. And we're always going to be compared to Ventura. And, you know, that's the bottom line. You'll always be looked at as a missed opportunity if you go with a 30-meter length pool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Whitecomb.
Good evening. My name is Angela Whitecomb. I'm the chair for the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Commission. We didn't vote on this, so I'm speaking only on my behalf, but I grew up in Oxnard. I swam for Oxnard High School, and I swam a little bit at Ventura College back when they had a pool. My children swam, my son played water polo, so I have a little bit of information, a little bit of knowledge. But what I do have a lot of knowledge is on how to research. And I really, truly think that what they put together is a fabulous program with having the children's, the recreation areas where you introduce kids how to into water activities so that they're not afraid of it. You're building confidence. You have a smaller pool. Nobody's talked about that tonight. That's actually warmer temperature so that you can do swim lessons there and you gain confidence. Anybody who has any anxiety about pools can use that pool and learn how to swim better. But you're gonna need that 50-meter pool. And I say that because of all the increased activities in it. Everybody's talking about, well, we're going to run out of this. We're not, how are we going to pay for this? If you have that 50 meters, you just have more opportunities to do more things to raise more money. This thing is going to cost us an arm, a leg, and a kidney. Why are we arguing about a fingernail? I mean, just prospectively, if it's that much of a difference, put it out for a vote. Ask the citizens what they're willing to pay for. I mean, are they willing to pay for this aquatics center? We had one gentleman who said it's irresponsible. I think it's irresponsible to not teach our citizens how to swim and let them drown. We've left staff members because they don't know how to swim. How sad is that? We are a beach community. We're the only beach community in the county that doesn't have lifeguards on our pools, on our beaches. So we don't know how to swim and we don't have lifeguards if you're going to drown. I just don't get it. We need to teach our citizens how to help themselves. And basic swimming is going to help you play in the water, but strong swimming is how you're going to learn how to swim out of those
30
currents.
seconds.
So I just, on a last note, the Parks Recreation Commission, we did a master plan. And on 157, I think it's page 157, it says that we need to do more to partner with our college. Our city manager mentioned that, hotels, that they weren't willing to do that. Well, I understand that. They said that you said that they weren't willing to do. Did I misunderstand you? If I did, I apologize.
Ask me to restate it.
Can
Don't
you
try to
please
quote me.
restate
Your
that?
time
Okay.
is up.
Please restate that.
Right.
Change of administration.
I
is
said, correct. I didn't say they weren't willing to. Okay. I said that's what my aspiration is, but that was halted because they have a change of leadership.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not, they're not willing to.
I apologize. I misheard you. My thing is, have we asked them to help us pay for the pool?
Thank you.
Your
so mu-
time is up.
That was my only.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, any additional speakers on this item?
We do not have any additional speakers. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so then council members, go ahead.
Yes, if I may have a moment to add some, at least my perspective, and
Okay.
then we can have also our consultants here to chime in on some of the comments they've heard. So first and foremost, I want to remind everyone about the broader context of swimming pools in Oxnard. Rio Mesa has a pool, 35 by 35. I don't understand these numbers, 35 meter by 25 yard.
Maybe
This is the
Clarence
whole,
can-
I think it's us and maybe the English use this as well. Hueneme High School, 34 meter, 25 yard by 25 yards. Oxnard High, a 50 by 25, and then Del Sol High School, the soon-to-be Del Sol High School does also have a planned swimming pool. I don't know what their yardage or meters are there. So part of what we wanted to do, and I want to ask Clarence and Dana to chime in on this particular point. What was, from my perspective, important was, in addition to teaching our kids how to swim, how do they get exposure for those kids who are would-be fish, who could be Olympian swimmers? How do we make sure they get exposure soon enough before they get to these high schools? Because the issue I see is there's no availability to the little kids. And my question and concern, and I think we ran this through Dana. So Dana, I'm going to ask you to chime in, is it possible, what kind of pool do we need to make sure that the little kids have that exposure so that they can excel when they reach the big pools in the high school? So I'm going to ask her to speak to that. So that's one item. The other one is the lack of understanding about public financing. And one of the people who called in said that it's a simple $13 million and did the math and all that. No, it's a lot more than that, because we would be bonding for a large portion of this. So similar to a loan or mortgage, it would actually cost more than that. So I want to be very clear about that. It's not as simple as the sticker price price tag. And then the discussion regarding competitions and tourism and revenue, I have no intention of pursuing this council priority to establish an aquatic center premised on revenue. We are not building an aquatic center that is focused on chasing competitions and trying to make money. This aquatic center, as I understood from the council's direction, is for this community. So I appreciate the debate between a 30 meter, a 30 and a third, or a 50 meter. I'm going to let, again, Clarence and Dana discuss that more so that to help the council think that through. But I just want to, again, my perspective about who this pool is for, I have no intention of building revenue in as part of this program, because then it's no longer the community's pool. Then we're going to prioritize competitions. I mean, and I don't think that's what this community needs. So I'll stop there for now.
Councilman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the speakers and our city manager for elaborate speech. The aquatic center. I think we all had a different vision on what this aquatic center should be. If you look back at my comments in the past, I've always mentioned Olympic size pool. And why did I say that? I said that because my kids swam competitively, and I wanted Oxnard, or I want Oxnard, not that I want Oxnard to be able to bring this to our community, things that we have to travel up south to get because we don't have it here. That was my vision. I've seen it. I want it. And I understand that, that the price is shocking. But this is an investment in the community. With my comments, I'm going to, I did my homework on this. What we aspired for, definitely too much. We did aspire, we thank you. You gave us, what this area can look like. It is beautiful. And I understand that it's 67.2. I get it. I get the financial aspect of it. The recommendation is 53.8, which does not include the long course, or what we call an Olympic pool. It is a 30 meter pool. And then, of course, it has the plaza fountain, the picnic deck, and the training room is not included, along with reduced administration, softscape, hardscape. And as I went on and I looked at option A and option B, you have a difference of, let's see here, 5.5 million. That is the difference between a 30 and a 50 meter pool. I would like to look at these options a little bit further. It is 5.5 million difference. I'm not saying we should go with, what we are aspiring at 67.2, but to me, it is extremely important that we get an Olympic size pool. If we're going to do it, we might as well do it right. And again, the difference is 5.5. So I would like to hear what my fellow council members have to say. At the end, I appreciate, we're going to get something. It's just whether or not we go 30 to 50. We go 30, we're just like everybody else. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. And but if you've done competitive swimming, we are not going to regret having this 50 meter pool. We just are not. It's an investment for the community. And I'm willing to invest an additional 5.5 in order to get this for Oxnard.
Okay, can I, quick question, Mr. Fernandez mentioned something about 33 and a third. Does that mean that when you swim back and forth, you can equal, so many times would equal an even number? Is that what,
So I'm not familiar with what was mentioned. So the international length is 50 meters.
50, okay.
That's and it shows up. So we did the Stanford Aquatics Facility, we did USC's, and we did Kel's. So those are the three premier outdoor centers this side of the Rockies.
in their 50s?
And they're all 50-meter pools, and they're all by 25 yards. So the 50-meter pool for those institutions is done because a lot of their athletes do compete in the Olympics, and they get to do long course training. But the width of the pool is the distance they compete in for college. So from age group swimming all the way up to NC2As, it's a 25-yard course. And you only get into the 50-meter course or long course swimming if you're actually doing those events. International swimming, of course. There's a big event that Dana has been to many times. Dana, can you come on and just talk about the U.S. Olympic trials and just describe that setting?
Yeah, the U.S. Olympic trials every 4 years. It goes usually to Omaha, Nebraska, and they're now setting up temporary pools, the Murtha pools, in big basketball arenas, because for swim meets, it's nice to have that big arena with the big screen TVs. They have fireworks at these swim meets, and but it's not sustainable to build an indoor an aquatic center that's designed for that level of competition, because it just doesn't happen very often. And so they are putting these temporary pools up all over the world. They pop up a 50-meter pool, and outside of the arena, there's another 50-meter pool for warm up and warm down. And that's where these elite level competitions are taking place. And it's every 4 years. And then, like Clarence was mentioning, most of the year you swim 25 yards. And then for June, July, August is when we swim long course. And that's the 50-meter length. And it's most of your swimming career in the US will happen in 25-yard swimming. And I agree that it is amazing to get exposure to 50-meter pool water, to be able to swim in the same pool that you watch Olympians swim in, and to aspire to be there. But there are many, many years of swimming that take place before you ever need a 50-meter pool. And when the city makes a goal of teaching learn to swim and ocean safety, and that's where the beach entry comes into play, and being able to walk into the water to gain confidence. The lazy river, being able to provide those currents that you're going to see in the ocean. You can work on swimming cross currents to get out of ocean rifts. There's so many teaching tools that can happen in that fun water pool. And then the teaching pool, the 25-yard by 6 lane, and having those steps that go in, having the shallower depth of 3 foot to 5 feet to help people in the community to gain confidence in being in the water and swimming in the water. And those are really important elements. So when you're weighing all these decisions with a 50-meter pool, a 30-meter pool, we're not wanting to, cut any of those learn to swim options from the community. So I think hopefully that sheds some light a little bit in that area as well.
I do want to share something that we're looking at. I think Councilmember Basua mentioned that we're going to spend that kind of dollars. $5 million is a lot of money. But for additional $5 million to go from a 30 to a 50, I think it's something that we need to think about. Because now you can bring Olympic size competition and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm thinking you're talking 53 million, 63 million for another $5 million. That's a lot of money that we're investing. But for another $5 million is what you're saying is probably well worth getting the Olympic size. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. Mr. City Manager, I'm not sure what, or maybe our financial people might think about something like that.
So if we're looking at, there is more money out there.
That's what I was
especially-
thinking.
Especially from the feds. So we will chase the money. So let's just say for argument's sake that we end up bonding for 40,
Mhm.
right? We have the 5. We think we can chase down another 10.
Mhm.
But the interest on that over what a standard 30-year bond, and if we're looking at 4%, which we don't know what that number will be when the time comes,
right.
that would be about $28 million of interest. So that's the old, but again,
Yeah.
it's a cost over 30 years. A project like this should be paid for generationally.
It's-
So, but
We can always refinance those bonds.
right, depending on what happens with the future economy, there's always the possibility to refinance them. If you don't mind, I want to ask Dana again to talk about, because I asked this question very specifically.
Mhm.
What is the size pool necessary to get our kids the right exposure so they could do competition swimming?
There
So,
you go. Yeah.
so Dana, can I ask you again to just talk about that? I just want the council to have all that information as you make your deliberation.
Yes, like I was mentioning earlier, the first step is getting kids in the water, comfortable with the water, and you get that from these Learn to Swim programs, from the fun water pool, from the lessons pool, and most kids will be swimming in the 25-yard length for a long time, like Clarence said, all the way through college. And it's only international and Olympic level that are 50-meter. And while it's important and you're going to need that 50-meter pool eventually, there's a lot of swimmers who either have to travel for that 50-meter pool, or like for me, I didn't have a 50-meter pool in my town. We had a 20-yard lap pool. It was a therapy pool, part of the YMCA. And you had to swim 5 links to do your 100-yard race. And we had a city pool though, as well. That was a 25-yard pool. And then my family traveled 45 minutes to the nearest 50-meter pool, starting when I was age 12. My husband swam in a 25-yard pool and then ended up doing really well in high school and competing at Stanford and making the Olympic trials. He didn't start swimming until he was 16. And so I urge you to understand that there's so much that this center is offering in the Learn to Swim, get kids prepared and develop that fun of the water, the safety, that is all so critical to developing a future Olympian. Exposure to a 50-meter pool, being able to train in a 50-meter pool, of course, to actually compete in the Olympics is needed. You do have access to 50-meter pools with the high school. Once they get onto the high school team, I don't know the availability of people being able to get into that 50-meter water before, like for club teams or different aspects there. And then the Ventura 50. And so it's how much do you want to base the available funding on the Learn to Swim, the fun, the confidence in the water, developing incredible skills, necessary skills to become an Olympian, versus then spending that money to get the additional 50. I think, I won't argue that having a 50-meter pool is fantastic. But I think if having that 50-meter puts it in a budget that isn't possible, then a 30-meter pool, you get so many programming opportunities. You can have the competitions all the way up through NC2A type level. You can have water polo. As people have mentioned, yes, it's hard to have water polo going at the same time as swimming, to have water aerobics at the same time as water polo. But you have all those options available to you, and then it's more of a programming and timing of how we fit everything into the centers, but the opportunities are still there for really elite level competition, getting kids scholarships into swimming programs, D1 colleges, that, you know, we think of the best as being Olympians. There's so much swimming that goes on, that's not just at that Olympic level, that is incredibly inspiring, and it produces incredible athletes. So it is that balance, you know, of providing the community tons of opportunities, and not getting too hung up on just having a 50-meter pool for Olympic competitions and Olympic training. Although, like I've mentioned, it is great exposure for them. Hopefully that answers a little more of your question.
Council members and Council Madrigal.
Thank you. Going through this, I know what the recommendation was. I actually decided to talk to kids, talk to students. You need that 50-meter pool. There's no answer for buts. I have one of my former students. He's an Oxnard resident. He's been swimming since he was 5. Swimming up and down all the way from Santa Barbara all the way down to LA, finding a place to swim. Now he plays water polo. You know, he's CIF champion. He has all those credentials to his name. And, you know, the key thing was he was taught to swim at a very young age. We have, you know, a very good swim program, water polo program at Rio Mesa High School here in Oxnard. Probably going to have a future Olympian, Mr. Jake Earhart, at the next Olympics, Camarillo resident. So you do have those aspects. And the thing with this is, yes, I understand right now, you know, 30-meter pool would be great. We need to think 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road. You know, right now we are a community that, for the most part, doesn't know how to swim. I personally don't know how to swim. However, 10, 15 years down the road after this is built, hopefully, you know, if used properly, the majority of the residents here of Oxnard will know how to swim. Then what? People I'm not going to go there. There's no reason to go if you outgrew that pool. I think right now it's great, but 10, 15 years down the road, you know, we made a bad investment because people are going to go elsewhere, because that's just kind of the way it is. Most of the pools are 50 meters, most of the high school pools, and it's just getting, you know, what is right for the community. Last thing I would want to see is, you know, invest this money and the pool isn't used, and then we're going to get the same thing since I've been here on council, that the residents of South Oxnard don't care. Because I know that's going to be the first thing out of the majority of the mouths of most of the residents. Well, we built the pool and just the residents of Oxnard, the residents of South Oxnard don't care. Because I know that's the first thing that's going to come out of everybody's mouth. And that's going to be the furthest thing from the truth. So, you know, to me, I do think that we do need a 50-meter pool. If it means, you know, some of the other amenities have to be gone, then, you know, I think then that's something we have to do.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I been listening to the discussions back and forth, and I think we really need to look at what's the ultimate goal that we have. And if it's training our young people to be competitive in a particular sport, swimming, you know, the United States is one of the few countries that has not adopted the metric scale. Virtually all the other countries use the metric scale, and that's fine. But, and I'll revert back to my days in high school, and I was a swimmer, competitive swimmer, and it was a long long time ago. But there's more to competitive swimming than just swimming from one end of the pool to the other end of the pool. It's a matter of timing your turn when you get to that other end where you aren't too close to the wall or too far from the wall to get a good push out or push off, whatever you want to call it, to keep you in that race. And that's a lot of training. And so if we're going to train someone to swim competitively in a 30-meter pool and then throw them into a 50-meter pool to be competitive, they may be at a disadvantage in terms of timing that turn. I don't know. It's been a long time for me, but I would think that if you're going to swim competitively, you want to train in as realistic a scenario as you can. And if the competitions are on 50-meter pools, then that's what I would suggest that we train at, not a 33 and a third meter pool, because it's all about timing. And the most effective swimmers and the best competitors have that timing perfected. And I think a lot of it comes to the training. In the law enforcement, the fire side, we talk about continued training because we're dealing with perishable skills in a lot of things that we do. Well, I would think swimming is also going to be a perishable skill. If you don't swim for a long time, you're maybe not as good as you could be. And so if we're going to train people, hopefully to be competitive, I think we should train them in the appropriate arena. And I'm leaning more towards a 50-meter pool because I think that's more reflective of what the world of competition is all about. Like I said, things may have changed because like I said, it's been a long time. And I can still swim, but I don't swim near as well as I used to just because I haven't done it a lot lately. So, but I'm leaning more towards the 50-meter length of the pool than I am a 30-meter pool. Those are just my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate all the comments and the public being here and being so engaged in such an important project for our city and for its location being in South Oxnard, which I've been very excited that this is an investment that so many of our residents and families and kids will be able to see for many years. And I swam in high school and that's something that I wasn't able, I played water polo as well. I didn't continue on beyond that because my only exposure was in high school. And I think that's part of the purpose of this project is to expose and be a source for families from babies to seniors. And while I think it would be amazing to have this full competition site, it seems like the conversation keeps going towards a competition location versus serving and meeting the needs of our community. And in thinking about when you have swim meets, when you have water polo games and competitions, they're not happening during the day, during the week. They're happening on the weekends. And I worry about that being the focus in the programming side of this aquatic center that will take away from it serving and meeting the needs of our residents, where families are working during the week and it is the weekends when they have those opportunities to take their families out. So that's where my thought process is. I'm not opposed to the 50-meter pool, but I think I appreciate Dana's very valuable and amazing experience, especially as an Olympic medalist and her career in swimming. And what that means is this is still, regardless of the size of the pool, it's still an investment and it's still an opportunity for families to learn to swim, and where it can be a starting point to a potential career or just a health opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Perrella.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been very interesting. I don't feel comfortable picking one right now over another, but I'll share my thoughts when I am. It makes sense to me that if we're going to look for the biggest bang for the buck, we go the biggest pool. But it also makes sense if we don't have the money, we go for the biggest strip down pool, the less amenities. But as I sit here, I think to myself years ago, sitting in that audience, and I heard presentations, and the presentations were something called Big League Dreams. And that was, I'm getting kind of a awkward feeling with how this is somewhat being pitched, because I know that when I signed up to be the council, swimming pool wasn't the biggest thing in my life. But when I met an individual who came from Hueneme, Mr. Jim Hensley, and he always would pound on waterproofing kids, waterproofing kids. And then I started meeting school teachers that were taking kids that lived in the Colonia, lived in Lemonwood, lived in El Rio, lived in Nyland Acres, and would take them to the beach because their parents would never take them to the beach because they were afraid if the kids got in the water, somebody would drown. I happened to have been across the street from Mr. Lount when he was murdered, an Olympian in our city. It was an interesting experience. But the other interesting experience is promising somebody something you can't deliver. And I mentioned the other projects that we're looking at. I'll give one. I see only whether, whatever group that you want to put me in, but there's been a group that's been asking for a long time for a senior center. And that group is hustling money for themselves. Now, I agree with Councilmember Basua, $5 million in a pitch like this, it's not that much, but it's $5 million. But when we're talking about 50 million, 60 million, whatever it's going to be down the road, and we have other projects that deal with health, safety, and welfare, levees. It's over 10 years, we're still waiting for the levees to be fixed. And that's only one half. River Park is going to go into a flood zone. And when you represent an area of the entire city and then you get put into a district, well, I can go, maybe that district doesn't matter because I don't represent it. But when those people go into a flood zone, they're buying insurance and they go, wait a minute, what did my city do to me allowing the houses to be built in a flood zone? But we're going to build a swimming pool for the south end of town to accommodate kids, which I signed on for the concept of waterproofing kids. And I still believe that's an important thing. Because I do remember sitting in the back of that room when Mr. Lawrence Paul Stein brought up things, and the joke would be to build the swimming pool at College Park. And the fiascos and the shenanigans that happened with the properties at College Park and the underhanded things that were done with respect to the fire station that was built. My very first night on this council, the fire station was $8 million. But all of a sudden it was $24 million and there was no explanation. This is a project that the community needs. They need a swimming pool. But we've identified all the high schools around here that having swimming pools. Councilwoman Lopez mentioned I believe the idea of the swimming pool and maybe my touch of the big league dreams, the rattlesnake in the room. Are we going to build a facility so we can have competitive athletes for the Olympics? That's a great thing. But I know that there are members in this room right now that truck their kids all over the state and out of state to go for events. How do we accommodate the people that can't afford to do that? How do we accommodate the people that have, unfortunately, the illusion that their kid's going to be an Olympian? How do we accommodate the needs and welfare for the rest of the people that are hoping they get a levee so their house doesn't flood, or the seniors that continually bury their fellow seniors hoping that there's going to be a senior center? That was way before I got on this council in June of 13. This just sounds like a project that's gone a little bit haywire. The need is there. I come from a background where there's ag. You try to go as big as you can at the best price that you can. If I would use it, I would get the biggest truck that I could. with the most power that I could, with the least amenities so that I could afford the biggest truck with the most power. And I equate that to the 50-meter pool, but I have no damned idea if the 50-meter pool is the right size or not. We have, unfortunately, my big league dreams taste. We have people working for a company that have accolades, and sometimes it feels like a sales pitch. I'm sure that there would be tremendous amounts of people that would get a benefit from a big pool, a little pool, a middle pool, especially when they've never had the opportunity, no matter what their last name was or the color of their skin, or what area of Oxnard they came from. But we're looking at something that's a lot bigger than whatever I signed on for. And as much as I disagree with Mr. Partello, he brought up some damn good points. And I disagree with Mr. Partello a lot. But I respect his points that he brought up, because we can always get the money. Well, ladies and gentlemen, when I got on this council, the only one that's still here is Brian. We can always get this money until they take us in the back room and we find out we're on the verge of bankruptcy. I don't want to go down that road. The voters of this city trusted us to pass Measure E, which Mr. Partello was against. And Measure E has helped us. And Mr. Partello righteously admitted Measure O is going to go away. Hopefully not sooner than later. These are just facts. And if you make people promises you can get them the world at Christmas time and you don't deliver, you've never seen long faces in your life. Those are my comments.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm going to
Mm.
speak again. I know it's late. I thank everybody, my council members, for your comments, and I know Councilmember Teron hasn't had a chance. But I've been in Oxnard my entire life, and that's 44 years. I've never seen a project at this magnitude with the help of staff, because it is with your help that we are able to do this for the community. I would go to, I grew up in La Colonia, so I would go to the Colonia pool and just kind of look. Growing up, and, my parents couldn't even afford a swimsuit. That's how poor we were. And when we're talking about programming, our city manager said, this isn't about competition. This isn't about, bringing in revenue, and you are 100% correct. We've talked about it, and that's not what this is about. But this is also an opportunity to bring into this community a aquatic center that generations after we're all gone, they're going to continue to benefit from it. And we have this opportunity. Again, I don't know of a project, River Park went up, and yes, Councilman Perella said we're having issues, or something's going on with the flood maps, brand new community. South Oxnard hasn't had anything in a very, 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 ever. We have an opportunity to do this right. And as far as, getting away from, is it going to be used with competitive sports? Is people going to come outside and use the aquatic center? I hope so. I really hope so. But at the same time, I'm looking at staff to do programming. The pool is not going to be open for free swimming the entire day. At least I don't think it's going to be, because even, if you go to the Y, if you go to the Camarillo, that's where I used to take my kids, they had open swim for 2 hours, and then they had their programming. So that's what I would expect that we do. So I don't anticipate that the city would just allow any groups to come in and take over this facility. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for staff to understand what this is, and to bring in the programming needed in order to make sure that the residents of Oxnard are getting what they deserve. So I'm going to, I know.
Teron, you'd like to share a couple of words? You want to
Well, I was going to
make a motion.
Thank you. I appreciate all the discussion. I've been taking notes and kind of taking everything in. I certainly appreciate everyone who spoke tonight and appreciate the consultants who provided it, because all that information is helpful for me in hearing this. And I will say that I know very little about competitive swimming. If I fell in the water, I could get myself out. Like, that's how much of a swimmer I am. And that's, that goes along with what I'm about to say about this facility. But when it comes down to it, I think what the city manager and a few of my colleagues have said is, what is the goal of this facility? What's the ultimate goal? If the goal was originally, or is going to morph into it being a foundational playground for competitive swimming, then we should certainly be planning for that and looking at what that would look like. And if we go from 30 to 50 or 25 to 50 or whatever, then also looking at a return on investment. Well, if we go this much more and it's now open to competitiveness and tournaments and people come in from out of town, okay, well, what are we going to get back on that additional $5 million investment or whatever it ends up being? Okay. However, if the goal is to introduce young people, and I mean little kids to water and comfort in water and swimming, in addition to their adults who accompany them, whether it be parents or guardians who don't know how to swim themselves, to water and being comfortable in the water and learning to swim as well. Well, that changes the type of facilities and amenities we have there based on that goal. And so, as Councilmember Madrigal had alluded to, and I have said every step of the way here as well, we have so many young people in the city of Oxnard who do not know how to swim, who aren't even at my level, where if they fell in, they wouldn't know how to get themselves out. And that in a coastal community is an absolute tragedy, not only because they're missing out on the social aspect of swimming, but more so the safety aspect of being able to save themselves if they needed to, if they ended up in a body of water that was deeper than they were able to stand. And that happens more often than we know. And unfortunately, if it happens, it's a tragedy. It's too late for that person to learn how to swim. And I know that's an expression, it's a morbid one, but learning how to swim while drowning. We shouldn't get to that point. If we have the opportunity in front of us to have people start at a very young age getting comfortable with water and learning to swim, it's incumbent on us in our health and safety charge to be able to do that for young people and the adults who today don't know how to swim themselves as well. When we look at what's in front of us as well, one thing that I'll allude to from Jaime Moreno, who's a football coach at Oxnard High School, he's told me about the graduation of sporting ability for young people. The challenge they have now in high school for football, for example, is that because there's a lack of a lot of peewee leagues or small leagues for football players for, to touch flag football, and then they graduate from a young age to middle school to high school, they come in very fresh and are not at the level that previous generations had because those stepping stones were not available to them. So when we look at swimming, if we're at least getting people at a young age learning to swim, then they can graduate to that competitive level when they get to high school and they have those pools available to them through the Oxnard Union High School District. So I anticipate no matter what size pool we go with, this is going to be laying the foundation for that in the future and giving young people the opportunity to be involved at that competitive level, but they don't need to learn to be competitive just yet at our facility. But that's a discussion and a decision for this council to land on with input from the community. The last thing I'll say is there's an equity issue here, a very large equity issue. And South Oxnard, whether it's true or not, based on the discussion we're having, there's at least the perception that they have received less services or not equal services compared to the rest of the city. And even that perception is harmful and unfair that exists. And so when we talk about something like safety in swimming, I'm glad this is going in South Oxnard. It's absolutely deserving. It can be an economic driver in the South End, but it's also the right thing to do in the area of town where we have the most density and we have many young people of color and low socioeconomic status communities that could benefit from knowing how to swim and being able to attend this in their own backyard. If you grew up in Oxnard and you know how to swim, that is a privilege, in my opinion. You either had access to water or you had access to an adult who knew how to swim to teach you how to swim and access to that water. And I know that my kids are learning how to swim because my wife and I had jobs that allowed us to be able to take them to another city and pay for the club memberships and what it took and lessons for them to swim. My mom didn't have that money. And I'm lucky I learned how to do what I know how to do now. My wife doesn't know how to swim. And so there's so much equity in this, and we can talk and chew gum at the same time. The many other challenges we have, we still are going to have those challenges whether we do this or not. The levies, absolutely, they fall into mine and Councilmember Perillo's districts. I am always at the table with him when those conversations come up, and those conversations will continue to happen. And there will be additional opportunities for funding for those. The irony of that being that there were a couple members, literally 2 or 3 people in River Park who was saying, well, why are we building the pool on the south end of town? We should build it here. And that was their right to have that discussion at a public meeting. But for the reasons I just stated, I'm fully supportive of it being in South Oxnard, no matter what we end up going with tonight. And the equity issue that comes into play is the biggest driver and factor for me. So thank you.
Mr. City Manager, I know you want to share something. Let me share 2 minutes worth. You know, Ed, this to me is a long-term investment. And we're talking millions and millions of dollars, you know, $53 million, whatever the number is. If we're going to invest that kind of money for a 30 metric pool, another 5 million for a 50 makes a lot of sense to me. I don't want us to be sorry later on and say, hey, we should have for another $5 million, 10 years from now or whatever number, we should have gone 50 and then be sorry for it. You know, that's something that I think we need to look at. However, what I said initially in the beginning of this thing, if we can get more funding from the feds and from the state to make this more feasible, I think that's probably the way to go. I am concerned, as was mentioned before too, that we have the senior center that's coming upon us, the seawalls are coming upon us, and also the fire station and other items that are really critical to us. So I think if we could go for more funding from the feds and the state, to me, if we're going to invest that kind of money, another $5 million, it's a lot of money, a tremendous amount of money, but I don't want us to be sorry, but not getting the Olympic size swimming pool. I just wanted to share that part for whatever it's worth. Thank you.
If I may ask council to consider this again before you make a motion and take a vote. Couple points. So first of all, again, with the public financing through via the bond, it's not just the 5 million. So it's more than that.
Right.
But I understand the sentiment in the big picture, in the long run, it's worth it. Keep in mind that the larger pool also is more expensive to maintain annually. It's about a 40% difference between the 50 and the 30 meter pool. So I'm concerned about the ongoing costs in addition to the cost to get this thing built. But I also want to ask you to consider again the discussion we've been having with Dana. I too was very disappointed when I learned that the recommendation was to go down to a 30 meter pool. So I had our assistant city manager have a very direct conversation with Dana and ask very directly, would this prevent our kids from getting the right amount of exposure so that they could get into competitive swimming? So she's laid that information out for us very well. It does not prevent that from happening. And I know Dana was introduced as a 3-time Olympian. Dana, I don't want to embarrass you, but I want to be clear. She was a 3-time Olympian who won, I believe, 7 medals, 5 of them gold. So she knows what she's talking about. And she's assured me that the 30 meter pool does not preclude our kids from getting into competitive swimming. So I just want the council to consider that what we're trying to do here is to get this done and to do it right and to be able to afford it annually too, not just the bonding cost. So please consider that this is a big decision. It's a decision that's going to impact this community for at least 75 years. And it isn't just the people who are here today, what our experience is going to be. We've got, I forget the exact number, but I think there's like 12,000 little kids in our community, in our population, right? And we'll have more little kids. So it's really going to be lots of generations of little kids. So it isn't just about us and what we think we're going to do. I mean, I'm going to jump in the pool on opening day, whatever the size of the thing is. So I just want you to consider that. What I tried to do here was find the best balance of what I believe we can afford, understanding that we also have other needs in the near future. Thank you.
And real quick before, but so 40% more maintenance cost, Michael, is that, I know you're.
It just in terms of the quantity of the water,
Because-
heating it, running it through the pumps and all that.
And I think, Clarence, you mentioned that water it determines a cost. So we're looking at additional 40% maintenance.
Right. Well, again, that's actually another study that's ongoing right now. We've just initiated it. So we're looking at all of the operational costs as well. And we'll be testing the 50, the 30, all of those things. So we don't have any of that data yet, but what the city manager was referring to is essentially the 50-meter pool is 40% larger than the 30-meter pool. But so the math, that's really the way the math works. We have that much more water, so it's that much more to operate.
Before we go to Basua, so if we determine or make a motion on a particular size right now, Mr. City Manager, and the cost is prohibitive or whatever, can we change it back to 30 or what, or what do we, I'm not sure. But I think Michael might want to share something about that.
Yeah.
Maybe I can just cover that. Part of what we need to give the architect is a plan to move forward. So this is not an iterative process unless we want to spend more money in that iterative process. So there needs to be a time where decisions are made to give direction to the architect to deliver construction documents. And it can't be maybe this and maybe that. It's got to be this. And if we don't like that at some point in time, we're kind of going back to the beginning a little bit.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure we understand that we have to provide that direction at some point in time. Otherwise, it costs us money and time to go backwards.
Understand. Okay. Well, Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I won't get in the way of Councilmember Basua. I know she wants to make the motion. But you know, I do hear a somewhat consensus on this 50-meter pool, and Mr. Wolf kind of touched on what I wanted to bring up in terms of the cost, right? That we're just talking about the size of the pool, but not what the cost is. So as we're deciding that, are we setting a ceiling, you know, or a cap on how much we're willing to spend? Because these are estimates that we won't know until the design and everything is before us, right? So right now we're talking about the 5 million additional just to the cost, and then looking at what the bonding would look like. But what about when we get the actual design and the cost, it's an additional 5 and an additional 10.
And the operation and maintenance.
So I would like to see if it's possible to somewhat, you know, build in a sort of budget on this so that it doesn't just keep growing, because I think that's part of the concern that even Mr. Perello has brought up. And I think.
Was that part of the, Ashley, was that part of the soft cost they were talking about? There's a roam cost and then a soft cost. Is that what we're talking about right now?
In your staff report, the far right column, that's what we're estimating, the 35% for soft costs. But Mr. Wolf can address some options on when costs escalate of what is before us.
So let me clarify a little bit of what was asked, I believe. So right now, as Ashley mentioned in the very beginning, we're talking about estimates based on broad brushed strokes. We're not even down into any of the design level yet. These are estimates that are done on a square foot level. And those are very rough estimates. And so the monies we're talking about tonight are truly estimates to your point. And we build in these escalators to understand that we don't know exactly what the design is. We don't know what the pounds of steel, the cubic yards of concrete. We don't know that yet. And so those costs, when they're known, we'll estimate those. But we're also at the mercy a little bit of the bidding environment. We would have bid this project 6 months ago, it's in a different price than today, just from a world economy standpoint, and even from a standpoint of who else is bidding projects, who else is constructing projects, how much federal funds out there. So that bid environment is also part of this conversation. So to that point, there are opportunities for us if we start with the design, as we get into schematic level design and our design development schematic level and construction documents, there's an opportunity for us to refine that estimate. So we get what we call PS&E, plan specs and estimates. And we do that percentage, whether it's 25, 65, 75, 100. Each time we're able to put together an estimate. So we'll know that cost, roughly that cost. But that's still an iterative process. You kind of have to, it's a process that costs time and money every time you go backwards a little bit. So if that's the request, it's an opportunity for us to do that, but it's just recognizing that we're building in extra costs from a design standpoint. But want to do that, and I think where Ashley was going, projects like this sometimes have what we call deductive or additive bid items. And that's where we would sometimes put in, okay, we kind of know what we want. We don't know the exact cost because we haven't bid it yet. So we're going to design a piece of it that could be taken out later after we bid it, once we know the price. And I say that we do that oftentimes in construction. We do that oftentimes in engineering and architectural, but you don't get dollar for dollar for that. It's never going to be a dollar for dollar exchange. We pay the architect to do that design, regardless if it's constructed or not. So there's a sort of a sunken cost there. And we may not get an actual $1 for $1 exchange at the end. Contractors, when they see bid alternates and they see bid additives items, there's a lot of unknowns. And when contractors see unknowns, they put dollars to it. And so that's available to us. I would caution that it's never going to be a very streamlined process, and you're never going to get the dollars that you're putting to it.
So Councilman Jerome, one quick question just before. If we're looking at 53 million now in 2022, and we're looking at construction to happen in 2024, how many more dollars potentially are we looking for?
So Mayor, if I may, we built that estimate in there. So we have
it is?
escalated the cost to midpoint of construction, which is a pretty standard process. So we basically built in what we know what the costs are today, and then we use those soft costs, those escalating costs. So what the dollars that we have today, we're estimating, I forget the percentages, but certain percentages for CPI increases over the next 2.5 to 3 years, because midpoint of construction is a couple of years from now. So we build those costs in there.
So the total, the 35% soft costs that what you put in, okay.
And that's contingencies for unknowns as well, things like that.
Okay, Councilman Jerome.
Thank you. I know Councilwoman Basila is ready to make a motion. I just want to say one last thing. Looking at the different options we had, the different alternatives and the site design, something that's important to me is the instructional pool. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, simply because of what I had stated about it seems the goal is, and what I feel would be the biggest serve to the community that this facility would have. And so I'm hoping that would be taking into strong consideration is inclusion in the instructional pool, no matter which size, I guess, lane pool, or I'm sorry, I forget the term of the other pool that we're looking at. Even if that means that we reduce the footprint size of the administrative offices, or have less hard and soft skate, or I believe in some of these, the Plaza Fountain, I think it was the outdoors splash pad, or what was put in the renderings there. I'd be fine not having that at all, and a reduced footprint for the picnic deck. All those non-water amenities, I would be willing to have those reduced in footprint or in size, in order to allow us to have more water features. And if that would offset cost of additional maintenance, et cetera, or water costs, heating, evaporation, I think that would be a fair trade-off in my opinion.
Well, you want to answer or?
I still don't know if
Councilor
I've
Perrello?
actually answered Councilmember Lopez's question and I'll put it this way, if we don't pick one of the actual design design options, we have to go back and have the team redo it. So there's costs there. If we pick a budget, it's still the same process. There's still going to be an extra cost if we don't pick one of either the aspirational, recommended, or A through E. We don't pick one of those. If we start picking little pieces, it just means we have to come back and the architect's it's gonna cost us more money to do that. So my suggestion is if you're gonna sort of pick that, is if there's one of those existing design elements that fits that program, A, B, C, D, E, or aspirational or recommended, my suggestion would be one of those so that we don't have to then
Redo the whole
come
thing.
back to the same process again in a couple months from now.
Councilor Perrello?
No.
So it's a kind of quick question. If we do reduce the footprint of those non-swimming pool items, does that reduce the 40%?
So the 40%, my understanding,
Operational.
my understanding, the 40% really is truly the volume comparison of water from a 30 meter to a 50 meter. So it really is truly just a volume measurement there.
Okay.
If we start changing the dimensions of other elements, my understanding is that starts to change the size of the building necessary. So as you decrease water, you decrease the building requirements, you decrease the square footage requirements of the deck. So all of those are proportional, some level of proportion, whether it's 40% or 20%, but some level of proportion, you start to be able to bring that down. As Clarence mentioned, though, the more costly square footage is the building square footage, about $1,000 a square foot. So anytime you can address the building square footage is obviously an opportunity to save a
Save
higher
some money.
percentage of cost, right?
Okay. Okay, I'll go ahead.
Okay, before I make my motion, I just want to, say one more thing. Along with, I understand the 40% more, but also by reducing the footprint, we are reducing 40% more programming. That's not going to happen. 40% more people that are not going to be able to use the facilities. So it's give and take. So you're either going to have a smaller facility, smaller programming, or you're going to have a bigger facility with more programming. So, that's the way I look at it. So with that, I'm going to make a motion and ask that we approve alternate number B.
And that's
And that,
includes
and that
the 50.
includes no exclusions to the programming, nor reductions to the water pools. The amenities that will not be included is the plaza fountain, the picnic deck, and it will reduce administration, offices, site development, softscape, hardscape, and spray grounds.
Is that the $5 million difference?
That's the $5 million.
Of the
difference.
Mayor,
recommended.
sorry, I have a question.
Uh.
So B also reduces that one of the, what do you call it? The spray ground.
Yeah, it reduces the spray ground.
So, right, the spray ground is reduced, but again, I think in the scheme of things, probably not a noticeable reduction. But again, it is a way to capture some dollars. We're not building as much spray ground. We're saving a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we got a first,
Second.
a second. Okay, got a first by Councilman Basua, second by Councilman Madrigal. Roll call. Okay.
Thank you. So just to confirm what Mr. Wolf alluded to after my last comment, we have a motion for option B. Would we be having to go back to a redesign or any type of minor redesign if we were to also give direction on looking at our building amenities and seeing if we could reduce footprint on that to offset costs.
So option B does have a reduced building square footage. I think one of the suggestions would be that would be a direction to staff to make it the minimum required building size as necessary. That's something with the direction we can provide the
Okay,
architect.
that works for me. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes, and thank you everyone for this discussion.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello, Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-1.
Thank you. And that was our last item, and we are adjourned.
Thanks, Dana.
Thank you all.